This is CNN.
They started to gather on Capitol Hill, where in an hour's time, the president offers his vision for the nation.
She is only a child who is about to have a child, and she's disappeared. Have you seen her?
The winds were intense, the damage everywhere, and rescue crews blame it all on a hopscotching twister. And hello, welcome to Prime News. I'm Natalie Allen.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Lyndon Souls. As Natalie mentioned, we're about an hour away from President Clinton's State of the Union address before a joint session of Congress. Against this backdrop, a lingering budget impasse and an election season just starting to heat up. We begin our coverage with CNN's senior White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Lyndon, President Clinton tonight will say that the State of the Union is strong, but could be stronger, and he will release some proposals to try to make it stronger. His aides say he spent most fine-tuning a speech in the White House theater with his aides. Right now, they're predicting that he will probably speak for about an hour or so, though, of course, that could change. His main themes, according to his aides, are that the U.S. faces an incredible amount of challenge right now, and Americans need to take more responsibility for their own actions. To strengthen families and reduce violence, he's proposing that he meet with the nation's major media executives to discuss voluntary ways to reduce violence on television. He will propose that the top 5% of all high school graduates receive a $1,000 scholarship annually. On the economy, he will again urge Congress with him to balance the budget and an agreement that would also raise the nation's debt ceiling. He will propose a new anti-gang initiative to make sure those who deal in drugs in public housing never again be allowed to live in public housing. One strike and you're out, he's expected to say. On the environment, he will urge Congress not to gut, in his words, programs that have been in effect to make sure that water is pure and the air is clean. And on global issues, he will say the United States must not retreat to domestic isolationism, but can't be the world's policeman either. His chief of staff says the president will take the high road tonight.
The president views this as an opportunity not to talk to the members of Congress only, but to talk to the country about where we need to go. This has got to be a positive speech. The president feels he's got to deliver a positive message. This is not a time for beating our breast and saying, you know, what we can't do. This is a time to really say what we should be able to do for the future.
But of course, hovering over the speech are the president's problems involving the First Lady and Whitewater. The president will salute the First Lady, who will be sitting up in the gallery with some other guests, but there's no evidence the president will refer to Whitewater in any way whatsoever. Linda?
But, Wolf, as you said, given that growing cloud of legal scrutiny, this is a president who has in the past had a tendency to depart from his prepared text and ad lib. If he feels a momentum of support growing, do you think it's likely he may mention something further in support of the First Lady?
Yes, I think that he will definitely ad lib some references to the First Lady. There's no doubt that he's a speaker that responds to the mood, to the dynamics that's in the room at any particular point, and he's not shy about ad-libbing. He's very good at that. And as aides say, he's even got some ad-libs prepared in advance depending on what the reaction is, if you will. There's no doubt the White House has gone to great lengths to prepare for this speech. There were focus groups, a lot of polling to see what the American public wants to hear. There's no doubt also that this is in effect going to kick off some of the themes for his re-election campaign.
Well, we'll find out for sure in about 55 minutes from now. Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Thank you. Natalie?
This will mark the second year in a row Mr. Clinton will address a Congress controlled by Republicans. And with both the White House and GOP leaders at odds over the budget, the president's words will be carefully measured by lawmakers. Our Bob Franken is on Capitol Hill with more on this. Bob.
Well, Natalie, I'd like to welcome you to the Lion's Den, which is exactly what the Capitol complex has become for the president. By comparison, last year will probably be warm and fuzzy because in the ensuing year, the Republican Congress, particularly the House of Representatives, has been involved in a fight nearly to the death with President Clinton. As a matter of fact, House Republicans spent much of the day trying to come up with new continuing resolutions, temporary funding legislation, to avert the Friday deadline, which would cause another partial government shutdown. What the Republicans are trying to do is to somehow stick it to the president, but still send legislation that he would at least reluctantly be able to sign. But as there's been a growing animosity all this year that has become so intense that House leaders found it necessary to call their members together and say that when the speech occurs this evening, cool it.
The President of the United States has not dealt with us honestly, and that frustration level up here is high. But we wanted to remind our colleagues that the President is here at our invitation, and that we do want to treat him with respect. And we hope tonight he will outline specific actions that will help all of us and able to provide our children with a brighter future.
Democrats have been starting to clap very, very, very loudly. The most out of the Republicans will be the sound, Natalie, of one hand clapping.
So they'll be nice or cordial tonight, but what about tomorrow, Bob, after it's all over?
Tomorrow we're going to have the predictable reactions. The Republicans are going to say as sarcastically as they can how out of touch the president is, and of course we'll be hearing the rah-rah speeches from the Democrats. There is a ritual. What stands apart here is the intense feeling that is generated in this Republican Congress as it receives the Democratic president in an election year.
Bob Franken live on Capitol Hill. All right, thanks, Bob. CNN special coverage of the State of the Union speech begins at the bottom of the hour with President Clinton set to address the nation shortly after 9 p.m. Eastern. Following that, Senate Majority Leader and GOP presidential frontrunner Bob Dole will have the Republican response.
The White House today downplayed the subpoena delivered to the First Lady. A federal grand jury investigating Whitewater is calling on Hillary Rodham Clinton to appear Friday. This marks a first for an American First Lady. CNN's Claire Shipman reports from the White House.
The White House may be taking the latest Whitewater hit in stride publicly.
He loves his wife. He's proud of his wife.
But behind the scenes, officials are reeling from the unprecedented and potentially damaging strike on the First Lady and the administration, a subpoena to testify before a federal grand jury about Whitewater. White House attorneys and the Clintons' personal lawyers spent the weekend trying to convince the independent counsel, Kenneth Starr, to pose his questions more discreetly, in written form or through a sworn deposition at the White House, as has been done in the past. But Starr wouldn't budge. Some officials here believe Starr is angry about the recent discovery of long-subpoenaed Rose Law Firm billing records by White House aide Carolyn Huber, and that she discovered them in a room in the White House residence. But there's also speculation that the subpoena is a political broadside by Starr, who's a Republican. One former Deputy Attorney General says regardless of his motivation, Starr has legitimate reasons for wanting Mrs. Clinton to face the grand jury in person.
I don't think this subpoena, though, is intended as a shot across the bow. I think it's firing for effect. I think the reason that Hillary Clinton's got to appear before the grand jury is because the prosecutor doesn't know how and why those documents got withheld. And the grand jurors themselves may be called upon at some point to make judgments about who's telling them the truth and who's not.
But the attorney who's helping Democrats on the Senate Whitewater Committee says the First Lady's subpoena, though unprecedented, isn't necessarily anything to get excited about.
I'm looking outside of the window at the Capitol here, and I can see that the sky is not falling.
Right now, White House lawyers say the good news is Mrs. Clinton hasn't been named an official target of the investigation. Although the jurors and the counsel are sworn to secrecy, Mrs. Clinton is not, and the White House is weighing the benefits of making her testimony public after Friday's session against the risks of further angering the independent counsel. On the whole, the mood here on the Hillary Clinton front is grim. It's as if, as one aide put it, the entire White House is holding its breath and wondering if and when another shoe will drop. Claire Shipman, CNN, the White House.
A 22-year-old Mexican national has been charged with aggravated sexual assault. Police believe he impregnated a 10-year-old girl, and they're still looking for Pedro Saleto. And police on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border are on the lookout for the girl, Cindy Garcia, who is due to go into labor any day now. She was in the custody of Texas Social Services but ran away. Authorities believe she may have returned to Mexico. They say Cindy became pregnant when she was 9, which is very unusual.
The problem is if you're not 14 years old, you can't even give consent to having sex. A 13-year-old can't say yes or no. They can only be no. Any sex with anybody 13 or younger is automatically sexual assault. and aggravated sexual assault at that.
We're very concerned. She's 8.5 months pregnant, and we took her to the doctor last week. It was the first doctor that had seen her in the pregnant condition, and she's very naive about how rough this labor and this delivery is going to be.
Cindy's mother says the child has been running away since she was 8 years old to be with Soleto.
Ron Goldman's father says O.J. Simpson avoided eye contact with him today, the second day of Simpson's deposition in a wrongful death civil suit against him. Simpson also avoided contact with reporters. Here's CNN's Ann McDermott.
O.J. Simpson was glimpsed very briefly at his home, running about 20 minutes late for an appointment with attorneys. That's Simpson. Once again, he was obliged to answer questions stemming from the deaths of Simpson and Ron Goldman. A jury acquitted Simpson in their killings, but that wasn't justice as far as Ron Goldman's father, Fred, was concerned, and he...
Without getting into any specific details, all of our and all of our expectations in terms of the questions and then the answers are what we would have hoped.
Goldman said Simpson avoided eye contact with him, and Goldman's daughter Kim said he seemed more subdued this day, though because she is not a party to the suit, she is not allowed to sit in on the deposition.
I'm not in there, and I'm pacing, so.
A lone protester stood outside the law offices of Goldman's attorney. Otherwise, there were the camera crew or two, not from Simpson. Simpson did speak out on a video he made late last year and is now selling, a video that the plaintiffs in the civil suit want to see. A legal fight is now underway involving the producer of that video, who wants to prevent the lawyers from seeing it before the public gets its chance. A judge will rule on the matter Wednesday afternoon. But the public will be able to see and hear Simpson Wednesday during a live interview with the Black Entertainment Television Network's Ed Gordon. The question is, what will he be asked and how will
we have permission to ask him anything we would like to ask him. He has the right to answer or not answer any question he feels comfortable with.
Before that, though, Simpson will answer more questions from lawyers as the deposition continues Wednesday and probably at least through the end of the week. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
Coming up on Prime News, an unusual custody case that pits son against mother has been decided. We'll tell you who won custody of Gerald Klooster when Prime News returns.
Also ahead, this is the kind of mess that has to be cleaned up after the blizzard and flooding of '96. We'll tell you how it's going when we come back.
With America Online, you get 24-hour email, online reference, news, sports, and entertainment.
I can take Jess to the Smithsonian, browse through magazines.
And we can email your sister in college.
Not to mention get the latest NFL scores, update your stock portfolio, and check out those new four-wheel drives.
Cool!
Plus, America Online gives you easy point-and-click access to the internet and the World Wide Web. Call now for your free America Online Startup Kit and 10 free hours. It's everything you need to get online. Call now.
I'm Steve Forbes. The politicians are getting nervous. The polls are getting closer. We're moving up, leading a national crusade to change America. The politicians will try to stop us, but they can't. We want a balanced budget amendment that's a tax cut, a simple, honest flat tax, and an end to wasteful spending. Join our crusade. Let's send the politicians a message.
Steve Forbes, conservative for president.
Finally, great popcorn from your microwave.
Power Pop.
Presto Power Pop Microwave Multi-Popper.
Power Pop.
Pops virtually every kernel. Pop with oil, pop without oil. Nothing pops like Power Pop. That's why it's endorsed by Orville Redenbacher.
Power Pop.
From Presto.
Steve Young, I'm gonna make mush out of you.
Ooh, like soggy raisin bran?
You got the idea.
Actually, I've got a new idea from Wheaties. Crispy Wheaties and raisins. Sweet, crispy flakes. Ooh. Plump raisins and a big crunch.
I love the crunch. Ah! Offside, Steve. No!
Come crunch time, there's only one. New from Wheaties, crispy Wheaties and raisins.
Hey, Junior, care for seconds?
It's no surprise that everything here, multicolor printing, presentation materials, and more can be done by one printer. But what might surprise you is that this same printer is right around the corner. Dip Printing. You'll be surprised at what we can do.
In the heart of a killer, she found the man who would become her champion. Ride with Ed Harris and Amy Madigan in Riders of the Purple Sage, a world premiere movie, tonight after the NBA on TNT.
For a multimedia look at today's news, check out CNN Interactive on the World Wide Web at CNN.com. You can access our site through the AT&T Business Network. It is a first-of-its-kind custody case, a son fighting his own mother for the right to take care of his sick father. It is a battle that also puts him at odds with his brothers and sisters. Joan McFarland has the latest on a case that is far from over.
9-year-old father, because she has been asked to do so by a court of law. A Michigan probate court has determined that it is in the best interest of Dr. Gerald Klooster to remain here in Michigan with his son Chip, rather than return to California with his daughter Kristen.
The court retains jurisdiction and continues the temporary appointment of Chip Klooster.
The problem is Dr. Klooster has Alzheimer's and is no longer competent to make a decision that is now before the courts because of this man, Dr. Jack Kevorkian.
I had 2 conversations with Mr. Kevorkian. The first one was November 20th. And at that time, my Uncle Fred was in the home with me, so he listened in on his own receiver. And it was very concerning talking with Mr. Kevorkian because he had stated he had a letter from my father stating he wanted to end his life.
Kevorkian's attorney, Jeffrey Feiger, claims his client never assists in a suicide without the full consent of the family, and that Kevorkian broke his relationship with the Kloosters because there wasn't full family support. But Chip Klooster's attorney says that's not what Kevorkian told his client.
My client had 2 conversations with Mr. Kevorkian, as we call him. And during the second conversation, Kevorkian indicated that if the California Kloosters get his father back to California, then it'll be up to the California courts and the psychologists out there to decide. The same psychologist who had already provided opinions that he was competent, that his mother was going to use to do him.
Testimony revealed that Ruth Klooster believed her husband wanted to end his life rather than face a nursing home as his disease progressed. Dr. Klooster and his wife had plans to meet Dr. Kevorkian in Michigan, but the plans never took place because Chip abducted his father and brought him back here to Michigan.
No doubt in my mind, Mr. Kevorkian would have accomplished the task.
Chip believes his mother could still try and end his dad's life, but his sister Kristen testified her mother has abandoned the idea. The ruling here in Michigan for now is temporary, and this entire case scenario will once again be played out next month in California. A judge there will be determining custody in that state, and the issues that divide this family will once again be played out in court. Joan McFarland for CNN, Petoskey, Michigan.
Residents of a retirement home near the Gulf Coast are moving to nearby Louisiana State College. Just a few hours ago, a tornado tore through Shreveport, ripping part of the roof off the Glen Oaks Retirement Village. No one was seriously hurt. In other neighborhoods, carports collapsed on cars. Metal roofs are in twisted heaps on lawns, and dozens of mobile homes were crushed. People who live in the mid-Atlantic states are mopping up as fast as they can. Another storm is brewing, and they could face another dousing by the end of the week. And that's all they need after a record snowfall one week and a downpour the next. So far, parts of Pennsylvania have qualified for federal aid. Maryland has applied, and Virginia and West Virginia may soon follow.
Russian President Boris Yeltsin went before his nation's parliament today, promising to end the war in Chechnya by eliminating Chechen rebels. Speaking to the inaugural session of the upper house, Yeltsin said his government backs unconditional suppression of the rebels. In Chechnya, defiant rebel leader Salman Raduyev says he will continue terrorist acts against Russia until Moscow withdraws its troops and recognizes Chechen independence. He is angry Moscow has not turned over the bodies of rebel fighters killed last week in a Russian assault.
5 Cuban Americans are free after the U.S. Coast Guard intercepted their boat loaded with weapons and explosives. The fishing boat was spotted by a customs vessel early today near the Florida Keys. Federal agents say the men, all described as anti-Castro protesters, apparently were headed to Cuba. No charges have been filed, but officials say their investigation is continuing.
Serious new charges facing 2 former South Korea presidents. Chanduan and Roteu, already accused of bribery and insurrection, now stand charged with treason. Both were indicted today for their alleged involvement in the killing of some 240 civilians as the army crushed an uprising in 1980.
Round 3 of the Israeli-Syrian peace talks get underway Wednesday to hammer out the details for a possible Israeli withdrawal from the Golan Heights. Military experts will join diplomats in a secluded area near Washington for 6 days of intense negotiations. An agreement could be within reach. Israeli negotiators say the two sides have moved closer on key issues, and Syrian government radio says this round of talks will be, quote, decisive, end quote. Another confession by the accused assassin of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, this one in an Israeli court. As the prosecution began presenting evidence in his trial, 25-year-old Yigal Amir said he shot Rabin, quote, for the glory of God, end quote, and that he has no regrets. But Amir stopped short of pleading guilty, saying he didn't mean to kill Rabin, only paralyze him and force him from office.
If you traveled on Amtrak trains between Chicago and Washington or Miami last weekend, health officials recommend you be tested for tuberculosis. They're concerned hundreds of passengers might have been exposed to a 22-year-old tuberculosis patient who witnesses say was coughing up blood and mucus. Officials say the man rode Amtrak's Capital Limited from Chicago to Washington last Friday, then boarded the Silver Star to Miami on Saturday. Both trains are being thoroughly cleaned. Officials say health risks to passengers are minimal.
Researchers say they've developed a formula for deciding which prostate cancers need surgery and which tumors grow so slowly they can be left alone. The change could save thousands of men from needless surgery. The system involves mathematically combining 4 factors: the patient's age, size of tumor, how fast the tumor is growing, and how malignant the cells appear under the microscope. Prostate cancer is the second leading cancer killer in men each year.
A new report suggests milk may increase the risk of cancer if the cow it came from was given the hormone BGH to increase milk production. The University of Illinois report says milk from treated cows may raise the risk of colon and breast cancer because it increases levels in humans of a hormone called insulin-like growth factor. The FDA disagrees with this report. 2 years ago, it approved the use of the hormone for dairy cows.
On the economic front, income and spending are both up. The latest government report shows personal income on the rise, but only by 0.2% in November. Another report has consumer spending growing even faster at 0.9% that month. That's the fastest clip in almost 2 years. The Apple Computer Company is not for sale. That word from its chief executive. Published reports indicate Sun Microsystems is on the verge of buying the financially troubled Apple, and that sent Apple's stock up more than $1 today. Analysts say it's unclear whether the chief executive's comments mean merger talks have broken off or whether the company is trying to hold out for a higher price.
Take a look now at today's numbers on Wall Street. Could a statue by one of the world's greatest sculptors have been hidden for years in the midst of some of the country's greatest museums?
Take a very close look. Just whose work do you think this might be? You'll find out when we come back.
Hey, early again, huh, Frank?
I don't say this to many people. What we do, the job we do,
Okay, guys, listen up.
is the most important job I can think of.
You've got a flight control check. Lewis and Randolph.
I mean, there's no such thing as a B-plus mechanic on this airline.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Everybody knows their job. Everybody's responsible. Anybody, right down to the most junior mechanic, can keep an airplane in this hangar if there's the slightest hint of a problem. You might think, doing a job like this, day in, day out, it'd become routine. You know, just turning wrenches. But every now and then, I just go up and take a walk through the terminal. And right there, right in front of you, you see what's important.
life working on a medicine that might help my grandchildren. There are people that need it now. They can't wait.
There are millions of people counting on us.
There are patients out there that are sick now that we can have an impact on.
I come to work thinking, I want to improve the situation for people.
Tomorrow might be the day. Medicines to the patient faster.
We're gonna get the answers.
Glaxo Wellcome, on the brink of discovery.
Only one car company offers 2 front airbags and 2 side impact airbags, standard on every new car. Now, who might that be? Mercedes? BMW? Lexus? Acura? Now, that wasn't too difficult, was it? Drive safely.
Same cars, same price, but one of them costs up to 15% less to insure, giving one driver more money toward accessories. Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Every week, 10,000 drivers switch their car insurance to Geico for greater savings and 24-hour service. Maybe you should join the stampede. Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
For years, a posh mansion owned by the French government located on New York's Fifth Avenue has been home to a lovely marble statue of Cupid.
No one paid much attention to the statue until a party last fall when it caught the eye of a guest who happens to be a Renaissance art expert.
Now, she did some research and concluded it had to be the work of Michelangelo, and other art experts agree with her. It's thought to date back to 1494 or 95, when Michelangelo was just 19 or 20 years old.
Very interesting. We'll let you know what they decide.
And that's all for this edition of Prime News. I'm Lyndon Souls.
And I'm Natalie Allen. Thanks for joining us. Inside Politics is being preempted tonight. Our coverage of the State of the Union address begins next. Stay with us.
Mio papà lavora per l'International Paper Italia.
Francesca's father makes recyclable cartons that are replacing wooden boxes worldwide.
Mio papà fa delle scatole forti che ci mettiamo dentro di tutto. L'insalata, i pomodori. A me i pomodori proprio non mi piacciono per niente. Per fortuna che ci sono le scatole di papà e le mando tutti via.
International Paper. We answer to the world.
Newt Gingrich and the Republicans in Congress have a bad budget plan for America, and they were even willing to shut down the government to force it on us. They want to cut Medicaid and Medicare for our parents, cut education and college loans, all to give a huge tax break to big business and the rich. It doesn't have to be that way. President Clinton has a plan to balance the budget that doesn't give tax breaks to the wealthy special interests. Let's tell the Republicans to stop the political games and stand up for working families for a change.
Wednesday on Larry King Live, he's burning up the nighttime. Funny man Jay Leno. Wednesday night, 9 Eastern on CNN.
The stories, the reporters, the program. CNN presents the weekly news documentary, a full hour devoted to in-depth coverage of a single issue, with a worldwide team of investigative reporters and the time to cover the story right. 1 hour, one topic, one network. CNN presents Sunday, 9 Eastern.
Super Bowl Sunday before the game.
Join us as
we count down the 15 most popular episodes
of The Andy Griffith Show.
Oh, 8 great hours of Andy. 105 Eastern, Sunday. Only on PBS.
With every speech, every promise, and every surprise, CNN will be there every step of the way. And for a daily wrap-up, watch Inside Politics and Inside Politics Weekend on CNN.
This is CNN.
Thanks for joining us for CNN's live coverage of the State of the Union address. In Washington, I'm Bernard Shaw.
And I'm Judy Woodruff. A half hour from now, President Clinton will deliver his fourth State of the Union address. In the next 30 minutes, we'll get a preview of the speech from CNN's Wolf Blitzer live at the White House. We'll also check in with CNN's Bob Franken on Capitol Hill for the expected response from congressional Republicans. And our Gene Randall will join us from New Hampshire with the voice of the voters.
The Constitution says from time to time, the President shall give Congress information of the State of the Union. A joint session of Congress is assembling this evening. What will President Bill Clinton say 30 minutes from now when he goes before this group of often hostile lawmakers? Our man Wolf Blitzer has been briefed on tonight's speech.
Bernie, even with budget negotiations still at an impasse and with Whitewater headaches hovering over his administration, President Clinton tonight will try to deliver a positive, upbeat speech about his presidency and the State of the Union. He and his aides have been working on this speech for weeks. They've met with many outside experts, conducted all sorts of focus groups, and done all sorts of polling to make sure the message is one of positive optimism. The president spent most of today polishing the draft, preparing for the speech, even rehearsing it with a teleprompter in the White House theater. He will say the State of the Union is strong, but could be stronger, and he will unveil a series of steps to do so. His main themes: America faces many challenges both at home and abroad. And to meet those challenges, Americans must do more to take personal responsibility for their own actions. To strengthen families and reduce violence, he's proposing that he meet as soon as possible with the nation's major media executives to discuss voluntary ways to reduce violence on television. He will propose that the top 5% of all high school graduates receive a $1,000 scholarship that would affect 150,000 students annually. On the economy, he will once again urge Congress to reach an agreement with him to balance the budget and an agreement to raise the nation's debt ceiling as well. He will propose a new anti-gang initiative to make sure those who deal in drugs in public housing never again will be allowed to live in that kind of public housing. On the environment, he will urge Congress to eliminate programs that have been in effect. He will urge Congress not to eliminate programs that have been in effect to make sure water is pure and the air is clean. And on global issues, he will say the U.S. must not retreat to domestic isolationism, but can't be the world's policeman either. And as this political season heats up, his Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta, says that the president's speech, followed by Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole's Republican response, will make clear there are differences between the two parties.
There are competing visions here as to where this country needs to go. The president is basically presenting a vision that says we need to help working families, we need to help them on their jobs, their education, their environment, we need to help them with their health care. He's not going to say this, but it obviously contrasts with a Congress that is basically undercutting every one of those investments. He's going to talk about family, he's going to talk about community, as opposed to survival of the fittest mentality, which is what you're seeing in the Congress.
One final note, Bernie, we can expect the president will ad-lib a very strong statement of support for the First Lady, who will be sitting in the gallery with some invited guests. Bernie?
Thank you. Wolf Blitzer live at the White House. Now, here's Judy.
Well, another government shutdown looms at the end of this week. Beyond that, 1996 campaigns for president and for Congress. With so much on people's minds, what sort of reception is Bill Clinton likely to receive? Our man on Capitol Hill, Bob Franken, has been sounding out lawmakers. Bob?
Well, Judy, let's be honest about what the mood is up here. It's ugly. The rudimentary question up here is, will they boo or won't they boo? To set the scene, here is CNN's Candy Crowley.
He, using the most powerful platform any candidate has, will be presidential.
The tone of the speech is neither partisan nor angry nor confrontational. If it is anything, it is uplifting.
They, seeing polls indicating that their tactics may be backfiring, will be polite.
Fact of the matter is the President of the United States is our guest. He's coming before the Congress at our invitation to give his last State of the Union message. And as we've always done, we've expressed our resolve among ourselves to be good hosts, to be congenial.
But the surface gentility over the State of the Union will belie the brutal state of the politics.
Mr. Speaker, what do you want to hear in the State of the Union?
Thank you and good night.
Try, as President Clinton will, to focus on what he and Congress could accomplish together in the future, the more powerful subtext is what he and Congress have been unable to do so far, agree on a budget plan. It has been a struggle beyond dollars and cents, beyond even the confines of a budget bill. This is a philosophical fight over the federal government, its role, its responsibilities, its regulations. With every day that passes, the prospect of melding two different visions of America grows more distant. Election day moves closer, and the battleground shifts from Capitol Hill to the campaign trail.
If we have to, if everything else fails, we'll have to take it to the voters in November. And I'm prepared to do that.
Some of the differences between me and the Congress over some of these issues will have to be taken out of that budget agreement and deferred for the election.
The fact that Majority Leader Dole will deliver the Republican response to the president's address does little to take the political coating off the evening.
Oh, it's not hard for me. I'm fairly nonpartisan.
Though the forum is unequaled in its reach, the Republican presidential frontrunner has many of the same constraints the president does.
Nobody pays much attention the week after. What they do pay attention to is their impression of the people who give those speeches. Is it favorable, unfavorable? Do you trust these people?
Campaigning as the grown-up in the race, a non-polar figure who can make things happen, Dole, too, must play the nonpartisan, reasonable visionary. Looking at the calendar and the main players, one could be forgiven for believing that tonight looks very much like a campaign kickoff. The trick for President Clinton and Majority Leader Dole will be to make it sound like something else. Candy Crowley, CNN, Capitol Hill.
And usually, Judy, these State of the Union messages at least present a facade of bipartisanship, but that's going to be quite a struggle tonight.
All right, Bob Franklin at the Capitol. He says they're waiting over there to see whether there are boos. Well, we've examined what's at stake for the president and the Congress, but what about the voters in this election year?
Next, our Gene Rando takes the pulse of the first in the nation primary state of New Hampshire. And we'll check in with our political analyst, Bill Schneider.
Ted Boykin is a salesman, a dynamite salesman. He could sell a plate of ribs to a woman wearing white gloves. And if you ask Ted about his new Audi A4, he'll sell you in a second. He'll rhapsodize about its sporty yet elegant design, impress you with its German engineering, and put the hammer down with its affordable price. Yeah, Ted would love to tell you all about his A4, as long as he isn't on the job. The new A4, available wherever Audi cars are sold.
In every number, there is a question. Is there life after retirement? How far will your company go? In every number, there is a question. And if you have the vision to see it, an answer. You see numbers, we see opportunities.
A sparkling ship on crystal waters is coming.
Absolutely gorgeous. It was so much fun.
The perfect lobster is coming.
Our waiters, they would do anything for us, any time.
Perfection is coming.
It's like a gift from the captain.
Memories are coming. 7 days in Royal Caribbean's Caribbean are coming. You've got some Royal Caribbean coming.
All right, let's top it off.
The coffee perking in this pot is America's best loved coffee.
As long as fathers dance with daughters. As long as there are welcome mats. And childhood sweethearts. Just as long as families come together, Maxwell House will always be good to the last drop.
I am a TV. You can watch cartoons on me. I'm a vacuum cleaner. I clean up stuff that's on the floor. I am a telephone. If you have MCI's friends and family, you can use MeSI Save on every long-distance call. You save on all your calls all the time.
I'm so proud of her.
MCI's friends and family. Real savings, real simple.
Bill Clinton is indebted to the voters of New Hampshire. A surprising second-place finish in the 1992 primary provided the momentum Mr. Clinton needed to win the nomination. What can the president say tonight to pay back granted state voters? CNN national correspondent Gene Randall joins us from Bedford, New Hampshire.
Bernie, as you remember, 4 years ago, New Hampshire's economy was in shambles. Bill Clinton came here, told people he felt their pain, and by the time he left the state, his run for the White House was well off the ground. In 1992, unemployment in New Hampshire averaged 7.5%. It had tripled from 4 years earlier. Bankruptcies increased almost fivefold, from 800 to 3,800. There was a record number of home foreclosures. Playing to the discontent, Bill Clinton resurrected a faltering Democratic presidential campaign. And Republican Patrick Buchanan managed to badly wound a sitting GOP president, George Bush. Things have changed. Last year, unemployment was down to an average of 4%. The banking industry, crippled 4 years ago, has stabilized. There are loans for home buying and for commercial construction.
We're about halfway back to the level of activity that we had seen back in the late 1980s when all of the cylinders in this economy were at full throttle.
Some sobering facts: bankruptcies in New Hampshire were up slightly last year, and consumer confidence fell a bit. And there has been a net loss of 20,000 manufacturing jobs in the state.
There we go. Now see what happens this time.
And as people here in Manchester voted today for a city charter commission, we found a longing for some economic reassurance from the president tonight.
We're wondering where he's going to come out on this whole budget crunch.
I'd like to hear him say that he's finally going to agree to balance the budget and work with the Congress.
I'd like to see something happen with the taxes. Our taxes are getting way out of hand.
For the elderly, to save our Social Security and Medicaid.
It's about all the things I'd like to see a good balanced budget and to get on with the economy and the future of our country.
Not far away at one of the largest shopping malls in the state, most of what we heard also focused on the Washington budget deadlock.
I'd like to hear the end of the budget crisis.
I hope he can shed some light on whether they're ever going to get us balanced or not.
Among the few responses which varied from that pitch, one involved the First Lady.
I think that the situation with his wife is important to some people.
Another clearly begged understanding.
It caught me at a rough time. My wife just had a baby, and I got about a million things on my mind besides that.
In fact, most people here have a lot of things on their minds, but heavy among them, the budget crisis and the uncertainty it breeds. Bernie?
Oh, thank you. Gene Rando live from Bedford, New Hampshire. Hope the baby and mother are doing well. Judy?
Are those sentiments in New Hampshire shared elsewhere across the country? Well, joining us to look at the national voter profile, CNN political analyst Bill Schneider. Bill?
Well, Judy, how do the American people judge the State of the Union? Do they believe things are going well in this country? Poll takers have been asking that question for decades. Now, back in 1976, when President Gerald Ford gave his State of the Union speech, 46% of Americans thought things were going well. That election turned out to be very close. At the beginning in 1980, just 34% of Americans thought things were going well. Bad news for President Carter. By the end of the year, he was out. People thought the State of the Union was very good at the beginning of 1984. 68% said things were going well. President Reagan got reelected that year. At the beginning of '88, 62% said things were going well. Republicans kept the White House. 1992, a very different story. Just 28% believed things were going well in the country, and we all know what happened to President Bush that year. What's the figure now? 48%. The State of the Union is middling. Not terrific like 1984 or 1988, not terrible like 1980 or 1992. Looks like it's going to be a close election.
Close election indeed. All right, Bill, the president has selected as his theme for tonight the age of possibility. What are your thoughts about that?
Not a moment too soon. Take a look at this. By almost 2 to 1, the public feels the American dream has become impossible for most Americans to achieve. We'll see if the president tonight can convince people otherwise. The president's biggest problem is that the conservative majority is solidly in place. Almost 60% of Americans believe the government is trying to do too many things, compared to just over a third who say the government should do more to solve the nation's problems. Now, conservatism also prevails on social issues. Almost 60% say the government should promote traditional values. Only 36% say the government should not favor any particular set of values. If the president sounds like a centrist tonight, it's because he knows there's a conservative majority out there.
Bill, in 1992, it was the economy that was predominant. What about the economy right now?
Well, when the president took office in 1993, Americans thought the economy was very bad, but getting better. Now, in 1996, they think it's pretty good, better than it was 3 years ago, but they also think it's going to get worse. Again, it's a nervous, even anxious assessment that points to a close election. The bottom line, Americans are not very secure about the economy, about their own futures, and about their children's futures.
Bill Schneider, a lot to chew over. Thanks. Bernie.
Thank you. Well, so much for the domestic side of this equation. When we come back, Steve Hurst joins us for a look at the international challenges Mr. Clinton will address tonight. And two former presidential speechwriters will be telling us what the president must do and say differently tonight.
Having lived in Great Britain and really all over the world, I often heard good things about Atlanta. There's no other city like it. The quality of life, the neighborhoods, the golf. As you might imagine, a lot of people that live here have guests coming in from out of town during the Olympic Games. So do we. Y'all come and see us.
Come to a city that's becoming a major destination, the host city of the 1996 Centennial Olympic Games.
If any of this sounds familiar, try Breathe Right nasal strips. By making it easier to breathe through the nose instead of the mouth, they can even help quiet the most annoying snorer of all, the one you sleep with. Breathe Right strips in cough and cold sections everywhere.
Is this getting serious?
I think so.
Well, how do you feel about it? Just imagine if you hadn't run out of coffee.
Just imagine if you hadn't had Taster's Choice.
Savor the sophisticated taste of Taster's Choice.
So tell me, Jeremy, how's your mother?
Dad, I think she's in love.
Really?
What if I told you everything you know about TV is about to change? Because now there's DirecTV, totally digital television. More movies, more sports, more of what I want than ever before. All through a tiny satellite dish about the size of a small pet. Stay. How does DirecTV work? I have no idea, but it does.
Now for as low as $34.95 a month, you can own the 18-inch DSS dish of your choice with DirecTV programming. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
It's no surprise that everything here, multicolor printing, presentation materials, and more can be done by one printer. But what might surprise you is that this same printer is right around the corner. Dip Printing. You'll be surprised at what we can do.
Much of the attention in tonight's State of the Union speech will be focused on domestic issues and presidential politics. But international affairs are expected to occupy their place as well. CNN's Steve Hurst joins us now from the State Department for a look at Mr. Clinton's vision of the U.S. in the global community. Steve?
Well, Judy, President Clinton is undoubtedly going to tick off some of the things that he feels are going right here at the State Department and abroad. Among those things, U.S. intervention now in Bosnia as part of the NATO force, the fact that Haiti is moving along pretty smoothly, tensions are defused for the time being with North Korea. There's movement in Northern Ireland, also moves toward democracy in Southern Africa. He's going to be talking about, I think, the world economy and how markets are opening to the United States. But what is going to happen in Bosnia, that's anyone's guess, and that could turn very sour on him. And something also he's not going to be talking about, probably, is the mess in Russia right now. Boris Yeltsin moving to the right, sacking key reformers, and continuing to be involved in that debacle in Chechnya, Judy.
In fact, Steve, the successes the president's able to tick off really are a far cry from where this administration stood a couple of years ago.
Well, indeed they are. Foreign affairs was something that was very much ignored by the Clinton administration until this year, when there was a heady involvement, of course, in Bosnia. But now he's got to look at that, and he's got to carry forward as something that's going to be a very dangerous thing on down the road. This, after all, is only a couple of months old, and the forces are separating, but there's a lot to be done there yet, and a lot of danger to U.S. forces. And I think the big problem here is going to be Russia. And of course, we must also look at the Middle East, because there has been a great deal of movement in the Middle East towards a comprehensive peace. Secretary of State Warren Christopher going back there for a 17th shuttle mission the end of this month. And he's hoping to work out something between Syria and Israel, which would be a real feather in the Clinton administration cap if he pulls it off.
All right. Steve Hurst at the State Department. Thanks. Bernie?
Thank you, Judy. The State of the Union address gives the president the opportunity to state his goals in a majestic setting. But if that speech is not quite right, it can quickly be forgotten. Joining us for some insight are two men well-versed in the art of presidential speeches. Hendrik Hertzberg, who served as President Jimmy Carter's chief speechwriter. He joins us from our New York bureau. And here in Washington, Landon Parvin, who penned speeches for President Ronald Wilson Reagan. Mr. Hertzberg, first with you. What must the president not do in his address tonight?
Well, I think he has to be basically conciliatory. He can't be too confrontational, but he's got to lay down a few markers.
Landon Parvin, our Hill correspondent, Bob Franken, described the mood up there as ugly. Obviously, there's the odor of politics in that chamber tonight. This is a presidential election year. Will this Democratic president get any benefit of the doubt, any receptivity?
No, I don't think he will get any benefit of the doubt. I was told earlier today that they are so worried on the Hill that the congressmen have been lectured not to boo, that the acceptable response is to sit on their hands and not clap.
Mr. Hertzberg, will President Clinton resist the temptation to be partisan, given the kind of atmosphere that Mr. Parvin just described?
Well, it might not necessarily hurt him. He's pretty good in those sort of Oxford Union debate situations when if the Republicans make the mistake of booing or staging a walkout, I think Clinton's the kind of speaker who can rise to that sort of occasion, as he showed on several times. I think that his prepared speech, the thrust of his speech, is going to be conciliatory. And if I were at the White House, I'd be hoping for some sort of display of ill-temperedness on the part of the Republican audience.
Landon Parvin, how would you compare the great communicator, as some people in the White House and the media called Ronald Reagan, and this president who communicates very effectively?
Yes, I think the difference going into this evening, however, if we go back to the mood of the audience, when Reagan addressed the Congress, there was always a sense that the Congress liked him. If you went up there this evening, you're not going to get that sense at all. So he doesn't have that benefit that Reagan did have.
Hendrik Hertzberg, following the president's address, 5 minutes later, the Senate Majority Leader, a Republican presidential candidate, Bob Dole of Kansas, will address the American people. Good idea, bad idea?
Well, I actually very much liked Dole's idea of doing the reply the next day or 2 days after the speech. It's not really a reply to the speech because we don't know what's in the speech. It's simply another speech, an alternative speech. I think it would be a lot more interesting if we'd get the reply the next day so that there'd be a little time to think about it. That could be the beginning of some sort of dialogue.
Well, I should tell you that the dynamics of that, when the Republicans requested that Dole be allowed to appear the following night in prime time, CNN said yes, ABC, NBC, and CBS said no.
They said no initially. I don't know how it would work if they were really leaned on a little bit. But it's a question of short-term political interest. In this case, the Democrats have a short-term interest in preventing that. I think in the long term, it would serve them and the whole country better to do it that way.
Your thoughts, Mr. Parvin?
I think Bob Dole has a real problem tonight. I'm surprised his campaign would let him do this, as a matter of fact. The president is going to be in an arena where there is color and drama and movement, and then we're going to switch to Senator Dole, who's going to be in an office by himself. And I ask you, where does the vigor lie between those two? I think it's the wrong decision for Senator Dole to speak tonight.
What about the polls that show that Mr. Dole isn't not necessarily the #1 pick of most Republicans?
Well, yes, but I would pick, I don't see how Senator Dole can match President Clinton tonight. The structure of the evening is all on the president's side. And if you have your first matchup between President Clinton and Senator Dole, I think Senator Dole is going to come off looking lackluster.
Finally, before time chases us away, a quick bit of insight. Share a secret with us. If you really want your most memorable thought to be remembered, how do you craft that? How do you handle it? Should it be short and punchy and at the end of the speech, or where?
Well, there's two ways to do it. You can repeat it over and over again. That's one way to get the message across. Short and punchy is always desirable, and it is always promised, and in the case of the State of the Union, never delivered.
And finally, you, Mr. Barbin.
I hate to say it, but you do need a sound bite. And if that sound bite can summarize the whole thrust of the evening, that is likely to be picked up and remembered.
Landon Parvin, former Reagan speechwriter. Hendrik Hertzberg, former Carter speechwriter. Gentlemen, thank you. Judy?
Well, we've heard from the experts.
Certainly have.
CNN's live coverage of the President's State of the Union address will begin in just a moment. It is just minutes away, and Bernie and I will be right back in just a moment.
This is the place for complete coverage of live breaking news wherever it occurs. This is CNN.
Hey, baby, what do I have to do?
Amazing but true.
To make
America has gone back to the 50s.
You gotta dance with me, Henry.
All right, baby.
Back to the good times and the music we'll never forget.
Oh, yes, I'm the great pretender.
Heartland Music presents Back to the 50s. 50 of the biggest, most singable, danceable, lovable songs of the 50s.
Papa loves mambo. Papa loves mambo. Mama loves mambo.
4 big albums.
Chantilly lace and a pretty face.
50 hits from the happiest decade in history.
Tequila. See you later, alligator. At the Wild Crocodile.
So many special memories.
26 miles across the sea.
So many great songs captured forever in Back to the 50s.
I'm proud to say that she's my buttercup. I'm in love. I'm all shook up. Ain't that a shame?
But remember, this 50-song collection is not sold in stores. Here's how to order Back to the 50s now.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $19.98 for records or cassettes or $26.98 for 2 CDs, plus $4.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Back to the 50s, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save all COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
President Clinton reports on the State of the Union.
Senators and members of Congress are gathered, as you can see, in the House of Representatives, where, minutes from now, the President will address the Congress and the nation.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Shaw.
And I'm Judy Woodruff. This is CNN's coverage of the State of the Union.
The theme for his fourth such address will be "The era of big government is over." And being an election year, Mr. Clinton will make his case for a second term. With a preview of the president's speech, our senior White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer.
Bernie, the president will have many themes in his speech, but he and his advisors agreed early on that it was imperative for him to project an upbeat, positive theme first and foremost. He will say the State of the Union is in good shape. State of the Union is strong, but could be stronger. He will also say that the era of big government is over, but at the same time, he will unveil a very ambitious plan to try to deal with such issues as crime, education, the environment. He will reach out to the Republicans, trying to convince them yet once again to accept some sort of compromise for a 7-year balanced budget, and he will appeal to them to lift the debt ceiling so that the nation's credit worthiness does not suffer. At the same time, though, he will avoid many of the most partisan issues. This speech has been carefully drafted over the past several weeks. He and his aides worked with focus groups, with polling experts, to try to make sure that the basic message that he wants to deliver is a message that will resonate with the American people, especially as this political season begins, and it will be a very intense political season. The president knows very well that his speech will be followed by the Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole, who many believe may be his main challenger when the presidential campaign really heats up. Bernie, Judy?
Thank you, Wolf Blitzer. Live at the White House, we saw the members of the Supreme Court, including Chief Justice Rehnquist and Associate Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. The members of the Diplomatic Corps are there in the House of Representatives, and we're waiting to hear the Speaker at the door and announce the president.
We're watching Speaker Gingrich and Vice President Gore, who, of course, will be greeting the president as he comes in. And, Bernie, this is a ritual that is repeated every January. The president comes in. In fact, we're waiting right now for the president to be announced.
Gene Randall is in New Hampshire watching all this.
And, Bernie, also in New Hampshire is Senator Dick Lugar of Indiana, one of the 9 members of the GOP presidential field. And I heard your discussion before. The fact is the evening may be stacked against Bob Dole, the format, but he is the only one, and he is the front runner in the Republican presidential field to get the national coverage tonight as he makes his response to the president.
Bob Franken, you're on the Hill where all this is happening.
Cabinet.
The president is running a few seconds late. Bob Franken, you're up there where all this is happening.
Well, first of all, Bernie, it would be news if the president was on time. President Clinton, if he leaves any other legacy, it will be tardiness. I don't think he's made one of these yet. I would point out that the State of the Union speech is specified in the Constitution. For a while, Jefferson, all the way to Wilson, as a matter of fact, decided that he would just send a paper of the State of the Union message up there, would not make the speech in person. But in modern times, these speeches have been made in person, and they have gotten over the years sometimes quite acrimonious. I think acrimony is a bit of an understatement up here. There's always been a spirit at the State of the Union that we're all on the same team. But I think that the Republican Congress this year, many members of it, have really made the statement they don't believe they're on the same team with the President of the United States. This has been a very, very bitter year, and the President is going to be speaking to an audience that the majority is frankly hostile to him. And of course, we've had a lot of conversation today how that hostility will be manifested. It is the fondest hope of many that it's not manifested at all. So we're waiting now for the President of the United States to tiptoe in here and make a speech that Wolf Blitzer has described as upbeat. The response will probably be, at best, non-beat. Bernie?
All the cabinet members are here except for one because of security reasons. Health and Human Services Secretary Donna Shalala is not there on the floor of the House of Representatives. Bob, were you able to pick up any tidbits before now?
Well, as a matter of fact, one of the things I want to point out to look for, Bernie, is the length of the speech. There has been speculation whether the president will give one of his, how shall we say it politely, thorough speeches, which could take us all the way into the evening programming. And as a matter of fact, the White House has even encouraged that, leading some to speculate that the president may come in under time.
Now, if he does that, goes the speculation, that would be the headline. President doesn't speak as long as we thought he would. We're also hearing that what he's going to do is to try and define himself on the issues with a nod to the Republicans and a nod to smaller government, as Wolf Blitzer said. We've heard that he's going to use the phrase, the age of possibility. He may have, in fact, have some compliments for the Republicans. We're hearing that he's going to be asking for the cooperation in coming up with a balanced budget, which, of course, has caused so much of the hostility that we've been talking about this evening.
Okay, Judy?
We were told the president is just a few minutes or seconds, perhaps, away from the door, and our crack producer, Lisa Driver, is telling Bernie and me in our ears the president was 7 minutes late last year entering the chamber. So the best laid plans of men and women sometimes go awry in these situations.
But we have to take care, because before he can speak, the cabinet members have to be seated, and they were not in their seats as they should have been on time. The other thing is that we've learned that the president has rehearsed his speech, and including his natural pauses, he comes out at 37 minutes. So it's going to be a relatively shorter speech.
Coming in the door now, Bernie, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, who has been in the news more this last week or two even than her husband because of her subpoena by the grand jury. She's been ordered to testify before the grand jury looking into the Whitewater matter. She's greeting Elie Wiesel, who is a Holocaust family, is a Holocaust survivor. Chelsea Clinton has come in with the president.
And there are two city mayors, Richard Daley of Chicago and Norman Rice of Seattle, Washington. And the four-star general we saw just a moment ago greeting the First Lady, he will be named tonight as the president's selection to become drug czar, General Barry McCaffrey.
That's right. Wolf, you know, I think as well as anyone, how hard the White House has worked to make this speech a success, given all the, I want to point out right now, the First Lady's waving and getting a big response, we assume, from many Democrats in the hall tonight.
Well, many White House officials knew that the First Lady's presence, to a certain degree, would overshadow what's going on the floor, given the controversy over these past several weeks, and including the fact that this Friday, for the first time in U.S. history, a First Lady will be forced to testify before a grand jury.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
It will take the president a while to wend his way down the aisle and to go up there on the podium. And of course, you will hear the Speaker of the House of Representatives then formally introduce the President of the United States to the joint members here.
It takes a while, Bernie, of course, because even though this president is in the middle of a very contentious period with this Congress, members still like to have their, shall we say, pictures taken by the television cameras. They're all running, or at least the House members are all running for re-election this year. It doesn't hurt them to be seen.
Judy, look at Dick Armey there in the blue shirt there, just behind the president, thumbs up. Mr. Armey was saying today that this is this Democratic president's last State of the Union address. Of course, he, Armey, a Republican, would like it to be so.
Wolf Blitzer, you want to comment again on the great effort the White House has put into making this speech a success?
Well, there's no doubt, Judy, the White House has worked very hard on this. The president worked for weeks on this. He brought in all sorts of scholars and other experts. His major point will be that this is an opportunity now to make the nation even stronger. And he will unveil a series of 7 challenges on domestic issues, almost all of them, as well as on international affairs, to try to underscore his point that the country is now in better shape than it's been in decades, but there's still a lot to do. And while he says that the era of big government is over, he will unveil a pretty ambitious plan. While it won't include a whole lot of money, because the U.S. budget, of course, is under great stress right now, he will call for initiatives, some of which are not very receptive to Republicans. Now we see the president shaking hands with the House Speaker, Newt Gingrich. and Vice President Al Gore, of course, in the traditional response right behind the president.
Speaker Gingrich had been asked earlier today what he'd like to hear from the president, and Gingrich paused, and after about 3 seconds, he looked up and said, "Thank you. Good night."
Which is, I suppose, what one could expect from the speaker, who has been locked in a bitter battle with this White House over how to balance the budget. And the battle goes on. He just passed a note. It looks like the speaker's smiling.
It looks like the president is getting a kick out of it, too. I wonder what it says.
We'll have to find out later what that was all about.
Yeah.
Maybe it was thank you and good night. Bill Schneider just whispered in our ear.
Well, the Vice President, Mr. Gore, and Speaker Gingrich are talking about it. Maybe we'll find out. Look at this extraordinary shot from the very center of the roof.
This is a new camera angle, Bernie, from at the top of the rotunda. I don't know what direction that camera's coming from.
I never saw it before, right there in the ceiling there in the House of Representatives.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and the distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Wolf, what about this speech tonight?
Well, there will be some substantive proposals the president will make. One of them will be a $1,000 scholarship for every high school graduate who graduates in the top 5% of his or her class. There will be a new initiative to deal with anti-gang violence. The president will propose that anyone who engages in violence or in drug dealing in public housing will no longer be allowed to live in public housing. The president, once again, waiting for the applause to die down before he begins his formal speech. The president will, on international affairs, will make the case that the United States must not retreat to isolationism.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of the 104th Congress, distinguished guests, my fellow Americans all across our land. Let me begin tonight by saying to our men and women in uniform around the world, and especially those helping peace take root in Bosnia, and to their families, I thank you. America is very, very proud of you. My duty tonight is to report on the state of the Union, not the state of our government, but of our American community, and to set forth our responsibilities, in the words of our founders, to form a more perfect union. The state of the Union is strong. Our economy is the healthiest it has been in 3 decades. Our economy is the healthiest it has been in 3 decades. We have the lowest combined rates of unemployment and inflation in 27 years. We have created nearly 8 million new jobs, over 1 million of them in basic industries like construction and automobiles. America is selling more cars than Japan for the first time since the 1970s, and for 3 years in a row, we have had a record number of new businesses started in our country. Our leadership in the world is also strong, bringing hope for new peace. And perhaps most important, we are gaining ground in restoring our fundamental values. The crime rate, the welfare and food stamp rolls, the poverty rate, and the teen pregnancy rate are all down. And as they go down, prospects for America's future go up. We live in an age of possibility. 100 years ago, we moved from farm to factory. Now we move to an age of technology, information, and global competition. These changes have opened vast new opportunities for our people, but they have also presented them with stiff challenges. While more Americans are living better, too many of our fellow citizens are working harder just to keep up, and they are rightly concerned about the security of their families. We must answer here three fundamental questions. First, how do we make the American dream of opportunity for all a reality for all Americans who are willing to work for it? Second, how do we preserve our old and enduring values as we move into the future? And third, how do we meet these challenges together as one America? We know big government does not have all the answers. We know there's not a program for every problem. We know and we have worked to give the American people a smaller, less bureaucratic government in Washington. And we have to give the American people one that lives within its means. The era of big government is over. But we cannot go back to the time when our citizens were left to fend for themselves. Instead, we must go forward as one America, one nation, working together to meet the challenges we face together. Self-reliance and teamwork are not opposing virtues. We must have both. I believe our new, smaller government must work in an old-fashioned American way, together with all of our citizens, through state and local governments, in the workplace, in religious, charitable, and civic associations. Our goal must be to enable all our people to make the most of their own lives with stronger families, more educational opportunity, economic security, safer streets, a cleaner environment, and a safer world. To improve the state of our union, we must ask more of ourselves, we must expect more of each other, and we must face our challenges together. Here, in this place, our responsibility begins with balancing the budget in a way that is fair to all Americans. There is now broad bipartisan agreement that permanent deficit spending must come to an end. I compliment the Republican leadership and the membership for the energy and determination you have brought to this task of balancing the budget. And I thank the Democrats for passing the largest deficit reduction plan in history in 1993, which has already cut the deficit nearly in half in 3 years. Since 1993, we have all begun to see the benefits of deficit reduction. Lower interest rates have made it easier for businesses to borrow and to invest and to create new jobs. Lower interest rates have brought down the cost of home mortgages, car payments, and credit card rates to ordinary citizens. Now it is time to finish the job and balance the budget. Though differences remain among us, which are significant, the combined total of the proposed savings that are common to both plans is more than enough, using the numbers from your Congressional Budget Office, to balance the budget in 7 years and to provide a modest tax cut. These cuts are real, They will require sacrifice from everyone. But these cuts do not undermine our fundamental obligations to our parents, our children, and our future by endangering Medicare or Medicaid or education or the environment or by raising taxes on working families. I have said before, and let me say again, many good ideas have come out of our negotiations. I have learned a lot about the way both Republicans and Democrats view the debate before us. I have learned a lot about the good ideas that each side has that we could all embrace. We ought to resolve our remaining differences. I am willing to work to resolve them. I am ready to meet tomorrow. But I ask you to consider that we should at least enact these savings that both plans have in common and give the American people their balanced budget, a tax cut, lower interest rates, and a brighter future. We should do that now and make permanent deficits yesterday's legacy. Now it is time for us to look also to the challenges of today and tomorrow, beyond the burdens of yesterday. The challenges are significant, but our nation was built on challenges. America was built on challenges, not promises. And when we work together to meet them, we never fail. That is the key to a more perfect union. Our individual dreams must be realized by our common efforts. Tonight, I want to speak to you about the challenges we all face as a people. Our first challenge is to cherish our children and strengthen America's families. Families are the foundation of American life. If we have stronger families, we will have a stronger America. Before I go on, I'd like to take just a moment to thank my own family and to thank the person who has taught me more than anyone else over 25 years about the importance of families and children. A wonderful wife, a magnificent mother, and a great First Lady. Thank you, Hillary. All strong families begin with taking more responsibility for our children. I've heard Mrs. Gore say that it's hard to be a parent today, but it's even harder to be a child. So all of us, not just as parents, but all of us in our other roles, our media, our schools, our teachers, our communities, our churches and synagogues, our businesses, our governments, all of us have a responsibility to help our children to make it and to make the most of their lives and their God-given capacities. To the media, I say you should create movies and CDs and television shows you'd want your own children and grandchildren to enjoy. I call on Congress to pass the requirement for a V-chip in TV sets so that parents can screen out programs they believe are inappropriate for their children. When parents control what their young children see, that is not censorship. That is enabling parents to assume more personal responsibility for their children's upbringing, and I urge them to do it. The V-chip requirement is part of the important telecommunications bill now pending in this Congress. It has bipartisan support, and I urge you to pass it now. To make the V-chip work, I challenge the broadcast industry to do what movies have done, to identify your program in ways that help parents to protect their children. And I invite the leaders of major media corporations in the entertainment industry to come to the White House next month to work with us in a positive way on concrete ways to improve what our children see on television. I am ready to work with you. I say to those who make and market cigarettes, every year 1 million children take up smoking, even though it's against the law. 300,000 of them will have their lives shortened as a result. Our administration has taken steps to stop the massive marketing campaigns that appeal to our children. We are simply saying, market your products to adults if you wish, but draw the line on children. I say to those who are on welfare, and especially to those who have been trapped on welfare for a long time, for too long our welfare system has undermined the values of family and work instead of supporting them. The Congress and I are near agreement on sweeping welfare reform. We agree on time limits, tough work requirements, and the toughest possible child support enforcement. But I believe we must also provide child care so that mothers who are required to go to work can do so without worrying about what is happening to their children. I challenge this Congress to send me a bipartisan welfare reform bill that will really move people from welfare to work and do the right thing by our children. I will sign it immediately. Thank you. But let us be candid about this difficult problem. Passing a law, even the best possible law, is only a first step. The next step is to make it work. I challenge people on welfare to make the most of this opportunity for independence. I challenge American businesses to give people on welfare the chance to move into the workforce. I applaud the work of religious groups and others who care for the poor. More than anyone else in our society, they know the true difficulty of the task before us, and they are in a position to help. Every one of us should join them. That is the only way we can make real welfare reform a reality in the lives of the American people. To strengthen the family, we must do everything we can to keep the teen pregnancy rate going down. I am gratified, as I'm sure all Americans are, that it has dropped for 2 years in a row, but we all know it is still far too high. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that a group of prominent Americans is responding to that challenge by forming an organization that will support grassroots community efforts all across our country in a national campaign against teen pregnancy. And I challenge all of us and every American to join their efforts. I call on American men and women in families to give greater respect to one another. We must end the deadly scourge of domestic violence in our country. And I challenge America's families to work harder to stay together. For families that stay together not only do better economically, their children do better as well. In particular, I challenge the fathers of this country to love and care for their children. If your family has separated, you must pay your child support. We're doing more than ever to make sure you do, and we're going to do more, but let's all admit something about that too. A check will never substitute for a parent's love and guidance. And only you can make the decision to help raise your children. No matter who you are, how low or high your station in life, it is the most basic human duty of every American to do that job to the best of his or her ability. Our second challenge is to provide Americans with the educational opportunities we'll all need for this new century. In our schools, every classroom in America must be connected to the information superhighway with computers and good software and well-trained teachers. We are working with the telecommunications industry, educators, and parents to connect 20% of California's classrooms by this spring, and every classroom and every library in the entire United States by the year 2000. I ask Congress to support this education technology initiative so that we can make sure this national partnership succeeds. Every diploma ought to mean something. I challenge every community, every school, and every state to adopt national standards of excellence, to measure whether schools are meeting those standards, to cut bureaucratic red tape so that schools and teachers have more flexibility for grassroots reform, and to hold them accountable for results. That's what our Goals 2000 initiative is all about. I challenge every state to give all parents the right to choose which public school their children will attend, and to let teachers form new schools with a charter they can keep only if they do a good job. I challenge all our schools to teach character education, to teach good values and good citizenship. And if it means that teenagers will stop killing each other over designer jackets, then our public schools should be able to require their students to wear school uniforms. I challenge our parents to become their children's first teachers. Turn off the TV, see that the homework is done, and visit your children's classroom. No program, no teacher, no one else can do that for you. My fellow Americans, higher education is more important today than ever before. We've created a new student loan program that's made it easier to borrow and repay those loans, and we have dramatically cut the student loan default rate. That's something we should all be proud of because it was unconscionably high just a few years ago. Through AmeriCorps, our national service program, this year 25,000 young people will earn college money by serving their local communities to improve the lives of their friends and neighbors. These initiatives are right for America, and we should keep them going. And we should also work hard to open the doors of college even wider. I challenge Congress to expand work-study and help 1 million young Americans work their way through college by the year 2000. To provide a $1,000 merit scholarship for the top 5% of graduates in every high school in the United States. To expand Pell Grant scholarships for deserving and needy students, and to make up to $10,000 a year of college tuition tax deductible. It's a good idea for America. Our third challenge is to help every American who is willing to work for it achieve economic security in this new age. People who work hard still need support to get ahead in the new economy. They need education and training for a lifetime. They need more support for families raising children. They need retirement security. They need access to health care. More and more Americans are finding that the education of their childhood simply doesn't last a lifetime. So I challenge Congress to consolidate 70 overlapping, antiquated job training programs into a simple voucher worth $2,600 for unemployed or underemployed workers to use as they please for community college tuition or other training. This is a GI Bill for America's workers we should all be able to agree on. More and more Americans are working hard without a raise. Congress sets the minimum wage. Within a year, the minimum wage will fall to a 40-year low in purchasing power. $4.25 an hour is no longer a minimum wage, but millions of Americans and their children are trying to live on it. I challenge you to raise their minimum wage. In 1993, Congress cut the taxes of 15 million hard-pressed working families to make sure that no parents who work full-time would have to raise their children in poverty, and to encourage people to move from welfare to work. This expanded earned income tax credit is now worth about $1,800 a year to a family of 4 living on $20,000. The budget bill I vetoed would have reversed this achievement and raised taxes on nearly 8 million of these people. We should not do that. We should not do that. But I also agree that the people who are helped under this initiative are not all those in our country who are working hard to do a good job raising their children and at work. I agree that we need a tax credit for working families with children. That's one of the things most of us in this chamber, I hope, can agree on. I know it is strongly supported by the Republican majority, and it should be part of any final budget agreement. I want to challenge every business that can possibly afford it to provide pensions for your employees. And I challenge Congress to pass a proposal recommended by the White House Conference on Small Business that would make it easier for small businesses and farmers to establish their own pension plans. That is something we should all agree on. We should also protect existing pension plans. 2 years ago, with bipartisan support that was almost unanimous on both sides of the aisle, we moved to protect the pensions of 8 million working people and to stabilize the pensions of 32 million more. Congress should not now let companies endanger those workers' pension funds. I know the proposal to liberalize the ability of employers to take money out of pension funds for other purposes would raise money for the Treasury, but I believe it is false economy. I vetoed that proposal last year, and I would have to do so again. Finally, if our working families are going to succeed in the new economy, they must be able to buy health insurance policies that they do not lose when they change jobs or when someone in their family gets sick. Over the past 2 years, over 1 million Americans in working families have lost their health insurance. We have to do more to make health care available to every American. And Congress should start by passing the bipartisan bill sponsored by Senator Kennedy and Senator Kassebaum that would require insurance companies to stop dropping people when they switch jobs and stop denying coverage for pre-existing conditions. Let's all do that. And even as we enact savings in these programs, we must have a common commitment to preserve the basic protections of Medicare and Medicaid, not just to the poor, but to people in working families, including children, people with disabilities, people with AIDS, senior citizens in nursing homes. In the past 3 years, we've saved $15 billion just by fighting health care fraud and abuse. We have all agreed to save much more. We have all agreed to stabilize the Medicare Trust Fund. But we must not abandon our fundamental obligations to the people who need Medicare and Medicaid. America cannot become stronger if they become weaker. The GI Bill for workers, tax relief for education and child rearing, pension availability and protection, access to health care, preservation of Medicare and Medicaid, these things, along with the Family and Medical Leave Act passed in 1993, these things will help responsible, hardworking American families to make the most of their own lives. But employers and employees must do their part as well, as they are doing in so many of our finest companies, working together, putting the long-term prosperity ahead of the short-term gain. As workers increase their hours and their productivities, employers should make sure they get the skills they need and share the benefits of the good years as well as the burdens of the bad ones. When companies and workers work as a team, they do better, and so does America. Our fourth great challenge is to take our streets back from crime and gangs and drugs. At last, we have begun to find a way to reduce crime, forming community partnerships with local police forces to catch criminals and prevent crime. This strategy, called community policing, is clearly working. Violent crime is coming down all across America. In New York City, murders are down 25%, in St. Louis 18%, in Seattle 32%. But we still have a long way to go before our streets are safe and our people are free from fear. The Crime Bill of 1994 is critical to the success of community policing. It provides funds for 100,000 new police in communities of all sizes. We're already a third of the way there, and I challenge the Congress to finish the job. Let us stick with a strategy that's working and keep the crime rate coming down. Community policing also requires bonds of trust between citizens and police. I ask all Americans to respect and support our law enforcement officers. And to our police, I say, our children need you as role models and heroes. Don't let them down. The Brady Bill has already stopped 44,000 people with criminal records from buying guns. The assault weapons ban is keeping 19 kinds of assault weapons out of the hands of violent gangs. I challenge the Congress to keep those laws on the books. Our next step in the fight against crime is to take on gangs the way we once took on the mob. I'm directing the FBI and other investigative agencies to target gangs that involve juveniles in violent crime and to seek authority to prosecute as adults teenagers who maim and kill like adults. And I challenge local housing authorities and tenant associations. Criminal gang members and drug dealers are destroying the lives of decent tenants. From now on, the rule for residents who commit crime and peddle drugs should be one strike and you're out. I challenge every state to match federal policy to assure that serious, violent criminals serve at least 85% of their sentence. More police and punishment are important, but they're not enough. We have got to keep more of our young people out of trouble with prevention strategies not dictated by Washington, but developed in communities. I challenge all of our communities, all of our adults, to give our children futures to say yes to. And I challenge Congress not to abandon the crime bill's support of these grassroots prevention efforts. Finally, to reduce crime and violence, we have to reduce the drug problem. The challenge begins in our homes, with parents talking to their children openly and firmly. It embraces our churches and synagogues, our youth groups, and our schools. I challenge Congress not to cut our support for drug-free schools. People like these DARE officers are making a real impression on grade school children that will give them the strength to say no when the time comes. Meanwhile, we continue our efforts to cut the flow of drugs into America. For the last 2 years, one man in particular has been on the front lines of that effort. Tonight, I am nominating him, a hero of the Persian Gulf War and the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Military Southern Command, General Barry McCaffrey, as America's new drug czar. General McCaffrey has earned 3 Purple Hearts and 2 Silver Stars fighting for this country. Tonight, I ask that he lead our nation's battle against drugs at home and abroad. To succeed, he needs a force far larger than he has ever commanded before. He needs all of us. Every one of us have a role to play on this team. Thank you, General McCaffrey, for agreeing to serve your country one more time. Our 5th challenge to leave our environment safe and clean for the next generation. Because of a generation of bipartisan effort, we do have cleaner water and air. Lead levels in children's blood has been cut by 70%. Toxic emissions from factories cut in half. Lake Erie was dead, and now it's a thriving resource. But 10 million children under 12 still live within 4 miles of a toxic waste dump. A third of us breathe air that endangers our health. And in too many communities, the water is not safe to drink. We still have much to do. Yet Congress has voted to cut environmental enforcement by 25%. That means more toxic chemicals in our water, more smog in our air, more pesticides in our food. Lobbyists for polluters have been allowed to write their own loopholes into bills to weaken laws that protect the health and safety of our children. Some say that the taxpayers should pick up the tab for toxic waste and let polluters who can afford to fix it off the hook. I challenge Congress to re-examine those policies and to reverse them. I believe this issue has not been a partisan issue. The most significant environmental gains in the last 30 years were made under a Democratic Congress and President Richard Nixon. We can work together. We have to believe some basic things. Do you believe we can expand the economy without hurting the environment? I do. Do you believe we can create more jobs over the long run by cleaning the environment up? I know we can. That should be our commitment. We must challenge businesses and communities to take more initiative in protecting the environment, and we have to make it easier for them to do it. To businesses, this administration is saying, if you can find a cheaper, more efficient way than government regulations require to meet tough pollution standards, do it, as long as you do it right. To communities, we say, we must strengthen community right-to-know laws requiring polluters to disclose their emissions, but you have to use the information to work with business to cut pollution. People do have a right to know that their air and their water are safe. Our sixth challenge is to maintain America's leadership in the fight for freedom and peace throughout the world. Because of American leadership, more people than ever before live free and at peace. And Americans have known 50 years of prosperity and security. We owe thanks especially to our veterans of World War II. I would like to say to Senator Bob Dole and to all others in this chamber who fought in World War II, and to all others on both sides of the aisle who have fought bravely in all our conflicts since, I salute your service, and so do the American people. All over the world, even after the Cold War, people still look to us and trust us to help them seek the blessings of peace and freedom. But as the Cold War fades into memory, voices of isolation say America should retreat from its responsibilities. I say they are wrong. The threats we face today as Americans respect no nation's borders. Think of them: terrorism, the spread of weapons of mass destruction, organized crime, drug trafficking, ethnic and religious hatred, aggression by rogue states, environmental degradation. If we fail to address these threats today, we will suffer the consequences in all our tomorrows. Of course we can't be everywhere. Of course we can't do everything. But where our interests and our values are at stake and where we can make a difference, America must lead. We must not be isolationists. We must not be the world's policeman. But we can and should be the world's very best peacemaker. By keeping our military strong, by using diplomacy where we can and force where we must, by working with others to share the risk and the cost of our efforts, America is making a difference for people here and around the world. For the first time since the dawn of the nuclear age, there is not a single Russian missile pointed at America's children. North Korea has now frozen its dangerous nuclear weapons program. In Haiti, the dictators are gone. Democracy has a new day. The flow of desperate refugees to our shores has subsided. Through tougher trade deals for America, over 80 of them, we have opened markets abroad, and now exports are at an all-time high, growing faster than imports and creating good American jobs. We stood with those taking risks for peace. In Northern Ireland, where Catholic and Protestant children now tell their parents violence must never return. In the Middle East, where Arabs and Jews who once seemed destined to fight forever now share knowledge and resources and even dreams. And we stood up for peace in Bosnia. Remember the skeletal prisoners, the mass graves, the campaigns of rape and torture, the endless lines of refugees, the threat of a spreading war. All these threats, all these horrors have now begun to give way to the promise of peace. Now our troops and a strong NATO, together with our new partners from Central Europe and elsewhere, are helping that peace to take hold. As all of you know, I was just there with a bipartisan congressional group, and I was so proud not only of what our troops were doing, but of the pride they evidenced in what they were doing. They knew what America's mission in this world is, and they were proud to be carrying it out. Through these efforts, we have enhanced the security of the American people. But make no mistake about it, important challenges remain. The START II treaty with Russia will cut our nuclear stockpiles by another 25%. I urge the Senate to ratify it now. We must end the race to create new nuclear weapons by signing a truly comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty this year. As we remember what happened in the Japanese subway, we can outlaw poison gas forever if the Senate ratifies the Chemical Weapons Convention this year. We can intensify the fight against terrorists and organized criminals at home and abroad if Congress passes the anti-terrorism legislation I proposed after the Oklahoma City bombing now. We can help more people move from hatred to hope all across the world in our own interest if Congress gives us the means to remain the world's leader for peace. My fellow Americans, the 6 challenges I have just discussed are for all of us. Our 7th challenge is really America's challenge to those of us in this hallowed hall tonight, to reinvent our government and make our democracy work for them. Last year, this Congress applied to itself the laws it applies to everyone else. This Congress banned gifts and meals from lobbyists. This Congress forced lobbyists to disclose who pays them and what legislation they are trying to pass or kill. This Congress did that, and I applaud you for it. Now I challenge Congress to go further, to curb special interest influence in politics by passing the first truly bipartisan campaign finance reform bill in a generation. You, Republicans and Democrats alike, can show the American people that we can limit spending and we can open the airwaves to all candidates. And I also appeal to Congress to pass the line item veto you promised the American people. Our administration is working hard to give the American people a government that works better and costs less. Thanks to the work of Vice President Gore, we are eliminating 16,000 pages of unnecessary rules and regulations, shifting more decision-making out of Washington back to states and local communities. As we move into the era of balanced budgets and smaller government, we must work in new ways to enable people to make the most of their own lives. We are helping America's communities not with more bureaucracy, but with more opportunities. Through our successful empowerment zones and community development banks, we're helping people to find jobs, to start businesses. And with tax incentives for companies that clean up abandoned industrial property, we can bring jobs back to places that desperately, desperately need them. But there are some areas that the federal government should not leave and should address, and address strongly. One of these areas is the problem of illegal immigration. After years of neglect, this administration has taken a strong stand to stiffen the protection of our borders. We are increasing border controls by 50%. We are increasing inspections to prevent the hiring of illegal immigrants. And tonight I announce I will sign an executive order to deny federal contracts to businesses that hire illegal immigrants. Let me be very clear about this. We are still a nation of immigrants. We should be proud of it. We should honor every legal immigrant here working hard to be a good citizen, working hard to become a new citizen. But we are also a nation of laws. I want to say a special word now to those who work for our federal government. Today, the federal workforce is 200,000 employees smaller than it was the day I took office as president. Our federal government today is the smallest it has been in 30 years, and it's getting smaller every day. Most of our fellow Americans probably don't know that. And there's a good reason. A good reason. The remaining federal workforce is composed of hardworking Americans who are now working harder and working smarter than ever before to make sure the quality of our services does not decline. I'd like to give you one example. His name is Richard Dean. He's a 49-year-old Vietnam veteran who's worked for the Social Security Administration for 22 years now. Last year, he was hard at work in the federal building in Oklahoma City when the blast killed 169 people and brought the rubble down all around him. He re-entered that building 4 times. He saved the lives of 3 women. He's here with us this evening, and I want to recognize Richard and applaud both his public service and his extraordinary personal heroism. Please. But Richard Dean's story doesn't end there. This last November, he was forced out of his office when the government shut down. And the second time the government shut down, he continued helping Social Security recipients, but he was working without pay. On behalf of Richard Dean and his family, and all the other people who are out there, working every day, doing a good job for the American people, I challenge all of you in this chamber, never, ever shut the federal government down again. On behalf of all Americans, especially those who need their Social Security payments at the beginning of March, I also challenge the Congress to preserve the full faith and credit of the United States, to honor the obligations of this great nation as we have for 220 years, to rise above partisanship and pass a straightforward extension of the debt limit and show people America keeps its word. I know that this evening I have asked a lot of Congress and even more from America, but I am confident. When Americans work together in their homes, their schools, their churches, synagogues, their civic groups, their workplace, they can meet any challenge. I say again, the era of big government is over, but we can't go back to the era of fending for yourself. We have to go forward to the era of working together as a community, as a team, as one America, with all of us reaching across these lines that divide us, the division, the discrimination, the rancor. We have to reach across it to find common ground. We have got to work together if we want America to work. I want you to meet two more people tonight who do just that. Lucius Wright is a teacher in the Jackson, Mississippi public school system. A Vietnam veteran, he's created groups to help inner-city children turn away from gangs and build futures they can believe in. Sergeant Jennifer Rogers is a police officer in Oklahoma City. Like Richard Dean, she helped to pull her fellow citizens out of the rubble and deal with that awful tragedy. She reminds us that in their response to that atrocity, the people of Oklahoma City lifted all of us with their basic sense of decency and community. Lucius Wright and Jennifer Rogers are special Americans, and I have the honor to announce tonight that they are the very first of several thousand Americans who will be chosen to carry the Olympic torch on its long journey from Los Angeles to the centennial of the modern Olympics in Atlanta this summer, not because they are star athletes, but because they are star citizens, community heroes meeting America's challenges. They are our real champions. Please stand up. Thank you. Now each of us must hold high the torch of citizenship in our own lives. None of us can finish the race alone. We can only achieve our destiny together. One hand, one generation, one American connecting to another. There have always been things we could do together, dreams we could make real, which we could never have done on our own. We Americans have forged our identity, our very union, from the very point of view that we can accommodate every point on the planet, every different opinion, but we must be bound together by a faith more powerful than any doctrine that divides us, by our belief in progress, our love of liberty, and our relentless search for common ground. America has always sought and always risen to every challenge. Who would say that having come so far together, we will not go forward from here? Who would say that this age of possibility is not for all Americans? Our country is and always has been a great and good nation. But the best is yet to come if we all do our part. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
As the president leaves the podium there, he waves goodbye to the Speaker of the House and the Vice President of the United States. It'll take them a little while to get down the aisle and through the chamber. Wolf, the president sought to hit the marks he felt were important to be made tonight.
Well, this was a very carefully thought out speech, one that he and his political advisors had spent a great amount of time drafting. You notice when the president first went up, he passed the note to House Speaker Newt Gingrich and sort of smiled, and the Speaker smiled back. We're now told that the president's note simply said to the Speaker, "I learned by your example." Text of the State of the Union, which he then presented to the Speaker. Thank you and good night. Of course, earlier in the day, Bernie, as you will recall, the Speaker had joked that when he was asked what he wanted to hear from the president, he simply replied, "Thank you and good night," knowing that the president has a tendency to go on. He did speak for a little bit over an hour tonight. That's shorter than the 81 minutes of a year ago, and he clearly tried to make a positive, upbeat speech in terms of his remarks. He went through all of the major initiatives that he wants to underscore, of course, during his coming campaign. And in the process, he reached out to the Republicans, appealing to them to pass a balanced budget. He also reached out directly to the Senate Majority Leader, Bob Dole, who shortly will be delivering the formal Republican response, praising his service during World War II. It was a speech that didn't get into many of the controversies right now, including the Whitewater affair, although the president made a point of paying a very warm tribute to his wife, Hillary Rodham Clinton, who was up in the gallery with daughter Chelsea, and there was a strong round of applause when he did it, presumably from the Democrats. Bernie?
Okay, thank you. And White House producer Marty Kramer sends word that you, our viewers, might have noticed the president's left eye appeared to be a bit puffy. White House Press Secretary Mike McCurry said the president did not complain about the puffiness of the eye, nor did he mention having talked to his doctor about it. And McCurry says he doesn't know whether it's from allergies or simply fatigue.
That eye, Bernie, did begin to become noticeable there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Our political analyst, Bill Schneider, is here with us. Bill, you heard the speech. You heard Wolf's analysis afterward. This was a very conciliatory speech. You pointed out to us throughout the evening how many times the president used the word together.
That's right. At the end, at the beginning of the speech, he kept mentioning how we're all in this together. We have to work together. His very last line, he stressed the United States of America. Throughout the speech, he had bipartisan notes. He talked about how he had learned many good ideas from the budget negotiations with the Republicans. He praised the bipartisan Kassebaum-Kennedy bill to make health insurance portable for American workers. He thanked Bob Dole and other World War II veterans. He talked about bipartisan campaign finance reform, and he challenged everyone to find common ground. He reached to the center ideologically when he talked about doing something tough on illegal immigration. He said, one strike you're out for people who violate the law in housing projects. He was critical of big government, and twice in his speech, signaling this is the soundbite he wants everyone to remember, he said, the era of big government is over, at the beginning and at the end. This was a strikingly nonpartisan speech.
He said, you're right, he said it twice, and he said, we cannot go back to the era of fending for yourself. Bill, this was a calculated move, as Wolf said. The White House has worked for days, for weeks on this speech. Why did the president do this? Why did he take this tack?
Two reasons. One, he is unchallenged for renomination, the first Democratic president to be unchallenged since Franklin Roosevelt in 1936. He has nothing to worry about from his own party. And second, he knows the mood of the country right now is fed up with the mess in Washington, with partisan wrangling. They want someone who's above partisanship in politics. He's trying to capture that mood.
All right, Bill Schneider, we will continue to look at the president's remarks to analyze what he had to say. We are just minutes away from the Republican response, which, as you've heard, will be delivered by the Senate Majority Leader, Bob Dole. We'll be back with that and more in just a moment.
CNN's coverage of the State of the Union address is brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? And by Merrill Lynch. For our clients, the difference is planning. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in the world for 19 straight years. Now we're about to launch the next in line. The all-new 1997 Ford F-150. More power, more V8 payload, more new ideas. The new Ford F-150. Strength after strength after strength.
In Asia, in Europe, the Americas, and throughout the world, the same set of principles guides all our actions. And while we have as clients more countries, companies, and individuals, we don't judge ourselves by this fact alone, but how we live up to our principles. We think that makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Well, we'll be hearing from Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole of Kansas, the presidential candidate who will speak for the Republicans very shortly. Our man Bob Franken on the Hill was watching one key Republican barometer in the House chamber tonight.
And it was the hands, Bernie. The story was in the hands. The fact of the matter is that it was a bit remarkable, given the hostility up here, that it was as cordial as it was. On the other hand, you could certainly tell when the president was speaking in a partisan way, because there would be just absolutely a lack of movement on the Republican side. Speaker Newt Gingrich was the one to watch, who would just sit there almost in a still frame while the president would make comments that were comments the Republicans didn't like. Of course, there was a lot of bipartisanship, and then you'd get the applause.
Bob, take 15 seconds and tell us what can we look forward to hearing from the Senate Majority Leader.
Well, the one thing to expect is the contrast to President Clinton's call to continue negotiations for a balanced budget. Senator Dole is clearly going to say in his speech that he does not expect a balanced budget deal, and perhaps will outline a strategy for the rest of the year absent such a deal. That would probably be the highlight of the speech, and of course he's going to contrast himself to Bill Clinton, who could very well be the presidential candidate he runs against. Bernie?
Okay, now let's go to the office of Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole of Kansas, a presidential candidate.
I'm Bob Dole, and I'm here very briefly to reply to the President's message on the State of the Union. But a reply need not be an argument. Instead, I want to present another view, another way of thinking about the problems we face. A few years back, I met with a group of 100 high school seniors, one young man and woman from every state. During the meeting, one young man stood up and said, "Senator, everybody has somebody who speaks for them. But who speaks for us?" he asked me. Who speaks for the future? That's what I want to talk with you about tonight. The future and the values that will shape it. Those values are at the heart of our disagreements with the President. President Clinton says our differences are few, the budget numbers are close, and that we should try to find common ground. We have tried and tried again and again, but such a place appears to be elusive. For while we share an abiding love of country, we have been unable to agree. Why? Because we have starkly different philosophies of government and profoundly different visions of America. So all the talk and fighting in Washington can seem very remote, and we political figures can seem detached and petty and far removed from the everyday struggle of American citizens and families. But the truth is, we cannot ignore the future. The point of our lives, after all, is to raise children who are smarter and healthier and nobler than we are, to contribute to a country that is better than today's America, to make a world that is better and finer for all of God's creation. America's greatness, all that we take such justified pride in today, America's greatness was built by men and women who sacrificed ease and comfort and the joys of today to build a better future for those who came after. How many pioneers faced a hostile and threatening frontier? How many immigrants gave their bodies to the mines? And how many soldiers lost their lives on distant battlefields to secure a better future for their children and their children's children? In every generation of Americans made these sacrifices and found in their making a purpose and a direction to life. Now we have to do that in this generation. And thanks to God and fortune, to those who went before, we don't have to conquer a dangerous frontier. We don't have to fight another great war. What we have to do is to face the fact that we cannot give in to all of our own desires. As we have just heard, President Clinton and those who share his vision of America have chosen their ground. The President has chosen to defend with his veto a welfare system that no one can defend, for it is a daily assault on the values of self-reliance and family. He has chosen to defend an education establishment run by liberals whose goal is to operate every school in America by remote control from Washington. He has chosen to veto a defense bill because it provided for defending America against weapons of mass destruction. He has chosen to defend the status quo in Medicare, a system on which lives depend, and a program in urgent need of rescue. President Clinton has chosen to defend and increase a tax burden that has pushed countless families into their own personal recessions. And unfortunately, he has chosen to veto the first balanced budget in a generation, offering only a fantasy in its place. Now, if you have a child asleep in your home tonight, you'll probably check on him or her before you go to bed. And as you bend over to tuck your child in, think about this. If we continue down this path, we will place a tremendous burden of debt on every child in America. Now, how can we betray them and their parents and their grandparents? How can we fail to act? We cannot and we will not. Every political movement and every public official must locate a place in his heart where compromise ends, a core of conviction where we keep our conscience. There comes a time when even practical leaders must refuse to bend or to yield. And for Republicans and countless Democrats and independents, we have arrived at that time. America's troubles are real, but our choices are clear and our will is strong. We must rein in our runaway government, return power to the people, reduce the tax burden, put parents back in charge of our schools, untie the hands of our police, restore justice to our courts, and put our faith once again in the basic goodness, wisdom, and self-reliance of our people. Oh, the President spoke with great eloquence tonight about a future with unlimited possibilities. It is a vision we all share, for it is the story of America. But while the President's words speak of change, his deeds are a contradiction. The President claims to embrace the future while clinging to the policies of the past. For 3 years, this administration has valued dependence on government over self-reliance, federal power over community, federal planning over individual enterprise. It has tried to place government experts in charge of our economy and our health and our lives. It has put liberal judges on the bench to war with our values, and it questions the participation of religious people in public life, treating them as fanatics out of step with America. President Clinton shares a view of America held by our country's elites, a nation of special interest groups, united only by dependence on government, competing with each other for handouts, and held back by outdated values. Now, for those who hold this view, there's only one answer for our problems: more government, bigger government, and more meddlesome government. And if you listen closely tonight, that's what President Clinton talked about. President Clinton may well be the rear guard of the welfare state. He is the chief obstacle to a balanced budget and the balanced budget amendment. He is almost the last public defender of a discredited status quo. We Republicans will not give up the struggle because America will round the corner to a brighter future if we prevail. I come from Russell, Kansas. There's not much money there, but the people are rich in many other ways. Life isn't always easy, but the values are durable. Love of God and country and family, commitment to honesty, decency, and personal responsibility, and self-reliance tempered by a sense of community. Those values made America the greatest nation on earth. And there's no doubt in my mind that we can get our country back on track if we reassert them again as a people and if our government returns to them as a matter of national policy. Now, just like the debate over the budget this winter, our arguments this spring will seem a maze of conflicting numbers, assertions, and high-sounding words. But what we're really arguing about are the values that will shape our nation, our government, and the future of that child sleeping down the hall. Now, some people try to make these matters complicated, but they're simple in my hometown, and probably where you are as well. Americans know that handouts without responsibility destroy human dignity. We know that the help of a neighbor is preferable to that of a bureaucrat. And we know that wealth is created by free individuals in their smarts and their sweat. Government programs can only spend it. Now, I'm a very practical man, but I believe in the miracle of America. And I've never gone in for dramatics, but I do believe we have reached the defining moment. It is as if we went to sleep in one America and woke up in quite another. It is as though our government and our institutions and our culture have been hijacked by liberals and are careening dangerously off course. Oh, we know the way back, but we must act now. And my promise tonight is that we can and we will. If there is no agreement, we will send President Clinton another balanced budget with tax relief for American families, regulatory relief for small businesses, farmers, and ranchers, and real welfare reform. We will always be mindful of the poor and disadvantaged, education and the environment, but we will begin the defunding of Big Brother by unfunding wasteful programs and meddlesome departments. We will send the President bill after bill, returning power and programs to the states and to the people. We will challenge President Clinton again and again to walk the talk he talks so well. As we do, remember this: our battles will not be about numbers. They'll be about the character of our nation. Yes, our country has problems, but we can handle them. Whether it's deficit spending, or the welfare bureaucracy, or our liberal courts, or the trouble in our schools, what's wrong is that the elites in charge don't believe in what the people believe in. That we can fix. We know what made America great. All we need now is a resolve to lead our country back to her place in the sun, and the courage to speak for the future. So when you close the door to your child's room tonight, remember, it's not too late. This is a great country. Our strength has always come from the truth, and from sacrifice and honor, and from the bottomless reservoir of hope and work and courage that is the American people. Always we have built for the future, with a half-silent consciousness that we were doing the work of the Lord. Today we feel ourselves beset by many difficulties, by violence and resentment, by racial and partisan divisions, by economic storms, by dizzying changes of every kind. Yet the blood of greatness, of noble forebearers, of men and women of incredible achievement still runs through us all. That birthright is what it means to bear the name American. In this time, in this generation, in this year, we, like they, can and will overcome. We need only to rededicate ourselves to earning the name we have inherited. Thank you very much. God bless America, and good night.
We've been listening to Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole give the response to the President's State of the Union address. Senator Dole, of course, is a leading Republican contender for the presidential nomination on the Republican side. It was the Senate's turn to choose the respondent, and Senator Dole chose himself. He chose to do the remarks himself. In contrast to President Clinton's address, in which time and again the President spoke of working together to solve the challenges of the future, we just heard Senator Dole make a series of criticisms. He chose to highlight the differences. For example, he said, while the President's words speak of change, his deeds are a contradiction. The President claims to embrace the future while clinging to the policies of the past. Bernie?
Thank you, Judy. President Clinton running for re-election. Senator Bob Dole wants Mr. Clinton's job. He wants to be the next president. What did you think about what each man said? Our correspondent, Jeff Flock, who's also our Chicago bureau chief, is out in the heartland. He has some people who watched and heard. Jeff?
That's right, Bernie. Hunkered down in downtown Chicago tonight with a diverse group of people who will talk tonight about the state of their union and perhaps which side they side with. Let's meet the panel that we've assembled here, a diverse group, as we say. Brad Urban is a heavy equipment operator who is a union member, tends to disagree with the president and voted for George Bush in the last election. Next to him is Jennifer Cundy. She is a DePaul University student and president of College Democrats for DePaul, not surprisingly voted for the president in the last election. John Noke is also a DePaul University student, and he is president of College Republicans at DePaul. He's 22 years old and from a small town. Addie Watts is 71 years old. She is a senior activist. She lives on a fixed income and voted Democratic in the last election, though she has not made her mind up this time. Tiamo Rauf is in the contracting business, runs a big business in Chicago, participated in the Million Man March. He liked Ross Perot in the last election and would someday like his son to run for president. Millie Rivera is the executive director of the Latino Institute, which works on researching the Hispanic community in Illinois. She tends to agree with the president, but not always with his tactics. And Bill Moran is with the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs. He is a Vietnam veteran. He is a Republican, and he tends to like Pat Buchanan. First word from the left side of the table. Brad, give me a sense for the president's speech tonight. Who do you think did better, the president or Senator Dole, and why?
I believe Senator Dole did a better job for the fact I believe in him wanting to take release the hands of the police, get the police back into the public and the courts. I believe
that struck a chord with you.
Yes, it did. That's our problems.
Millie Rivera on the other side of the table, and perhaps the other political side as well. Who did better and why?
Well, I think as far as speeches are concerned, Senator Dole probably did a better job because he put very little on the table by way of actual proposals, so there's not much you can attack him on. Whereas the president did take the risk and put a lot out there. Of course, that's his role. Generally, the things that the president said, I have to say, make a lot more sense to me. He really framed the issues around what it is that's important for government to do on behalf of our country.
Addie Watts, is the president your president? Is he someone who you support?
Yes,
4 years in?
to an extent I do. I voted for him, and I'm leaning toward him this time. But when he was elected, we thought we had a champion to fight for universal health care. And we think he backed down a little after Republicans gained so many seats. And we think that he should fight for universal health care for everybody.
Everyone, Bill, has picked out something from the speech tonight that struck them. What struck you, and positively or negatively?
I like what Senator Dole said. He said that the American values, basically what he meant is by serving his country, it's by fighting in a war. Or
the president saluted him.
Well, that's good. Let's see, he should, and I thought that was a good thing. But he, let's see, his views was good. I mean, his speech was good. But then also the president stated about teamwork, and if he really cared about teamwork, he would have laid his proposal, you know, for the budget on the table, and he didn't do that. So I think we're not working as a team, and there's no I in team, as you know.
Let's give the future generation a word in. Jennifer, first to you. What is the state of your union right now? How have the last 3 years been for you, and did you make a wise choice when you voted for Bill Clinton 3 years ago?
Yes, I think I made a very wise choice. I thought President Clinton gave an excellent outline of future. I know Senator Dole said that he has better plans for the future, but the Republican Congress, I know, speaking on a strictly personal level, wants to cut about $10 billion in student aid. And
you get aid?
I don't, actually. I don't qualify. But the president has been exemplary in his support for students and is truly the education president in my mind, and the Republicans have shown anything but that.
Speaking of the Republicans, the college Republicans, John?
The state of my union at this point, that I really fear for our future.
Because?
Because we are building up a great debt, and I fear that, you know, my future will not be anywhere near as the past. And I think something that was pointed out by Senator Dole was very important in sacrifice. I'm willing, even at this point in my life, to sacrifice in order to make sure that the future will be good. As young as I may be, it's important to me, and I think to a lot of people, that, you know, we make a future that is, even for my children, prosperous.
Your state of your union, Tiamo, you're on the ground out there. Who's more in touch with what's really happening out on the streets of this country? Senator Dole, the president, Republicans, the Democrats?
First of all, Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak. I would like to say that President Clinton and Senator Dole is totally out of touch with what's happening on the ground. You know, many people are concerned with if their life would change 100 years from now, but we're talking about a generation of African people who have been impoverished and cut out of the opportunities to participate in what is presented as fair play. You hear the president make references to construction opportunities. Those opportunities do not exist for African Americans in their communities. He makes references as it relates to welfare. Let me just say in a loud and clear voice that African Americans hate welfare. Nobody wants handouts. They don't want their neighbors to see them even get a check. So that the thought of that idea is really difficult, because we want to see a situation where we can begin to train and implement programs to put the people back in the workplace. So when I look at what's going on with Bill Clinton, and I look at President Clinton, I look at what's going on with the senator, these gentlemen, as far as I'm concerned, have not taken time to feel the people today.
So I'm hearing neither one really resonated with you.
That's right.
Anybody, did that strike a chord for anybody else, or what do you think?
Well, I personally feel that the president did a much better job of at least addressing a major issue. The reality is that if you change welfare as it is, you know, you can't make people work by putting fear in their heart. There have got to be jobs out there, jobs that pay. There have got to be child care services. There's got to be enforcement of child support for those fathers who have left the home. And I think the president at least gave a stab at a couple of those issues, which I didn't hear Senator Dole deal with at all.
I'm going to give you the last word. We need to break away. Some of what America thinks about the speeches they just so patiently listened to this evening. The latest from Chicago, Bernie, from the nation's heartland on the State of the Union. Bernie, back to you.
Thank you very much. Jeff Flock in Chicago. Coming up, the thoughts of one freshman House Republican.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a brief announcement to make. Today, our country enters the 21st century with a private...
Around the world today, a historic transformation is taking place, as industries once owned by governments are increasingly owned by investors. And Merrill Lynch is helping lead the way by advising governments in some of the most significant privatizations, and by advising investors on how best to take advantage of the opportunities that result.
Privatization leads...
But our role is hardly surprising, given that more companies, countries, and individuals turn to Merrill Lynch for financial advice than any other firm.
And a better life for our people.
For all our clients, the quality of our advice makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
To you, it looks like this. To a car thief, it looks like this. And to our Ford Motor Company engineers, it looks like one of the most powerful anti-theft devices ever. Only this key sends an electronic code to the engine before it will ever start. So it looks like your new Taurus will be just where you parked it. Ford. Quality is job one.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Newt Gingrich and the Republicans in Congress have a bad budget plan for America, and they were even willing to shut down the government to force it on us. They want to cut Medicaid and Medicare for our parents, cut education and college loans, all to give a huge tax break to big business and the rich. It doesn't have to be that way. President Clinton has a plan to balance the budget that doesn't give tax breaks to the wealthy special interests. Let's tell the Republicans to stop the political games and stand up for working families for a change.
It's no surprise that everything here, multicolor printing, presentation materials, and more can be done by one printer. But what might surprise you is that this same printer is right around the corner. Dip Printing. You'll be surprised at what we can do.
I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. More reaction now to the President's State of the Union address. Joining us, two political observers, Ann Lewis, who was the deputy campaign manager for the Clinton-Gore campaign, and Ed Rollins, a Republican political advisor and consultant. Ed Rollins, to you first. What do you make of what the President had to say tonight?
Well, it was a very good speech. It was a speech that Ronald Reagan could have given 12 years ago when you're talking about family values and you're talking about protecting the children, you know, obviously how everyone has to applaud those kinds of things. I think the critical thing, though, is, and the critical question that Americans are going to have to answer, because this certainly is the theme of this campaign, is do you feel safer? Do you feel more confident in the leadership that's in the White House today? And I think the answer is not going to be quite as positive as the reaction may be to the rhetoric of the speech tonight.
Ann Lewis, you were sitting in the gallery we saw there in the House chamber. Do you agree with Ed Rollins that those are the questions that count?
Oh, I think so. Let me say, I'm glad to agree with Ed Rollins. It was a good speech. I found it powerful and moving. I thought the president framed it well when he said these are the questions that are before us. You know, how do we keep our economy moving forward and make sure that everyone gets a chance to share? How do we move forward into a next century and hold on to the values that we care about? And what was most interesting was to see the way he framed these as challenges for all of us to work on together. That was a theme that he kept coming back to and saying, you know, Americans, we can do great things. We have before, we will again, but not if we allow ourselves to get divided. We've got to do this as one nation.
Ed Rollins, was it smart for the president to reach out to bring up again and again tonight this theme of togetherness, working through our problems together?
Well, he obviously wasn't speaking to the Republicans in the Congress. He clearly was speaking to the country. And it's good, as I said, it's very good rhetoric. I don't think he made many friends down on the floor tonight of the people that have to help him move forward a legislative program, and I think that he clearly challenged them on some very significant issues that they have differences on. I found the only place that was really lacking was really a debate on how we do move forward. As I said, it was a good campaign speech, and obviously we'll hear lots more of it, but I think the reality has to be is what does the country see? I think you saw a contrast between two men tonight. Bob Dole, who obviously is a man who's shown great leadership all of his life, may not be as elegant as in speaking as the president is, but there's great character there, and this may very well be an election about the strength of the man and the strength of leadership that's projected.
Ann Lewis, I assume you have a somewhat different view.
Oh, I think it is about strength of leadership, and I think it's also about the vision. After all, the president who gets elected in 1996 is going to be president through to the year 2000. So what President Clinton was doing tonight was talking about his vision of where we are and where we need to be. And I think that came through loud and clear. As Ed Rollins says, he was talking to all of us as Americans, as citizens. He tried over and over to talk about themes we could agree on, themes like how do we protect our children, themes like how do we give kids a better education and keep the doors of college open, themes like how do we strengthen families. Those are, in fact, the issues that are on most people's minds. That is what they think government should be talking about.
Ed Rollins, the president at one point looked up and made eye contact with the First Lady, of course, spoke about the work, what she's taught him, I think is the way he put it, about families and children and so forth. He was clearly making an effort then to show support for his own wife in what's being a very difficult, turning out to be a very difficult period for her.
Well, I thought that was a very courageous thing to do, and certainly they are a great team, and I don't think anybody should ever underestimate that. The problem that all of that displays, though, is tonight was a nice night. I've sat up in a booth with the First Ladies before, but tomorrow we go back to the real playing field, and unfortunately Thursday she has to go before a grand jury and answer some very embarrassing questions. The president has to go back tomorrow and start dealing with the Republicans in the Congress and try and move things forward. As Ann said, we all have common goals. We all are Americans, and we all want to basically create a better America. But when we get down to the tactics, that's where we differ and differ dramatically.
In fact, if you look at it tomorrow, the president will be going to Louisville, and he's going to be meeting with police and talking about community policing. And this really is a president who believes you get up the next day and you go to work. And the work he's doing tomorrow is to talk about how do we get the crime rate down. And we do it through means that, for example, we've already tried in his crime bill. We know we can move the crime rate down through community policing. We know it makes a difference when we have more police officers on the street. Those are the kinds of actions that Bill Clinton has already shown leadership on. And what he's saying tomorrow is day after the speech, you get up, you go to work. And what do you work on? You work on those areas that are going to have the greatest impact on American families. I think that's what people want their president to do.
All right, Ann Lewis, Deputy Campaign Manager for the Clinton-Gore campaign, 1996, and Ed Rollins, Republican political consultant. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you, Agnes.
We'll be back with more analysis of the President and Senator Dole's remarks in just a moment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a brief announcement to make. Today, our country enters the 21st century with a private...
Around the world today, a historic transformation is taking place, as industries once owned by governments are increasingly owned by investors. And Merrill Lynch is helping lead the way by advising governments in some of the most significant privatizations, and by advising investors on how best to take advantage of the opportunities that result.
Privatization leads...
But our role is hardly surprising, given that more companies, countries, and individuals turn to Merrill Lynch for financial advice than any other firm.
And a better life for our people.
For all our clients, the quality of our advice makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
It is a missile in the war against mediocrity, an uppercut in the jaw of complacency. It is the deed to the broken white line that takes us past where we belong, to a place we never dreamt we could go. It is a declaration which screams out, I will not wallow in conformity. I will never own shoe trees. And it's got really comfy seats, too. The new Audi A4. Get ready for the ride of your life.
I'm Steve Forbes. The politicians are getting nervous. The polls are getting closer. We're moving up, leading a national crusade to change America. The politicians will try to stop us, but they can't. We want a balanced budget amendment that's a tax cut, a simple, honest flat tax, and an end to wasteful spending. Join our crusade. Let's send the politicians a message.
Steve Forbes, conservative for president.
You think in color. Your computer thinks in color. So how come everything you print comes out black and white? Black and white. The Epson Stylus color printers, starting at $229 for the kind of brilliant color that will let your ideas be heard. You've got to see it in Epson color.
Congressman J.C. Watts of Oklahoma was in the chamber listening to the president and watching him. He's a Republican. Congressman, your first impressions?
Well, Bernie, I think the delivery was excellent. I don't think there's anybody in this city that will deliver a speech as well as President Clinton. However, you know, Andrew Carnegie said, the older I get, the less I pay attention to what people say and the more I pay attention to what they do. And his actions over the last year just does not match, or did not match, you know, his words tonight.
When he said he felt that the budget crisis could be settled, what did you think?
Well, Bernie, I remain hopeful that we can. However, it's going to be very difficult to sit down and come to some resolution when you consider that the president believes that going from $4,800 a year per patient in Medicare in 1995 to $7,100 per year per patient in Medicare by the year 2002, going from 48 to 7,100, he thinks that's a cut. So, I mean, I just don't understand how we can remain optimistic or be optimistic that something's going to be settled when you consider that he believes that 4,800 to 7,100 is a cut.
Was there anything in the speech that you thought was really good, and that in his effort to bring all Americans together that you could work with this Democratic president?
Well, I think that you know, I like the part that, you know, he mentioned Senator Kassenbaum and Senator Kennedy's, their health care legislation that would force pre-existing conditions to be covered. I like that part about it, but there was a whole lot of things that he said that just didn't match up. He said he was for families, but yet he vetoed the tax breaks for families. He said he was for families again. But yet, you know, he hadn't given us a balanced budget. He won't get serious about balancing the budget. Those deficits affect families. So, you know, it's hard. I like the speech. I mean, I like the delivery. But again, the substance just did not match the actions that he's taken with the veto pen over the last 11 months.
Are you one of the members of the famed freshman House Republicans who have just visceral contempt for this president? Are you or are you not? I'm just asking.
No, I'm a part of the freshman class, but I don't have any contempt for this president. You know, Bernie, my thoughts are, you know, 4th District of Oklahoma, where I grew up at in eastern Oklahoma, you know, I always thought that if you make a promise, you should stick to it. And the president promises that he would balance the budget. He said as a candidate that if I'm elected president, I will submit a proposal to balance the budget in 5 years. And he said 10 years, and then 7, and 8, and 9. And you know, he finally submitted a CBO scored budget, but it has about $350 billion more in spending than ours, and it has about $200 billion worth of tax increases in it. So I think that's a Washington budget and not a people's budget.
Are you at all concerned about the polls, which tend to show that many Americans believe that Republicans have overplayed their hands in this battle with the president over the budget?
Well, Bernie, first of all, I take a whole lot more pride in being called Dad than I do in being called Congressman. And I've got, you know, 5 kids at home, and I know kids in elementary schools that I go and visit in my district. And I think it is immoral for us to continue to literally reach in the back pockets of those kids and continue to pile up debt and deficits on them. And it's going to be a real burden for them to have to pay. And so, again, I asked the president, if you're concerned about these kids, as you say, you know, come to the table, let's work together, let's get a balanced budget. We've spent 50 hours, over 50 hours, negotiating with this president, and we have yet to make, he has yet to come toward us to try to compromise and get this done.
Oklahoma's J.C. Watts, Republican congressman. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Bernie.
Quickly to Judy.
Well, our political analyst Bill Schneider joins us in the studio. Bill, if what Congressman Watts says is any indication for all the presidents reaching out, it sounds as if he didn't have much of an impact, at least on the Republicans in the Congress.
I'm not sure he expected to. This was really a speech to the American people. It was a very different tone from that of Senator Dole in his reply. Remember, Senator Dole is in the current situation of fighting for the Republican nomination, where the president kept talking about common ground. Senator Dole rejected the idea of common ground. He said such a place appears to be elusive. He said the Democrats and the president have chosen their ground, and he defended the Republicans' territory. Remember, he's fighting for the Republican nomination, so he was bound to sound more partisan, and he did.
So, Bill, what's your instinct? If it doesn't play with the Republicans in the Congress, does it play with the American people, what the president had to say tonight?
I think it was a smart thing for the president to do. He appeared to be above the Washington political mess. He reached out his hand. He wanted to end the conflicts. Even when he took a partisan position, he was careful to choose his ground carefully. He was strongest on the issue of defending the environment from congressional cuts, the health and safety and welfare of America's children, saying never shut down the federal government again. We must extend the debt limit. The president was very careful where to take a stand, and he tried to make himself appear to be above the mess in Washington. That was very smart.
All right, Bill Schneider, thanks for being with us and for those comments. Well, Bernie, we've heard it. We've heard from the voters, we've heard from members of Congress, and we've heard from our analysts.
It's been an interesting 2.5 hours. Sports tonight is next. I'm Bernard Shaw.
And I'm Judy Woodruff. Thanks for joining us.
Wednesday on CNN's Burden of Proof, more death row inmates will die this week.
Does the death penalty work, or is it cruel? Join Jim and me, 12:30 Eastern on CNN.
Be my love, for no one else can end this yearning.
He's been called one of the greatest tenors in music history. Placido Domingo. Heartland Music presents one of the world-famous 3 tenors, Placido Domingo, in a very special collection.
Your Spanish eyes, teardrops are falling from your Spanish eyes, younger than springtime.
Placido's great voice makes every song more beautiful than ever.
Where do I begin to tell the story of how great a love can
24
be?
classics. You'll love the beautiful voice of Placido Domingo in one of the most romantic, enjoyable collections ever. But it's not in stores. Please stay tuned to order yours now.
Because you are mine.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $14.98 for cassettes or $19.98 for 2 CDs, plus $3.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Placido Domingo, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save all COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
On CNN Sports Tonight, the hordes descend on Arizona because you just never know.
Because you guys never know what I'm going to say, never know what I'm going to do, and you always want to be there just in case it's one of those real good ones.
And can Rod Woodson do the improbable and be ready to play Sunday? But there's more NFL news. Look who's back with the Niners.
Did he again want to be a head coach? And he said to me, no. And I knew then I had my man.
To the court, rather above the rim, the rampaging Bulls went looking for a garden party. Who said the Cavs play strictly junk ball? Don't be disappearing now. CNN Sports Tonight is next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the show. I'm Fred Hickman.
I'm Nick Charles, and the Bulls went into Madison Square Garden tonight. The Knicks had been reeling, Fred, and they said, you know, this is one of these yardstick, benchmark games. You beat the Bulls, and you're on your way. What happened?
It's one of those games that can make you wait for the Super Bowl coverage, which we'll get to in just a moment. Anyway, saying the Chicago Bulls have a weakness is kind of like saying a killer shark has a chipped tooth. The weakness for the Bulls is on the road. The 3 part of their 34-3 record, best in the business today, has come away from Chicago Stadium. New York, though, still smarting from that loss at Young Vancouver Sunday, would try to make it number 4 tonight. Let's see if that chipped tooth hurt the Bulls at all. Michael Jordan, well, his shoe lands right in Charles Oakley's head. How do you like that? Pippen ran him over and had a foot in the mouth. Anyway, Jordan posting spins baseline for the oop from Luke Longley. Bulls up 41-32. Now Jordan, still in the second, uses his great court vision, long chest pass to who else? Scottie Pippen. What a machine this team is. Third quarter, Michael Jordan doing it from long range. That's a 3. Nothing but nylon. Bulls up 14. Bulls using D to create O. Ron Harper with the steal. Ahead to Jordan. No look to Pippen for the jam. Bulls on a 13-2 run. Now, fourth quarter, the Bulls put it away. Tony Kukoc, the waiter, serving Mr. Jordan. Great body control for the layup. 99-79 in favor of the Bulls. Jordan had 33. Ewing, 5 for 17 shooting night. He wound up with only 10 points, and the Bulls moved to 35-3 and win, Nick, for the 12th straight time.
Well, as you know, the San Francisco 49ers are not in the Super Bowl, and nowhere is that a greater concern than with the team's hierarchy. 49ers brass just doesn't like being on the outside looking in, and so today they reached out for a guy who helped create the standard for excellence they've grown accustomed to. Coach George Seifert asked team management to bring back former coach Bill Walsh, and it was an idea just waiting to happen that became reality on Tuesday.
My wisdom and knowledge and expertise are a resource. This is done in the corporate world all of the time.
Ultimately, what we're trying to accomplish here is to have the best football team that the 49ers can possibly come up with. And if that means Coach Walsh being a part of this again, then by God, that's the important thing for us to do.
My job will be as a resource technically, strategically, tactically, and in developing the skills of the players.
Walsh made it clear he's working for George Seifert and said he had no quick fixes in mind at the moment. However, sources close to the team say Seifert's hand may have been forced after several offensive stars, including Steve Young and Jerry Rice, complained to Carmen Policy that Seifert was tinkering too much with the offense, including calling the plays. But for now, the 49ers again aren't in the Super Bowl this year, but our CNN crew is sure there. And Vince Cellini, what do you think, what do you guys and the whole gang with you think about the Bill Walsh move?
Well, Nick, the 49ers are famous for making just this type of move when it's anything short of a championship season. But that's just my opinion. Let's ask the experts, and they're with me tonight. I'm joined by James Lofton and Ron Meyer. And James, why would Bill Walsh want to return, age 64?
I saw Bill on the sidelines when the 49ers played the St. Louis Rams, and for the first time he looked happy again. And that's what it's all about. He wants to do something that makes him feel very vibrant again, and all he has to do is subjugate his ego. He enjoys Seifert, put it in the back seat, and maybe they can get back in the Super Bowl next year.
Well, Ron, can that happen? I mean, Seifert welcomed him back, but it's going to be awfully crowded there, I think.
Oh, Vince, I don't think there's any big deal about the whole thing. Just put the headsets back on, Bill, go out and coach. He's talking to Mark Trestman up in the press box, and he'll just become the head coach of the 49ers on offense. The head coach on offense, that is.
All right, speaking of welcoming people back, they welcome the media back to the Super Bowl this week. Yes, Tuesday was the ever-popular Super Bowl Media Day, and you can imagine 3,000 reporters, or at least people that had media credentials, down on the field trying to get that perfect quote. But as it turns out, Steeler linebacker Greg Lloyd gave us some pretty meaty stuff. Lloyd didn't come right out and say that he was going to try to knock Troy Aikman out of the game. But if you read between the lines, it's pretty clear that Aikman is a target, and that's perfectly fine with the Dallas Cowboy quarterback.
When you go back there and hit a quarterback, your intentions are not understanding that, you know, these guys have families and things of that nature, and you don't want to see anybody crippled. You want to see guys to be able, you know, to take care of their families and things like that. But when you go back there, I mean, that's part of the game. That's part of the game. When you go back there and hit that quarterback, if he gets a concussion, he comes out of the game, that's the risk you take of sitting back there. That's part of the joy of beating that tackle and getting back there.
He's right in the one sense that his job is to hit quarterbacks. I don't know that his job is to hurt quarterbacks, but it certainly is to put pressure on quarterbacks and get to them, and that's fine.
All right, Ron, you know what? This is Greg Lloyd's M.O. pretty much every game, not only the Super Bowl.
Well, for the Steelers to have a chance, you've got to be destructive. You've got to be a defensive guy that goes in and blows that quarterback up. You know, the 49ers did it. They did it last season. And Vince, this is the reason that they were successful against the Cowboys. And for the Steelers to have a chance, they've got to do that exact thing. And as brutal as it sounds, they must do that. Get Aikman out and play against a Wade Wilson. They got a chance.
It may sound brutal, but the game is even more brutal than that. And Greg Lloyd is just voicing the opinion of every defensive player who has ever strapped it up. And all he does is lay it on the table because he was asked, and it was media day. So when it's media day, you come up with the stories, you answer the question, and that's exactly what Greg Lloyd did. But he did it to Marino, he did it to Kelly, and he would love to do it to Aikman.
You can have a little quote and say it in a whisper, and it's heard around the world. Meanwhile, a couple of big-name defensive players are dominating talk here in Phoenix. Sunday brings the return of Dallas defensive end Charles Haley, but it also, more incredibly, brings the return of Rod Woodson, the Steeler cornerback, who's trying to do something that no player has ever done, and that is had the ACL repaired in the knee and then return to play in the same season. It's pretty amazing stuff, but then again, Rod Woodson is no ordinary player. Brent Weber has that story.
Rod Woodson's comeback needed a stage of this magnitude. Since blowing out his knee in the first week of the season, he's been telling the media of his plans to run past medical opinions in time for the Super Bowl.
Bill nor I would put myself in a situation if I couldn't go out there and play the game. And, you know, if I couldn't turn around with Michael or Kevin Williams or Dion, whoever, I would not go out there and play the game.
Maybe Pittsburgh saying, well, they don't know when they get back, so they got to play them. I don't know the situation. That's why I'm saying I'll have to wait and see, and I'll be shocked to see if they do anything incredible.
I hope they do come at me. It'll be fun. You know, it's the Super Bowl. You got all eyes watching you, and you know, I hope they come out there and say, well, we're going to see if we can cover or not.
The questions are natural. When the former Defensive Player of the Year went down, the secondary shuffled personnel, stepped up their performance, and helped Pittsburgh to the Super Bowl. His comeback has been inspiring, but is it ill-advised?
You have to be careful that, you know, you bring a guy like Rod back who's a great football player, that he doesn't mess up the chemistry somewhat, because it does take a while. And if you haven't been back there playing with one another, I mean, it just doesn't happen overnight.
Kind of concerned about his knee, you know, that's just me. And, you know, Rod, he looked good last week in practice, and, you know, and I'm glad, you know, he's back and have a chance to play in the Super Bowl, because this is what he's been playing for all, you know, his whole career.
The Cowboys are expecting an emotional lift on defense, too. Defensive end Charles Haley, out since December 3rd with back surgery and battling the flu this week, says he can't imagine the scenario that would keep him from playing for a 5th Super Bowl ring.
I might die, that's probably it. Or, you know, the head man decide not to put me out there, you know, that's it, you know. Otherwise than that, it's no question that I'm going to play.
Now that Haley and Woodson have laid to rest their plans to suit up, Both have 3 days of practice to determine just how much they'll be able to play. In Tempe, Arizona, Brent Weber, CNN Sports.
Well, Ron, admittedly, Rod Woodson, 80 to 85%. First, we'll talk about him. You pinned him down today.
Well, I pulled Rod aside. You know, he and I are ex-Purdue guys. So I pulled Rod aside and I said, Rod, what position are you working at? And he said, corner, Ron, corner. And I said, in both packages? And he kind of glanced his eyes sideways at me, Vince, indicating to me that he's only going to be used in the nickel where they can protect him out there. And I don't think they want to disrupt that good, solid unit to start him in their base defense.
All right, James, now defensive end Charles Haley. He's one of those gamers on the defensive line. A lot of those guys have played banged up this year, and he's really throwing caution to the wind.
Well, I think what it does, it speaks volumes about how important the Super Bowl is. This game is not about money, but it is about honor. And Charles Haley would love to be the first man to earn 5 rings. And he wants to earn it on the field, not on the sideline in street clothes.
He says he'll be there unless, of course, maybe he tragically dies. But we don't anticipate that happening, you know, heaven forbid. All right, later in the show, we'll be back with more of the Media Day mayhem and a real contrast between the Cowboys and the Steelers. We'll see you all later in the show.
Well, meanwhile, at the top of the show, we saw that the Bulls are obviously, Fred, a cut above everybody else this season, but there's another red-hot team lurking inside that NBA Central Division. The Atlanta Hawks have turned torrid these days, and we'll see if that 8-game hot streak reached 9 in Cleveland tonight. Stick around for that.
Yeah, that's the NBA story, but what about college ball? And the big question, would Camby go tonight? 9 days after the, quote, isolated episode of Altered Consciousness. The answer coming up.
The Super Bowl update, brought to you by DoubleTree Hotels and Guest Suites. Sweet dreams from DoubleTree. And by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. You can depend on us.
Sweet dream, baby. Sweet dream, baby. Sweet dream, baby. How long must I?
Sweet dreams from DoubleTree.
Think of it as the world's thinnest service manual. It's the Valvoline Instant Oil Change MVP card. Your computerized access to the maximum vehicle performance system that follows all your car manufacturer's oil, filter, and fluid recommendations, and maintains your service records. Put your car on the information superhighway with MVP, available only at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. You can depend on us.
News travels fast. This just in, a headline. That's why people turn to Headline News for continuously updated sports reports. Because it doesn't matter what hour of the day it is, the time for Headline News is always now.
Follow the road to the Final Four with an inside look at the week's matchups, hot teams, and rising stars. Bob Lorenz and analyst Mike Glenn take you inside the paint and above the rim on college basketball preview. Saturday, 11:30 Eastern on CNN.
The Atlanta Hawks tried to make it 9 straight wins tonight, playing the Cavs in Cleveland for Lenny Wilkins. Terrell Brandon of the Cavaliers with the steal and the jam. Look at the point guard get up. Cavs up 4-3 in the first. They led 44-35 at the half. Elo finds Mookie Blaylock, who's found the range. Man, he was stone cold earlier this season, and not lately. Hawks up 71-67 in the fourth. It is that combination again, Blaylock, Elo this time. Elo gets it on the give and go. Elo with the jam. Hawks up 73-67, and they win again. Not a really tough schedule, not much on the road, but they do win this one on the road against a pretty good club. Blaylock had 23. And this preview of a coming attraction located just down the dial. The Phoenix Suns in Minnesota for the Timberwolves. Phoenix after getting torched by 40 from Reggie Miller of Indiana tonight. Well, this used to be a no contest, the Wolves and the Suns, but these days it could wind up being a tussle. And this Sunday night, pleased to join Nick Charles and I for the very latest in NBA happenings. Our stories including John Lucas drawing fire in Philadelphia, plus other insights and highlights you just can't get anywhere else.
Wayne Gretzky said just last night there's no reason his LA Kings team can't get hot and make some noise when they reach the playoffs. Well, the cold truth this January night is somebody beyond the Great One better get the fire started. The Kings were winless in 6 when they skated into New Jersey to clash with the Devils team tonight that hardly resembles the club that won it all last season. Now, is this the face of a guy who wants out? At age 35, Gretzky just wants to win now. First minute of play, Kings lose the puck in the neutral zone. Devils Steve Thomas on transition sent the puck right to John McClain, who buried the first shot of the game. 57 seconds in. Devils goalie Martin Brodeur had a relatively easy night in net, but he was tested twice here and came up big. The Kings on the power play cough it up inside the blue line. Devils blow out 2-on-1. McClain has the puck. Kings defenseman John Slaney elects to take him rather than take away the pass. So McClain waits, and then delivers to Brian Ralston, who converts the shorthanded goal. Kings never came close. That offensive slump continues as the winless string reaches 7, while the Devils' recommitment to defense comes shining through again. Florida's John Garpenlovs notched his first career hat trick in the win at Washington, which followed a tie last night at Philly, making it a very good week so far for the league's most improved team. Disgruntled New York Islanders forward Kirk Muller finally found a new home, Toronto, today. The Leafs got Muller and Ottawa Senators goaltender Don Beaupre. Ottawa receives goaltender Damian Rhodes and a star junior defenseman, while the Islanders get Ottawa center Martin Straka, a minor league winger, and a highly touted junior defenseman. Well, we're just past the All-Star break, and the Ottawa Senators have already fired their second coach of the season. Which is about as many wins as they have. The Senators have lost 9 in a row, have the worst record in the league, winning only 2 of their last 34 games. So wave and say bye-bye today to Dave Allison, who took over for Rick Bowness in November. Fred?
You know what happened? Macho Camacho took their helmet for that last fight.
Maybe they should try those uniforms that he wears, right? It might draw some people.
Draw some attention anyway. Still ahead, that little sliver of nirvana we like to refer to as Media Day at the Super Bowl, where we ask anything and they will say anything.
Guys like to have a little fun in doing your job, and I like to have fun doing my job. So I try to, have a good time doing it, and I do have a good time doing it. And Sunday, I'm going to act a damn fool out there on that field and have a good time doing it.
Sports Tonight, brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
BMW Traction Control, because we all have places to go.
Relax. You are now entering a stress-free zone. A free breakfast will be prepared for you daily. You will rest in a comfortable 2-room suite. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Unwind with complimentary evening beverages and enjoy yourself here, because eventually you'll have to go back out there. Embassy Suites, twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
Welcome back. It's Super Bowl week, and this being Tuesday, it was Media Day. We got a taste of the frenzy at the top of the show, but let's go back to Vince Cellini in Phoenix for a full portion. Vince, this is not the Masters Golf Tournament, so I don't mind saying Media Day means mob scene. I take it the beat went on this morning?
Yeah, Nick, you know the drill. It's basically etiquette takes a vacation once it's Super Bowl Media Day. And welcome back to the Phoenix Civic Plaza, the headquarters for the NFL in this Super Bowl 30. How about the Dallas Cowboys? They have been through this before. They were fashionably late for Super Bowl Media Day. Yet and still, the Cowboys controlled the media, while the Steelers kind of seem mildly amused at all of the attention. As CNN's Darren Kagan tells us, the media said hello to 2 very different teams.
The big game might not be until Sunday, but the competition began with a contrast of styles here at Media Day on Tuesday. You have the Pittsburgh Steelers with their working-class blue-collar image. And then you have the Dallas Cowboys, shining in the spotlight they've come to love.
Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Everybody ready? You ready? You ready? Ready. I'm back.
And with that, the show began, the Cowboys playing themselves up.
We're a team you love to hate, pretty much, because we have so many personalities on this team, and we're good. And we know we're good, and we let you know that we're good.
But the Steelers weren't impressed with the Cowboy hype.
Cocky, you could say, because they've been here, you know, a lot more times than the Steelers in the 90s.
Yeah, just a bunch of overachievers from Western Pennsylvania, just happy to be here.
You're supposed to be focused and be working class and get the job done in that while we're here. I'm not so sure we're here to do all the media stuff and crap like that. I mean, we're here to be focused.
For Kevin Green to say that, if you're not going to say nothing, the word is, for all the Steelers who say we doing all the talking, the word is no comment. Because if you say more than them two words there, you're talking. You're opening your mouth, and you're saying something.
So what the Cowboys are saying, they aren't looking for the attention. It's just a byproduct of their success.
Let me ask y'all this question. Why do y'all consider us high profile? I mean, it seems like you guys want to talk to us a lot more than we want to talk to y'all.
How people want to view the two teams, I don't know, but I know that we'll be working as hard as what they are.
So the storylines evolve. Blue collar versus white collar. Good guys versus...
We'll be the bad guys. Whatever it takes to keep this thing hyped up, to keep the media going, to keep the fans happy, we'll be the bad guys. I'm designating the Cowboys as official bad guys of the Super Bowl.
And now only one question remains. Who will shine in the winner's spotlight? That answer will have to wait until Sunday. Darren Kagan, CNN Sports.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that is the place to be for sunglasses and eyewear. You got to be at Media Day. What do you make of Media Day today?
You know, it really is overblown. I went through it as a player, and now on the other side of the fence, you know, it's almost too much to handle, but the Cowboys really do handle it well.
Well, I'm telling you, you know, as a coach, you hate Media Day because your players can always say the wrong thing. So you want to get this over with, get out of it. But the glitz the Cowboys have and the cameras, they just love it, Vince. And the Steelers just seem to ignore it.
All right, well, proving we left no stone unturned, we turned loose one of our analysts today. James Lofton was the ace reporter and came up with a scoop. Here's what he showed up with today at Media Day. See, that's his autograph on the chef hat. James was signing chef hats.
Oh, no,
so James, what are the Cowboys going to have for dinner tomorrow? What'd you find out? What's the scoop?
They're going to have big steaks to feed all those 300-pounders, and that's what they love to eat.
All right. Well, maybe you can fill out a recipe for me later if you get a chance.
Medium rare.
Yeah. Just to let you know that we have you covered here all week long. We want to remind you, full coverage down here in Phoenix for Super Bowl 30. Ron, James, Darren, and Brent join me to bring you the news updates day to day. Keep it right here for Super Bowl info. Also, our NFL preview finale hits the air Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Ron, James, and I will break down strategy. We have up-to-the-minute news right up to, well, just a few hours before game time. But that is all for now. From Phoenix, for James Lofton, chef and reporter, and Ron Meyer, I'm Vince Cellini. We'll send it back to Atlanta.
Well, Vince, would you get autographs for James, for Fred and I on a blank check, please?
Thank you.
Work on that for tomorrow night. But coming up, a lot more, including the play of the day. Stay with us. And we'll go live to Pittsburgh.
Marcus Camby, does he make an appearance tonight for UMass? We'll find out when we come back.
There's something up there, Mulder.
Ooh, I've been saying that for years.
The X-Files. Millions watch it this week on Fox.
This is about how you go to sleep one day, running your business the same way you always have, and wake up the next morning with things like email, voicemail, PCs, pagers, a new communications network for free. It's not a fairy tale, a myth, or a parable. This is about how things can really happen. This is about opening your eyes instead of closing them, and making a call instead of a wish. Network MCI, that's how.
Wednesday night NBA on TBS. Your first look at high school sensation Kevin Garnett and the NBA. Will Barkley teach him a few lessons? Suns versus the Timberwolves. Wednesday night at 8 Eastern on TBS.
You know, actually, there was more than the Super Bowl being discussed back in Pittsburgh tonight. College basketball fans there wanted to know who was going to be in the pivot for visiting and top-rated UMass. Would Marcus Camby, who passed out some 9 days ago before the St. Bonaventure's game, be back in action for the Minutemen tonight. We'll take you there and see that he was in uniform, dressed out, and ready to go. Hey, the Pitt fans, there are some Steeler fans in the house. First half, things going right for the Panthers. Off the loose ball, Chad Varga grabs it and tosses it to Gerald Jordan, who was left unattended under the basket. 15-3. Pitt is running away and hiding early, but UMass comes back. Second half, they fight back and get it to Dante Bright with a driving layup right there. And, hey, man, Camby's the biggest cheerleader the team has. Pitt answers. Chance to win at the buzzer, but Audie Ulrich misfires, into overtime we go. In the extra session, Carmelo Travieso with the three-pointer. That puts UMass up to a 73-68 lead, and UMass wins it in overtime, 79-71, the final score, to remain undefeated at 17-0. Our Mark Morgan is standing by live in Pittsburgh. Mark, what's the deal on Camby? Did not play tonight.
Fred, that's right. Marcus Camby did not play. He has been given the medical go-ahead to play since collapsing on January 14th before that game against St. Bonaventure, but Coach John Calipari did not call his number tonight. And the Minutemen didn't need him, but they trailed by as many as 12 in the first half. They never led until 11 minutes remaining in regulation. It goes to OT, and you just showed the score with UMass winning. They set a school record for consecutive wins with their 17th straight win. That is also the longest current winning streak in the nation. Carmelo Travieso leads the Minutemen with 27 points, including 7 3-pointers and 2 big threes in overtime. Dante Bright adds 26 for the Minutemen. UMass has now won 4 straight without Camby. As Dante Bright left the court tonight, he told me that the Minutemen expect Marcus Camby to play Saturday afternoon against St. Bonaventure. Fred?
Mark Morgan in Pittsburgh. Thank you very much. Nick?
Well, now our nightly feature, the play of the day. For that, Cleveland Gundarina is where it happened. And watch what happened when Michael Cage steals the pass from the Hawks' Stacey Augmenter, steals the ball here. And now Terrell Brandon has it. And watch the feed to Bobby Phills there. You know, they say Cleveland plays this junk ball and it's not interesting to watch. Ha-ha, look at this. You know, they hadn't made a pod in a while, had they, Fred? So the Cavs just picked it up a notch and gently made the play of the day.
Play of the day, brought to you by Network MCI. How you can get modern communications technology working for your business.
This isn't about why your business has to communicate better or when the time is ripe to put all the new technology to work. We're past that stage. This is about putting laptops on desks and pages in pockets. It's about email and the internet. It's about a person who puts it all together and a company that can give you the hardware and software for free. This isn't about blue sky or sci-fi or by the by. This is about now, about how. Network MCI, that's how.
Introducing the Boston Carvers, the hot hand-carved sandwich from Boston Market. Hearth honey ham, or double-sauced meatloaf Boston Carvers. Our famous chicken, or rotisserie roasted turkey breast. Stacked high on a French or honey wheat roll. New Boston Carver sandwiches from Boston Market. Carving out a better sandwich.
Some people are doing more business than ever on Fridays.
The Denver deal doable, Donnie?
Good. Help your business do more business with Sprint's amazing offer. For 1 full year, Fridays are free.
No, I'll call you back. It's Friday.
Every long-distance call you make on Fridays is free. The rest of the week, you get Sprint's great low flat rate.
Okay, so I'll call you next Friday.
Call now, 1-800-598-5000. Don't miss another free Friday, only from Sprint Business.
What if I told you everything you know about TV is about to change? Because now, there's DirecTV, totally digital television. More movies, more sports, more of what I want than ever before. All through a tiny satellite dish about the size of a small pet. Stay. How does DirecTV work? I have no idea, but it does.
Now for as low as $34.95 a month, you can own the 18-inch DSS dish of your choice with DirecTV programming. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
So Media Day in Tempe is a done deal. The Cowboys, the official bad boys, huh?
Yeah, didn't Deion say something like, you know that I know that we know that they know we're good, or something like that?
Honeymooners.
Yeah, that's right. Ralph Cramton said it first. Boy, I'll tell you, there's nothing new out there.
That's right. We're all over it like a cheap suit. Anyway, I'm Fred Hickman.
I'm Nick Charles. See you tomorrow night, Alice.
That's right.
Wednesday on Larry King Live, he's burning up the nighttime. Funny man Jay Leno. Wednesday night, 9 Eastern on CNN.
About every 20 seconds, an American will suffer a heart attack. Every minute, someone will die from one. Heart attack is the single largest killer of Americans at the rate of 250,000 people a year. Most because of poor diet, physical inactivity, or smoking. However, with the help of medical technology, most heart attacks and strokes can be prevented. Without the need for major surgery. Don't wait until it's too late. Let the technology available to you prevent a disaster.
Financial news to start your business day. Weekdays, 6 Eastern on CNN.
From the world's financial capital, New York City, this is Moneyline with Lou Dobbs.
Good evening. President Clinton tonight faced a bitterly divided Congress to report on the State of the Union. His annual speech to Congress and the nation coming against a backdrop of fierce disagreement on the budget and almost overshadowed by the Whitewater investigations that swirl around the president and, of course, the First Lady. Perhaps the president's strongest ally tonight, an economy that is relatively healthy. But even there, the president faces an electorate that's unusually anxious about job security. I had tonight on Moneyline a report on how American business views the Clinton presidency, an assessment of the state of the economy from 3 of the country's top business leaders. My guests tonight are Dwayne Andreas, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of Archer Daniels Midland, Dana Mead, the head of Tenneco, and Bernard Swartz, the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of L'Oreal. We begin in Washington with the president's speech. Irv Chapman reports.
President Clinton asked Congress never ever to shut the government down again. He urged Republican leaders quickly to enact the spending cuts he and they agree on.
I compliment the Republican leadership and the membership for the energy and determination you have brought to this task of balancing the budget.
Mr. Clinton bowed to his wife as a great First Lady. He asked for a welfare bill that includes child care.
The era of big government is over.
He proposed more scholarships and work study for college students and job training money for displaced workers.
But we cannot go back to the time when our citizens were left to fend for themselves.
The Republican response depicted a nation veering dangerously off course.
We will challenge President Clinton again and again to walk the talk he talks so well. As we do, remember this. Our battles will not be about numbers. They'll be about the character of our nation.
Dole promised to keep sending the president bills that would end Big Brother government. Now, the president, of course, had by far the grander platform. Both he and the front-running candidate for the Republican nomination outlined the visions and values for the America each would like to lead into the closing years of this century. Irv Chapman, CNN Business News, Washington.
In advance of the president's speech, blue chip stocks today slipped back from yesterday's records and broke a 3-session win streak on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrials tonight at 5,192.27, a loss for the day of just over 27 points. The Nasdaq Composite slipping just 1 point, it tonight at 1,028.04. One market watcher says the budget stalemate could have, however, negative fallout for the overall economy.
The breakdown in Washington, the fear of the loss of the social safety net, what it probably does is erode consumer confidence when it was eroding anyway. So you've got consumers with very highly leveraged balance sheets, very tenuous spending activity. This might throw the economy over the edge.
Those very concerns once again rattled the bond market. The 30-year bond today lost almost 3/4 of a point in price, and the yield rose to 6.09%. And Standard & Poor's late today issued a warning to the U.S. government. Standard & Poor's says it will cut the credit rating of the United States from AAA to D. That's below junk bond status if the government does indeed default on its debt. Separately, the markets brushed off yet another delayed economic report. Personal income rose 0.2%, way back in November. But spending in the fall grew at a much faster pace, up 0.9%, the biggest increase in almost 2 years. When it comes to President Clinton's handling of the economy and other business issues, the nation's corporate leaders are sharply divided. Catherine Barrett joins me now with that story. Catherine?
Lou, as one observer put it, business people's opinions are just as divided by politics as well as economics. And that means there are people giving President Clinton credit as well as blame. Some U.S. business people are ready to fire their executive-in-chief. Others say he's done a good job on some important projects.
He has played an important role in moving NAFTA forward. He played an important role in getting the GATT signed. And I think both of those aspects, if we're talking about international trade, and we've really enjoyed tremendous exports, and it's been helpful in the short run in NAFTA.
The bottom line looks good. Low inflation, slow but steady growth, and unemployment that remains low while financial markets stay high.
From the perspective of those of us in the securities business, the state of the union seems fine. The markets are at all-time highs, but there's a lot of concern about the inability of our government to work together.
The mutual fund industry says it's pleased with Clinton's support for expanding IRA coverage and simplifying small business pensions. Bankers like his backing of deregulation in their industry, but they're upset about a Clinton proposal to combine bank and S&L insurance funds. The securities industry is angry the president vetoed a litigation reform bill, as is the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Representing more than 200,000 businesses, it finds fault aplenty with Clinton's business record.
We have the largest tax increase in history. We've got a president that appears to not really be interested in balancing the budget. He's ducked the issue of entitlements. He's used meta-scare tactics to avoid it.
As the election nears, Clinton is playing more directly to voters, less to corporate America. But at least one business advocate has said the corporate community is now more focused on keeping its influence in Congress than at the White House. Business leaders do give President Clinton credit largely for his successes on the international trade front and in the first instance of deficit reduction, but they say they'd like to see a little bit more of that. Lou?
Well, I think everybody would always like to see a little more, but the progress so far not bad on the economy.
That's
Catherine,
right.
thank you. Coming up next here on Moneyline, the rumor mill on Wall Street once again churning about the fate of Apple Computer. We'll tell you what its chief executive officer had to say after the close of trading, and we'll tell you what Apple's board had to say about that chief executive. Stay with us.
Moneyline is brought to you by the Archer Daniels Midland Company, ADM, supermarket to the world.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Here at the Archer Daniels Midland Company, we still take that famous challenge to heart. Last year, $6.5 billion of our sales directly benefited our country's trade balance. At ADM, what we're doing for our country can be counted in billions.
Went to the mall. I like to write stories. They're important because if everybody wrote, everybody would have a bigger imagination. I could design a rocket ship. I could take paper airplanes and on the inside tape them together.
My pictures are very important to my dad because when I tell him that I love him with a picture, he can keep it forever.
International paper. We answer to the world.
Newt Gingrich and the Republicans in Congress have a bad budget plan for America, and they were even willing to shut down the government to force it on us. They want to cut Medicaid and Medicare for our parents, cut education and college loans, all to give a huge tax break to big business and the rich. It doesn't have to be that way. President Clinton has a plan to balance the budget that doesn't give tax breaks to the wealthy special interests. Let's tell the Republicans to stop the political games and stand up for working families for a change.
CNN revolutionized the way the world watches the news. Now, it'll do the same for business. Ask your cable or satellite company about CNN-FM. Now, open for business.
Texas Instruments today posted a 55% increase in its fourth quarter profits, but that, believe it or not, fell short of Wall Street's expectations, and Merrill Lynch lowered its earnings estimates for the year. Shares of Texas Instruments, as a result, down 2 1/8. Digital Equipment, however, posted an almost 8-fold surge in its quarterly profits. That performance beating Wall Street estimates, and DEC shares rallied $2.50 a share. Well, shares of Apple Computer moved up as well, up 1 1/8, giving up those gains in after-hours trading. However, market speculation today running rampant that Sun is close to buying Apple in a deal worth $4 billion. But late today, Chief Executive Officer Michael Spindler dispelled that rumor, saying the company is not for sale. Kitty Pilgrim joins me now and has more on that story for us. Kitty?
Lou, at that shareholder meeting in California, the takeover issue was a hot topic. And while Spindler said Apple is not on the block, he did admit the company has serious problems. Wall Street was calling a possible deal between Apple Computer and Sun Microsystems imminent, but neither company would comment. Apple shareholders had plenty to say, including one who called for CEO Michael Spindler to step down.
He has mismanaged assets. He has hurt a valuable franchise, and he has brought a great company to its knees. So I believe he stayed too long for whatever good he's doing, and it is time to go.
But Apple America's president, Jim Buckley, tried to reassure shareholders.
There's a frustration, but there's also a passion. And it's not only in the employees. I think it's in the customers, it's in the shareholders, and I would say it's in this general valley for people rooting for Apple to succeed. And as I said earlier, we're going through one tough quarter, and we announced it'll take us another quarter to get through it, but we're not backing away from the platform. We're going to move forward.
But some investors have lost faith. Apple's stock is down more than 30% since the summer, a good bit of that in the last few days, following the company's $70 million quarterly loss. A slight recovery was attributed to takeover potential.
If they are, in fact, serious about enhancing shareholder value, I think one of the options that they're going to have to seriously look at is acquisition of the company so that someone else can leverage the technology that they have and find a way to consistently make money.
Analysts say Apple and Sun would make a good fit. It's held talks with at least one other company regarding a merger, including IBM in the fall of 1994. Hewlett-Packard and software company Oracle have also been linked with Apple in the past. Apple is trying to turn things around, announcing 1,300 layoffs last week, but analysts say the company needs to try harder to cut costs and boost profits, and that could mean even more job cuts. Lou?
Apparently one of those job cuts will not be Michael Spindler. The board again today reaffirming its support for their chief executive officer. Kitty, thank you very much. Well, blue chip stocks today pulling back from yesterday's record high. A weak bond market, concerns about the budget impasse pressured stock prices today. The Dow Jones Industrials tonight are 5,192.27, down 27.09 on the day. Almost 417 million shares were traded on the big board. Declining issues beat out advancers, but by only 63 issues. And the composite lost 0.17, while the S&P 500 moved down 0.61. The Dow Transports, helped by gains in rail stocks again, posting a relatively modest gain up 5.18, while the utilities, with the bond market under some pressure, lost 0.28. The NASDAQ composite tonight at 1,028.04, losing 1.40 on volume of almost 534 million shares. The American Exchange Composite closed at 533.56, up 1.85, volume there just over 23 million shares. Tonight's Moneyline movers led by Premier Industrial, up 6 5/8. Britain's Farnell Electronics agreed to buy the repair and maintenance equipment maker, paying $2.8 billion. Aline Curtis up $8.25 a share. That on persistent and strong speculation about a buyout. A group of shareholders last week suggested Curtis put itself up for sale. Red Brick Systems jumping 12 1/4 today. Its first day of trading. The software company offering 1.8 million shares, $18 a share. UAL sinking 4 7/8, reporting profits in line with Wall Street expectations. Bristol Myers Squibb rose $2 a share, reporting a loss in the fourth quarter because of a $590 million charge to cover breast implant claims. Excluding that charge, profits topped Wall Street expectations. Woolworth down 1/8. Duff & Phelps lowered its rating on $350 million of the company's debt. Solomon down 7/8, reporting a fourth quarter profit versus a loss a year ago, but earnings were slightly below Wall Street expectations. Bell Atlantic down 5/8, fourth quarter profits up 24%, but revenues did slip. Walt Disney ended unchanged, although first quarter profits were ahead of Wall Street expectations. This year's results boosted by Disney's box office hits such as Toy Story, I think I can say that, Toy Story, and Pocahontas. Ahead on Moneyline, we'll have more for you on the state of the U.S. economy, and joining me, three of the country's most prominent chief executive officers, Dana Mead of Tenneco, Dwayne Andreas of Archer Daniels Midland, and Bernard Swartz of Loral. Stay with us.
Every year, the importance of this land increases because every year there are a lot more mouths to feed. Over 95 million more, a figure greater than the population of Mexico. Fortunately, the food ingredients that Archer Daniels Midland makes from America's harvests can help feed people the world over. Food ingredients such as flour, protein, vegetable oils, and corn sweeteners. Making food and feed ingredients to meet our growing nutritional needs. That's why ADM is supermarket to the world.
Investing your money. What's your strategy? You do have a strategy. Please don't say you just put a little here and a little there. Random investing is a sure way to keep your gains to a minimum. Get some information about Janus No-Load Mutual Funds. Start an investment program that makes sense and stick with it. Stop throwing your money around. Start to think big. Janus Funds.
Life rarely imitates orange cones. Orange cones, however, can be made to imitate life. At Lexus, we've created a suspension system so advanced, it's smooth when you want it to be, and responsive when you need it to be. The 1996 LS400. Impossible, the laws of Lexus state otherwise.
The president tonight gave his report on the State of the Union and the Republican Party its response. Earlier today, I talked with three of the country's top business leaders. From Springfield, Illinois, Dwayne Andreas, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of Archer Daniels Midland. In Houston, Dana Mead, the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of Tenneco. And with me in New York, Bernard Swartz, the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of Loral. Good to have you gentlemen with us. Let me start by asking you first. Bernie, you've been very supportive of the president. What do you expect in the way of this particular evening?
I'm not sure what to expect. I think the president will speak in a very presidential way. I think there are issues in the country other than what we see in the media every day, and that's the budget. I think there are issues such as crime, education, the job security that are important to the American people, and I hope that he will address those issues.
Dana Mead.
Well, Lou, I don't think at this time in a president's first term it's a time for very much programmatic recommendations. So I think it'll be high level from 30,000 feet, if you will, trying to establish a tone. I know what I'd like him to say from the standpoint of the business community, but I doubt if it'll be very heavy on specifics.
Well, what would you specifically, very quickly, like
Well,
him
if
to
I
say,
were the
Dana?
president, I would like him to say that I don't think the most powerful industrial country in the world, the largest exporter in the world, should settle for rates of growth which are anemic at best, particularly when an economy is probably not as strong as most people think it is. That higher rates of growth would solve the budget deficit, would relieve the job anxiety that we're suffering, and frankly, probably have a fairly positive influence on his own political future this year.
Dwayne Andreas?
Well, Lou, I think the president would do well to remind his constituents that he urgently needs farm legislation and needs it sometime soon. After all, farm production, food and fiber, is about 25% of our entire economy, and more than that, it is this very year, it's $50 billion of exports. Unless we get new legislation or get the present legislation renewed, we're going to have trouble maintaining those exports. But if we do get good legislation, it's entirely possible that farm exports can rise to as much as $75 billion by the year 2000. And in view of the fact that we have an enormous deficit in our balance of trade, I think that should have a very high priority.
All right, Dwayne, I don't know that anybody will be particularly surprised by you looking for good legislation, if you will, on farm, for the farm sector, leading as you do, ADM. while it looks like, in point of fact, Dwayne, that things are going a little bit the other way in Washington, that it looks like there's going to be a retreat from old supports, from subsidies. Does that concern you?
Well, that could cost the country a lot, because if we don't get renewed farm legislation, much like it is at the present time, we would automatically go back to the 1949 Farm Act. And under that act, wheat acreage, for example, would be cut enormously, maybe 10 to 15%, and the price of wheat, which is now $4 a bushel, would rise to $7, and our exports would be obliterated, and it would be a disaster for the economy. So I think it's urgent that a lot of attention is paid to that, and soon.
Dwayne wants a good farm bill. Dana wants growth. Put your wish list out there.
Well, I could not endorse more strongly Dana's viewpoint about growth. This year, in 1996, it's projected that our growth will be about 2%. It's the lowest in 50 years.
Right.
There is no responsible voice in the country that says that we cannot afford a more aggressive growth rate. I think it's absolutely important. America will not make, in my judgment, will not make it at all unless we have a more aggressive growth rate. And American industry has earned us the ability through its tightening of the belt, its more productivity, its better balance sheet, and its more cash flow. I think we can afford a greater growth rate at this time for the economy.
Let me ask you, gentlemen, do you believe that with the state of the nation, however one wants to describe it, the state of the economy is in reasonably good shape? The subtext of every presidential election, certainly since 1980, has been, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Will Bill Clinton be focusing on the economy? Will voters be focusing on the economy as the primary issue in this campaign? Bernie, let me start with you and then go to Dana.
I think yes to both questions. The most important, to the electorate, I think the most important issue is insecurity. Job security has got to be reinforced. You cannot do that without growth.
Okay. Dana?
I agree with Bernie completely. I might add that there's a bit of unwarranted euphoria about this economy. Earlier in the program, one of your guests was talking about consumer spending, consumer debt. Mm-hmm. We're seeing very spotty performance throughout the economy. There are bright spots, there are weak spots. We're going to have to take some of this in our own hands. The Fed is beginning to lean a little bit more forward toward promoting growth. They're not quite as concerned about inflation, and they shouldn't be. The president has to step forward and begin to support some things that will begin to enhance growth. Tax reform is an excellent example. We have to find a way to get this economy shifted from policies and programs that encourage consumption rather than savings and investment. If we don't do that, we're not going to have growth, but it's in our hands. We have the power to accelerate growth in this economy.
Okay. Dwayne?
Well, I think we have about as much economic growth, certainly in the Midwest, as we can handle without inflation. We're getting along pretty well right now. The standard of living is rising, and agriculture is prospering. Farmers are beginning to buy a lot more automobiles, trucks, and equipment, capital goods. And I believe if things are left alone, that everything will be going pretty well this summer and fall. That's about as far ahead as we can see.
Let me ask you, the three of you, one question on the flat tax. It has moved to the top of this agenda before Steve Forbes' candidacy, an unexpected and sudden rise in the polls. Dana, the flat tax, what's your view?
Well, I'm mixed on the flat tax. I look at the flat tax proposals really as a proposal that have gotten this up on the top of the agenda. I think that's where it should be. The flat tax has very serious deficiencies, and they've all been pointed out. Everything from the problems with the deductions for the mortgage interest to business deductions. I think it needs a lot of work. But I give everyone credit for getting it at the top of the agenda because we desperately need tax reform of some kind.
Dwayne?
Well, I haven't paid a lot of attention to it because I frankly do not think the flat tax will ever pass the Congress. One thing that doesn't seem to be considered enough by our journalists is that the graduated income tax has become part of Western culture in all the Western countries, and I don't think it's going to be abandoned. Furthermore, I think those of us who are paying the maximum rates should be thankful. I remember 15 years ago I was paying 72% on my top income. It was dropped all the way to about 39%. We should be very thankful for that, and thankful we live in this country, and hope that it never goes away.
Right? And let's wrap up with you, Bernie.
I'm not so much concerned about the flat tax. I do think we need tax reform and a balanced program that, as the lead item, will be growth, infrastructure investment. May I say one thing about one serious problem? Quickly, I'm concerned about the possibility of unintended consequences if we get close to a default. Default, I think, could be a disaster completely in the United States and the world.
Okay.
Lou, I would like to second that. I think it's dangerous. I think the consequences, as Bernie pointed out, are very, very uncertain, and we just shouldn't do it.
Okay. Well, let's hope that Washington was paying attention in advance of the president's speech tonight. Dana Mead, Tenneco, Dwayne Andreas, Archer Daniels Midland, and Bernard Swartz of Loral. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us here on Moneyline.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moneyline continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Relax. You are now entering a stress-free zone. A free breakfast will be prepared for you daily. You will rest in a comfortable 2-room suite. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Unwind with complimentary evening beverages and enjoy yourself here, because eventually you'll have to go back out there. Embassy Suites, twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
If your office equipment ever breaks down, no matter where you are in the business world, remember, nobody responds like Danka.
Welcome, my son. Hello, Dolly. Everyone wants to know the facts of life, but look at the jam I'm in. I can fix that.
Only Danka offers copiers, fax machines, and digital systems with this world-class commitment to service.
You're wise beyond your years, Danka man. So what is the true meaning of life? Leave your number. I will fax you.
Danka, world-class products, world-class service.
Today, over 70% of our sales come from commercial and international customers, adding to our strength in some very dynamic markets. And if who we are surprises you, maybe it's time you changed your perception of Rockwell.
Once there were two municipal bond insurers, Capital Guarantee and Financial Security Assurance. Because both were committed to capital strength and a conservative philosophy, it seemed natural to merge. FSA, getting bigger, getting stronger.
Wednesday on Larry King Live. He's on top of the late-night comedy shift, Jay Leno. Spend an hour with the Tonight Show star, Wednesday night, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Finally tonight, Senator Bob Dole confronting the age issue head-on. The issue, not Senator Dole's age at all, but the interest of younger voters. Dole courting the so-called Generation X vote last night in an extensive interview with Viacom's MTV. MTV, as it did 4 years ago, trying to establish its news coverage as the best way for politicians to reach younger voters. And the Dole interview, if you're wondering, I'm told did not break any new ground, since I, at this particular age, don't fit their demographics. We thank you for being with us. That's Moneyline for this Tuesday evening. Tomorrow night here on Moneyline, a complete wrap-up of Wall Street's reaction to the President's State of the Union address, and we'll be hearing from the Clinton administration. My guest tomorrow night is White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta. Please join us. Good night from New York.
Wednesday on CNN's Burden of Proof, more death row inmates will die this week.
Does a death penalty work, or is it cruel? Join Jim and me, 12:30 Eastern on CNN.
You're about to hear some of the most romantic music ever. Music that'll make you fall in love all over again. Heartland Music presents Romantic Classics. 50 of the most beautiful melodies of all time. Now, the most romantic moments from the world's best-loved melodies are captured in this breathtaking collection. So turn down the lights and let the magic of the music gently sweep you away. 50 melodies of love, played by the world's finest orchestras. But this beautiful 4-album collection is not sold in stores. Please order Romantic Classics now.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $19.98 for records or cassettes or $26.98 for 3 CDs, plus $4.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Romantic Classics, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save all COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
He was a guest in their house. Boisterous Republican freshmen got marching orders from their elders to mind their manners. So did they? Newsnight knows.
What is a man in his 20s doing with a girl who is 10?
She is pregnant at age 10. He is facing life in prison. Where are they? No one knows. Somebody is getting a lot of attention these days. This little guy may have kept a very big secret for a very long time. Is this any way to treat a crustacean? Some people see this and grab the butter. Others just get steamed. Hello, I'm Kathleen Kennedy at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Welcome to Newsnight. It took President Clinton all of 61 minutes to sum up the State of the Union. His conclusion? We're in pretty good shape, but there are specific areas where he'd like to see more progress. Republicans behaved themselves and got their say right afterwards. Senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer has details.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
The president's theme of the evening was unity, but his strategy was to paint himself as the great compromiser and the Republicans as responsible for the budget impasse.
There is now broad bipartisan agreement that permanent deficit spending must come to an end.
The Republicans reacted with stony silence, and their formal response was biting.
The president claims to embrace the future while clinging to the policies of the past.
With Mr. Clinton's re-election campaign about to formally get off the ground, he had worked on the speech for weeks. His aides studied polls and conducted focus groups to come up with themes they thought would resonate with the American public. They say it was important he project an upbeat message calling for a smaller but still effective federal government.
The era of big government is over. But we cannot go back to the time when our citizens were left to fend for themselves.
Still, he did lay out an ambitious agenda. Among his new initiatives, to meet with the nation's major media executives in February to find ways to curb violence on TV, to provide $1,000 scholarships to the top 5% of all high school graduates, and to ban gang members who commit crimes and deal in drugs from living in public housing. Under mounting Whitewater criticism and about to appear before a federal grand jury, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton was applauded as she arrived, and the president paid tribute to her.
A wonderful wife, a magnificent mother, and a great First Lady. Thank you, Hillary.
In his response, Senate Majority Leader and presidential rival Bob Dole emphasized his party's view of Mr. Clinton's agenda.
President Clinton shares a view of America held by our country's elites, a nation of special interest groups, united only by dependence on government, competing with each other for handouts, and held back by outdated values.
If White House officials were hoping for a conciliatory tone from the Republicans, they were surely disappointed. The differences between the president and the Senate leader were sharp, and they promised to get sharper as the campaign heats up. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the White House.
So how did the president's address play with the players? Tomorrow on CNN Early Edition, House Speaker Newt Gingrich will join us at 7 a.m. Eastern. Also on Early Edition, White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta will be our guest at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. House Republicans have a plan to avoid the spectacle of the government running out of money again, but the proposed continuing resolution would keep federal operations going only until March 1st. It would eliminate a dozen unspecified programs and ban U.S. funding of international family planning groups that provide abortions. The proposal is drawing opposition from both Senate Republicans and President Clinton. A former Arkansas banking regulator says he was asked to resign by then-Governor Bill Clinton after he refused to help a Clinton business partner speed up approval for a stock transaction. William Lyon told the Senate Whitewater panel James McDougal asked him to step down, and when he refused, said the governor would replace him. The call from the governor's mansion came 2 months later, according to Lyon. Committee Democrats assailed his credibility, pointing out he resigned from the banking panel a year before the stock sale was proposed. O.J. Simpson goes public with his side of the story tomorrow night. He has scheduled a live interview with Black Entertainment Television. For now, Simpson is talking behind closed doors. He's being grilled by lawyers for the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. The lawyers claim there are inconsistencies in what he's saying. CNN's Ann McDermott reports from Los Angeles.
O.J. Simpson was glimpsed very briefly at his home, running about 20 minutes late for an appointment with attorneys. That's Simpson with his attorneys on a security monitor. Once again, he was obliged to answer questions stemming from the deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. The lawyer representing the father of Nicole Brown Simpson said Simpson gave answers inconsistent with explanations provided in the past. And the lawyer representing Ron Goldman's mother talked about what Simpson was questioned about.
General areas that were covered were some of the events of June 12th. And the trip to Chicago.
The lawyer said Simpson also made a reference to an alibi and gave an explanation for a cut on his finger, a cut authorities believed Simpson received while assaulting his former wife and her friend. A jury acquitted Simpson in their killings, but that wasn't justice as far as Ron Goldman's father, Fred, was concerned, and he is one of the plaintiffs in a wrongful death suit against the former football great.
Without getting into any specific details, all of our hopes and all of our expectations in terms of the questions and then the answers are what we would have hoped.
Ron Goldman's mother is expected to attend the deposition later this week. Nicole Brown Simpson's father may attend later this week.
It was the husband of their daughter, it was the father of their children, and to ask them to be in the room during this, it's just not right.
Simpson had no comment on the deposition, but he did speak out on a video he made late last year and is now selling, a video that the plaintiffs in the civil suit want to see. A legal fight is now underway involving the producer of that video, who wants to prevent the lawyers from seeing it before the public gets its chance. A judge will rule on the matter Wednesday afternoon. But the public will be able to see and hear Simpson Wednesday during a live interview with the Black Entertainment Television Network's Ed Gordon. The question is, what will he be asked and how will he answer? Network President Jeffrey Lee.
We have permission from Mr. Simpson to ask him anything we would like to ask him. He has the right to answer or not answer any question he feels comfortable with.
Before that, though, Simpson will answer more questions from lawyers as the deposition continues Wednesday and probably at least through the end of the week. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
For nearly 90 years, a lovely marble statue sat unnoticed in the lobby of a posh building right across the street from the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. But one night last fall, an art historian spotted the statue through the window. After doing some research, she concluded it had to be the work of Michelangelo. Other experts agree, but the future of the statue has not been decided yet. Did passenger trains carry an unknown and unwanted passenger? Still to come on Newsnight. Amtrak warns hundreds of people they may have gotten something they never expected from their rail trip. Should an Alzheimer's patient be separated from his wife because she wanted to talk to Dr. Kevorkian? A judge decides. And is a celebrated centenarian in failing health. His manager says close, but no cigar.
Isn't 90s technology marvelous? Look at the Hewlett-Packard OfficeJet, a wonderful device allowing Father to print, fax, and copy, all from one machine. So now he can leave the office and finish his work at home in a relaxed environment that promotes paternal bonding and results in increased productivity.
The HP OfficeJet printer, fax, copier, a better way to go to work.
Check my pants, Daddy. I've been productive too.
Some people are doing more business than ever on Fridays.
The Denver deal doable, Donnie?
Good. Help your business do more business with Sprint's amazing offer. For 1 full year, Fridays are free.
No, I'll call you back. It's Friday.
Every long-distance call you make on Fridays is free. The rest of the week, you get Sprint's great low flat rate.
Okay, so I'll call you next Friday.
Call now, 1-800-598-5000. Don't miss another free Friday, only from Sprint Business.
It begins with a sound you can feel. Over 200 horses, powerful, almost angry. It knows your mind with steering that feels your speed. It's a new Pontiac Bonneville. So strong, so passionate. It takes the old idea of spending thousands more for a European performance sedan and leaves it at the side of the road. The new Pontiac Bonneville.
22 minutes, 16 seconds past the hour.
Nice guy, James. His name's William.
A familiar face, a morning smile, an extra step.
Bridge was down, but he got here anyway, didn't he? It's amazing.
At this moment, the people of FedEx are using their know-how, determination, and heart to treat your package as if it were the most important package of all, because to them, that's exactly what it is.
James, such a nice boy. He is a nice boy, but his name's William.
A tornado has injured at least 30 nursing home residents in Shreveport, Louisiana tonight. Officials say none of the injuries was severe. The twister also flipped over several cars, destroyed a private airstrip, and caused some gas leaks. Witnesses say the storm uprooted virgin pine trees that were more than 100 years old. Authorities on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border are looking for a 22-year-old Mexican national and a 10-year-old girl who is 8.5 months pregnant. The man, whom authorities believe impregnated the child, faces aggravated sexual assault charges. Carolyn Campbell has more on the story from CNN affiliate KHOU in Houston.
I thought she was about 13 or 14 myself.
Neighbors say she looked much older and he looked a lot younger. Most were shocked to learn Cindy Garcia is 8.5 months pregnant at only 10 years old. And the boyfriend she was living with is a 22-year-old man.
She didn't look 10 years old either. And he doesn't look 22, which, you know, he looked younger because he's a short guy.
According to neighbors, Cindy had been living in this Northeast Houston house with her boyfriend for the past few months.
She seemed happy, both of them.
The 10-year-old hasn't been seen since she ran away on Sunday. Children's Protective Services had placed her in a youth shelter.
She needs help with the delivery of this child. We can take care of the other problems later, but for now, we're just very worried about the delivery of this newborn.
Mariette Garcia is married to Cindy's older brother and lives just down the street from her. She explains in Spanish her fears that Cindy is with her boyfriend and they're headed to Mexico.
Es que, pues, quién sabe, tal vez ella, pues, como está chiquilla, no...
Or maybe because she's so young, she's really not thinking about what can actually happen.
She says they tried to talk Cindy into staying in school.
Pues ella se fue con él, pero...
She went with him, But the only reason she kept saying is that she loved him, she wanted to be with him, and that's why she went with him.
Police have charged 22-year-old Pedro Sotelo with aggravated sexual assault of a child. They are still looking for the pair.
That was Carolyn Campbell reporting from CNN affiliate KHOU. Pedro Sotelo faces a maximum sentence of life in prison if convicted. Amtrak officials say they are erring on the side of caution after a passenger with tuberculosis coughed on a fellow rider. The passenger traveled from Chicago to the District of Columbia on the Capital Limited, then transferred to the Silver Star en route to Miami. Amtrak pulled 6 cars from the 2 lines, scrubbed them down, and changed their air filters. Health officials recommend other passengers get TB tests. A Michigan judge has ruled a man with Alzheimer's disease should be taken from his wife's custody because she wanted to take him to Dr. Jack Kevorkian. George Klooster's children and wife live in California. His son, who opposes assisted suicide, lives in Michigan. Kevorkian's attorney says his client refused to get involved because of the family's division. Chip Klooster's attorney says that's not so.
My client had 2 conversations with Mr. Kevorkian, Mr. Collum, and during the second conversation, Kevorkian indicated that if the California Kloosters get his father back to California, then it'll be up to the California courts and the psychologists out there to decide. The same psychologist who had already provided opinions that he was competent, that his mother was going to use to do him.
The Michigan court found Klooster incompetent. The other children accused Chip of kidnapping his father and said it's now too late for their father to commit suicide. Klooster's wife is said to be distraught over the ruling. Well, the last time Michael Jordan went to New York, the Knicks couldn't stop him. He was back tonight, and Newsnight knows the score. Also ahead, a look at a liberated lobster. Here's Newsnight's News Quiz Jeopardy style. Tonight's category is the State of the Union, and the answer is Harry S. Truman. Remember, your response should be in the form of a question.
When you consider the thousands of ways restaurants use water, it's no wonder thousands of restaurants use us.
Hey, Culligan man!
Culligan, the world's source for better water.
Newt Gingrich and the Republicans in Congress have a bad budget plan for America, and they were even willing to shut down the government to force it on us. They want to cut Medicaid and Medicare for our parents, cut education and college loans, all to give a huge tax break to big business and the rich. It doesn't have to be that way. President Clinton has a plan to balance the budget that doesn't give tax breaks to the wealthy special interests. Let's tell the Republicans to stop the political games and stand up for working families for a change.
I want to show you what I'm going to get my husband for his birthday.
Oh, we got some clothes here.
It's going to be one of these really, really nice Shakespeare rods.
Kathy Lee, for instance.
Oh, wow.
I've been having my eye on this.
And then I'm going to get one of these really, really great reels.
Oh, I would look good in this.
Oh, wow.
I mean, hey.
You don't think he's watching, do you?
My kids, they love the way I dress. They always give me compliments like, Mom, you look nice.
Actually, I can't cast it from here, but...
Hey, you okay? It's 3 o'clock.
I can't believe this heartburn. You and your Let's Go Mexican tonight.
You didn't take the Pepcid AC before you ate, did you?
Pepcid AC?
Yeah. Could have stopped your heartburn before it even started.
Oh, so I could actually be sleeping right now.
We could be sleeping.
We.
Take one now and it controls acid all night long.
Oh, all night?
Mm-hmm. Water?
You're so good to me.
You can sleep heartburn-free with Pepcid AC.
What's the only car company that offers 2 front airbags and 2 side impact airbags standard on every new car? That wasn't too difficult, was it?
All right, the clue in tonight's Newsnight Jeopardy-style news quiz is Harry S. Truman. And the correct response, which president delivered the longest State of the Union address? Comedian George Burns may live a year, he may live 2 months, he may go tomorrow. Those are the words of an acquaintance after reports the 100-year-old entertainer is gravely ill. Burns' manager and longtime friend Irving Fain says Burns is weak, but denies a published report that Burns is so weak he's not eating. 4 acres of land in Northern California seized in a marijuana raid will be returned to its original use as sacred land for Native Americans. The site of ceremonies predating the arrival of Europeans, it was considered the spiritual center of the universe by one tribe. The federal government seized the land in 1993 when marijuana was found growing nearby. A tribal spokesman says the ceremonies will be revived on the sacred land. Well, there's been a revival of rain in the east. Karen McGinnis is here to tell us about that and have a look at the nation's forecast. Karen.
Yeah, we've got 2 storms to worry about, and in California, we're worried about the rivers and streams, especially in northwestern California, Humboldt County. It looks like there could be such additional rainfall that rivers and streams out of their banks and through that area. And as the storm system pulls into the interior west, we're going to start picking up the snowfall gradually in through areas across Utah, Wyoming, and in through Idaho, eventually into Colorado. So for the Uintas and the Wasatch, yes, snow on the way. But for the Sierra Nevada, snow levels down exceptionally low. In the northern Sierra Nevada, we're looking at snow levels as low as 1,000 feet. But we do have winter storm watches and snow advisories out up and down all the way from the northern Cascades into the southern Sierra Nevada. And along some of those ridge tops, watch out, some of the wind gusts up over 80 miles an hour. And take a look at this. This is a line of thunderstorms that when it moved through Shreveport, Louisiana, you saw those pictures earlier today, a residence home and retirement facilities, what I'm trying to say. They had some damage there due to the thunderstorms during the afternoon hours. There were some 30 injuries there. Possible tornado reported. Well, for Wednesday evening, the frontal system sweeps out into the Atlantic, and behind it, temperatures are going to cool down just a little bit. Eastern Great Lakes, a bit of snowfall. And here we go in the west. Ski operators, you'll like this, but if you're traveling, this isn't going to be so great. Thursday morning, it moves into the central United States, so Kansas, Nebraska, the Dakotas start to pick up the snowfall. We'll have to watch what happens there. It may start out as rain and then change over. If you're headed to Denver, 43, but much colder by Thursday. Seattle, 36. You're going to see some rain, maybe some snow falling through some of the hills there. Topeka, 38. Atlanta, 54. And for New York City, increasing clouds, windy and rainy, and 46. That is forecast. CNN's Newsnight with Kathleen Kennedy will continue right after this.
Warning. Experts predict the worst cold and flu season in years. Just in time, Theraflu. Hot liquid relief. When it's got to work, it's got to be Theraflu.
The stories, the reporters, the program. CNN presents the weekly news documentary, a full hour devoted to in-depth coverage of a single issue, with a worldwide team of investigative reporters and the time to cover the story right. 1 hour, one topic, one network. CNN presents, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
Your ability to think, to mentally focus, remember details. It helps you get more things accomplished in your day, in your life.
It's also why new Ginkgoba is one of the most important natural supplements today. Ginkgoba's been shown in clinical tests to help improve mental performance, sharpen concentration, and improve your memory. Imagine a supplement that actually helps you think better. Now that's a big idea. Remember new Ginkgoba, the thinking person supplement.
Life rarely imitates orange cones. Orange cones, however, can be made to imitate life. At Lexus, we've created a suspension system so advanced, it's smooth when you want it to be, and responsive when you need it to be. The 1996 LS400. Impossible, the laws of Lexus state otherwise.
All you basketball fans know that the Bulls played the Knicks tonight, so Nancy, who got nicked?
The Knicks?
Well, you'd be hard-pressed to find a bigger story than the Bulls this winter. 34-3 going into the night. That is an outrageous record. Speaking of spectacular, the last time Michael made the trip to MSG, he poured in 55 points. Tonight, his first trip back to New York since that unforgettable night. This another night the Knicks could not get close except to the bottom of Michael's shoes. That was Charles Oakley's head. Second quarter is this good. Jordan posting, spinning baseline, the oop from Luke Longley, Bulls up 41-32. Later in the second, Jordan using his great court vision, orchestrating the offense. The long chest pass to Scotty, the lay-in, 48-39 Bulls at the half. To the third we go, more MJ. Doing it from long range, nailing the three, nothing but net, Bulls by 14. Later, Bulls using the D to create the O. Ron Harper, the steal ahead to Jordan, no look to Pippen. That is an easy jam. Bulls on a 17-2 run in command. Fourth, Bulls pulling away. Tony Kukoc, the lob to Jordan. Is that great body control, easing it in for the lay-in. Bulls by 20. They are 35-3. Wow. Now the super stuff and the Tuesday prior to the Super Sunday, known to those in the biz as Media Day. A day off from practice for the players, but no cakewalk. Hordes and hordes of reporters descending on the super site. This year, Arizona plays host. Some 3,000 journalists all after that little nugget, the comment from any of the participants. So they hover, they follow, they ask, they hope. One Greg Lloyd is a guy who's been fined more than once for illegal hits on quarterbacks. He was posed the question, would taking out Troy be his mission Sunday?
When you go back there and hit a quarterback, your intentions are not understanding that, you know, these guys have families and things of that nature, and you don't want to see anybody crippled. You want to see guys to be able, you know, to take care of their families and things like that. But when you go back there, I mean, that's part of the game. That's part of the game. When you go back there and hit that quarterback, if he gets a concussion, he comes out of the game, that's the risk you take of sitting back there. That's part of the joy of beating that tackle and getting back there.
He's right in the one sense that his job is to hit quarterbacks. I don't know that his job is to hurt quarterbacks, but it certainly is to put pressure on quarterbacks and get to them, and that's fine.
The countdown is on. A full 30 minutes on this day in sports comes your way in a little more than 1 hour from now. College hoop on tap, a scare for the top-ranked team in the nation, as well as highlights from the Australian Open. Join us for late night, 1:30 Eastern. Kathleen.
Hey, thanks, Nancy. You may remember the story of Sebastian the lobster, an octogenarian plus crustacean who was rescued from a restaurant tank before he became someone's dinner. Well, Sebastian is swimming in the Atlantic Ocean, alive and well tonight. CNN's Gary Tuckman tells us how it all came about.
You are watching a rescue operation of sorts.
Okay, Sebastian, do you know who you are, sweetie pie?
Sebastian is an almost 13-pound lobster who is estimated to be about 90 years old. He is being returned to the sea.
Oh, yes, doesn't that feel good? Oh, baby.
Sebastian was on the verge of being somebody's tasty dinner. Now he's the latest subject of a crustacean liberation.
For as long as people find them elsewhere and send them to me, I'm going to keep doing it.
Freedom for Lobsters is a campaign spearheaded by the group People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals.
Lobsters are feeling sensitive beings. They do have a nervous system, and they do have the ability to feel pain and suffering. And since there is no humane way to kill a lobster, we're asking people to simply not eat them.
Not eat lobsters? Not likely, say crustacean connoisseurs, who think the rescue campaign is ridiculous.
I love lobster. I'm from Maine. I was brought up on it. And before it goes extinct, I'm trying to get my belly full of it.
Marine biologists differ about just how much lobsters can actually feel when they reach the end of the line. But whatever this guy feels, Sebastian was spared. Barely. Sebastian was on the verge of becoming dinner at this El Paso, Texas restaurant. But activists bought him, naming him after the character in Disney's film The Little Mermaid.
He's huge. He's not going to fit in there.
They sent him via Federal Express to New Hampshire.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sure.
Where activist Ophelia Rotunda lives. Ignoring the irony of the lobster arriving in a microwave oven box, she carefully opened it to make sure he survived the trip. He did.
Oh, look at you. You are huge.
It was then off to the state of Maine, where strict laws prohibit the capture of large lobsters like Sebastian.
Yes. Did you get the newspaper, please? Thank you.
When it comes to their opponents' tactics, both sides in this debate have something in common with doomed lobsters. They each occasionally come to a boiling point.
Bottom line is that no compassionate person would boil an animal alive.
I don't see why they should be, you know, trying to take other people's living away from them, you know, just satisfy themselves.
Nobody will make a living from Sebastian.
Hey, yes, good.
Because he is now in the Atlantic Ocean, far away from the boiler and the butter. Gary Tuckman, CNN, Kennebunkport, Maine.
Just got to have a hard shell about these things. That's it for Newsnight. I'm Kathleen Kennedy in Atlanta. Showbiz Today is next.
This is the place to turn for the latest in fashion and design from around the world. This is CNN.
About every 20 seconds, an American will suffer a heart attack. Every minute, someone will die from one. Heart attack is the single largest killer of Americans at the rate of 250,000 people a year, most because of poor diet, physical inactivity, or smoking. However, with the help of medical technology, most heart attacks and strokes can be prevented. Without the need for major surgery. Don't wait until it's too late. Let the technology available to you prevent a disaster.
Financial news to start your business day. Weekdays 6 Eastern on CNN.
Showbiz Today is next after we check the top stories. There were no boos or hisses from Republicans tonight as President Clinton presented his State of the Union address to Congress. But the GOP was silent when the president demanded that they avoid another federal shutdown. Afterwards, in the GOP response, Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole called the president the, quote, chief obstacle to a balanced budget. Among the initiatives the president proposed, using the FBI to combat street gangs. For reaction to the President's State of the Union address, be sure to tune in to CNN Early Edition. House Speaker Newt Gingrich will join us at 7 a.m. Eastern. And White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta will be our guest at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. A tornado frayed more than just nerves in Shreveport, Louisiana. At least 30 nursing home residents suffered slight injuries. The twister also flipped over cars, destroyed a private airstrip, and caused some gas leaks. Witnesses say the storm uprooted pine trees that were more than 100 years old. For a second day, O.J. Simpson was driven to an attorney's office for another round of questioning. He was interrogated about his actions and his alibi the day his ex-wife and her friend were killed. Attorneys for the victims' families say there are inconsistencies in Simpson's answers. More news at the top of the hour. Now, Showbiz Today.
I liked sticking my foot in Clinton's mouth. He was very good with it.
Bank robbers and vampires mix it up from dusk till dawn. Richard Dreyfuss's new film points up a real-life crisis. And Jim Carrey wants to adjust your TV set.
My mother kind of left me alone in front of the boob tube, and my idea of the perfect family unit is my 3 sons.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lauren Sidney. Jim Moret has today off. In a couple of minutes, we will have an exclusive set visit to Jim Carrey's new movie, but first, the show buzz. Christopher Reeve has been released from the hospital after a week of treatment for erratic blood pressure and constipation. The hospital said it had cleared up the infections that caused his condition. Reeve has been paralyzed since he was thrown from a horse last May. Tupac Shakur's problems with the judicial system may be getting worse. He was taken into custody yesterday on a probation violation. He failed to show up to spend 15 days with the California Road War crew. The rapper had been on probation following convictions in 1994 and 1993. The judge who ordered him jailed yesterday has also set a hearing to determine if he violated his probation on other occasions. The #1 film at the box office last weekend was From Dusk Till Dawn, starring George Clooney and Quentin Tarantino. Now, the big names involved may have drawn the big audiences, but the fact that it's 2 films in one might not have hurt either. Mark Shearer looks at this odd screenplay and the characters who inhabit it.
Yeah! When I count to 3, you shoot the bottles out from behind him. Oh, yeah!
This is a film with a mild case of schizophrenia, to say the least. From Dusk Till Dawn starts out with George Clooney and Quentin Tarantino as a couple of Reservoir Dogs riding an edgy Tarantino screenplay to the border. But once in Mexico, it makes a hard left turn, and the fiction turns really pulpy. All of a sudden, it's a life-and-death struggle with vampires. I believe when you were doing the screenplay, there was a collating accident in the Xerox machine, and the first half of one script got assembled with the other.
Yeah, it's sort of like a Reese's commercial, you know? Hey, your horror film's in my gangster film. Hey, your gangster film's in my horror film. Hey, two great tastes great together. Yeah, exactly.
You know, there are people who are horror fans who come to see and go, whoa, and there are people who love Quentin-type Pulp Fiction movies, and they're screaming. It was really fun for us.
Sultry Selma Hayek had to overcome a fear of snakes to dance with a python.
I had to dance with him like Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire.
And then you had to stick your foot in Quentin Tarantino's mouth.
And then I had to stick my foot in Quentin. I thought it was going to be horrendous. It was wonderful. I love dancing with the snake. I like sticking my foot in Quentin's mouth. He was very good with it. And I had a lot of fun in this movie.
Harvey Keitel plays a preacher who has the vampires to thank for restoring his faith.
Servant of God.
What was appealing was the evil any of us can fall into. And I have fallen into it in the daytime, in the nighttime, in my own skull, into these demons.
Leave it to Cheech Marin, who plays 3 different roles, to try to put his finger on this film with a multiple personality disorder.
Action movie with horror and vampires and a love story, and it's kind of what Sabrina should have been.
Sabrina the Vampire Killer, maybe. Mark Shearer, CNN Entertainment News, New York.
I don't know. The cable television industry is reportedly alarmed about Jim Carrey's latest movie. He's now at work on The Cable Guy, a comedy about an ill-tempered installer who stalks one of his customers. Cable operators tell the Wall Street Journal that they're afraid the film will damage efforts to improve their reputation for customer service. As for Carrey, he's more concerned about maintaining his reputation for making people laugh. Dennis Michael got an exclusive look at him on the set of The Cable Guy.
And that's the cut. Yeah, start shooting this. Let's go to Brett.
The patrons of this Tony Los Angeles restaurant are about to meet the Cable Guy.
In this scene here, I am basically trying to manipulate Matthew Broderick by getting his girlfriend back for him. It's a little favor I'm doing him, and in return, he'll owe me for the rest of his life.
Are you on my back? Like, one thing I should do this before you start.
Cable Guy is a departure for Jim Carrey in a way. His character attaches himself to co-star Matthew Broderick in an unwelcome friendship, a friendship that darkens to insanity.
Did you get the, yes, okay.
A movie like Ace is pretty much fifth gear all the way, you know, passing gear. So it's nice because this guy gets real quiet and real dangerous sometimes.
Comedian Ben Stiller's running the set. He's moved behind the camera to direct Cable Guy.
I don't know, I haven't really seen a movie like this before. It's kind of a satiric thriller is the way we were talking about it.
So comedy,
it's not,
yes.
Yes, a comedy, but kind of hopefully it'll work on another level too. Very subtle comedy.
A very subtle comedy with a very unsubtle element. Carrey is getting a record $20 million for his work in this movie.
I really don't think about the money that much. I really don't, because I know it all stems from the work, and that's something that comes and goes, and I have no control over, really. I mean, other than the fact that, you know, I'm a tough negotiator when it comes down to it, and that's a business thing, but the fact is nobody can negotiate themselves into a position that somebody's not willing to pay for.
Is he worth it? 20? I think that's stretching the bounds of there are a lot of hungry people out there, and I sometimes wonder when I come to work what it's all about. But, you know, if Jim ever heard me talking like that, I'd be dead meat, so.
May I help you?
No, I'm meeting someone here. Hey.
Cable Guy is about halfway through its principal photography schedule. Stiller is at the helm. Carey serves as the engine. Cable Guy is due this summer in theaters around the country. Dennis Michael, CNN Entertainment News, Hollywood.
Coming up, Hollywood tots strut their stuff, and Mr. Holland loses his job.
22 minutes, 16 seconds past the hour.
Nice guy, James. His name's William.
A familiar face, a morning smile, an extra step.
Bridge was down, but he got here anyway, didn't he? It's amazing.
At this moment, the people of FedEx are using their know-how, determination, and heart to treat your package as if it were the most important package of all, because to them, that's exactly what it is.
James, such a nice boy. He is a nice boy, but his name's William.
After 90 years, there's one thing we at Kellogg never tire of. Bringing the best to you each morning. So in that tradition, please accept these collectible limited edition classic trucks and character bowls in appreciation of all the mornings we've shared together. Yours free.
Kellogg's best to you.
Oh, she's got to notice me when she comes by. I mean, look at me. What's not to notice? I'm here. I tell you, if you want to feel good, you got to look good. And if I'm going to run good, I got to feel good. Look at me. I'm designed for a high-octane gas. I love it. That's what I need, this Chevron Supreme with Tech Run. I mean, it makes me run like a champ. It's all good stuff. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
No premium outperforms Chevron Supreme with Tech Run. Chevron, simply smarter.
I mean, I don't mean to brag or anything, but I feel stupendous.
Your dog is probably very smart. But he doesn't know that most dried dog foods have corn as the first ingredient, while Purina One brand dog formula starts with real chicken. And chicken is an excellent source of protein. In fact, for unsurpassed nutrition, there's no better dog food. Your dog is smart, but there's plenty he doesn't know. Like Shakespeare. Purina One, second to none.
Whitney Houston's greatest love of all may be music, but she's getting more involved in her movie career. The star of Waiting to Exhale has signed a 2-year deal with the Disney division to develop movie and television projects. One of them will be a picture about the late actress Dorothy Dandridge. And she's currently at work on a film called The Preacher's Wife, co-starring Denzel Washington. Okay, how grumpy can Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau get? Apparently even grumpier. Warner Brothers is developing another sequel about the odd couple, this one to be called, of course, Grumpiest Old Men. Anne Margaret and Sophia Loren will also return. The plot will take them to Italy, where one of Loren's ex-husbands will object to her marrying Walter Matthau's character. In the film Mr. Holland's Opus, Richard Dreyfuss plays a music teacher who loses his job when the school's music program is eliminated. In real life, music education programs have been drastically cut across the United States since 1970. Sherry Dean has a look at how this has shaped the musical landscape in the classroom.
You know, the big problem here is that you people are willing to create a generation of children who will not have the ability to think.
When Richard Dreyfuss, playing a music teacher in Mr. Holland's Opus, learns his job has been eliminated, he's as concerned for the students as himself. Dreyfuss personally believes the decimation of arts education in the United States since the mid-1970s is a national tragedy.
Their willingness to cut off arts funding is an act of national suicide, and a thoughtlessness and a misunderstanding about arts and education that is as high as the Empire State Building.
But a new trend has developed in music education, a trend which sends professional artists into schools.
Farm.
Carnegie Hall has a program called Link Up, which sends musicians to teach at 17 schools in New York.
That speed thing is actually something that's called, in musical language, it's called tempo.
I'd rather come to school than stay home because I want to learn more about music.
Institutions ranging from the New York Philharmonic to the LA Philharmonic and San Francisco Symphony have similar programs. One company, Arts Vision, has helped link arts institutions to public schools in some 30 cities.
We've developed a plan that combines the work of classroom teachers, music and art teachers who still exist in the school, though in small numbers, with professional artists, professional musicians from orchestras and jazz ensembles, African drummers, and other kinds of artists working together.
Because these alternative programs link professional artists with schools, the students involved may actually be gaining more musical insight than before. The problem, however, is that because of resources, only a small percentage of schools across the country are participating.
And that small number strikes a sour chord with many music ed supporters.
Our kids are growing up with the primary music educators being MTV and American commercial radio. You know, they think that Kenny G was the godfather of jazz and Michael Bolton was the godfather of soul.
Michael Kamen, the multi-Grammy-winning composer of the score to Mr. Holland's opus, got his first music lessons in New York public schools.
I really do owe my enjoyment of music to the great opportunities I was given as a student.
Kamen is living proof that music is not just a frill subject, but one that might lead to a lifelong career as well. Sherry Dean, CNN Entertainment News, New York.
Still to come, Tracy Ullman takes 22 turns, and Hollywood kids head for the footlights. On-screen supervillain Rutger Hauer is 52 years old today, and high-stepping Cheetah Rivera is 63.
And save. Print.
If your printer isn't living up to your ideas, maybe you should get an Epson. For as little as $229, it's photo quality color that can make you and your ideas look really good. You've got to see it in Epson color.
22 minutes, 16 seconds past the hour.
Nice guy, James. His name's William.
A familiar face, a morning smile, an extra step.
Bridge was down, but he got here anyway, didn't he? It's amazing.
At this moment, the people of FedEx are using their know-how, determination, and heart to treat your package as if it were the most important package of all, because to them, that's exactly what it is.
James, such a nice boy.
He is a nice boy, but his name's William.
In Germany, there is no word for gonzo, no word for rad, righteous, or gnarly. And as far as we can tell, no word for whoa. There is, however, a car. Introducing the Audi A4, a stunning achievement in German engineering and one wicked ride. Dude, the new A4, get ready for the ride of your life.
Wednesday on CNN's Burden of Proof, this week death row inmates will die by hanging and firing squad.
Is capital punishment cruel and unusual, or does it deter crime? Join Jim and me Wednesday, 12:30 Eastern on CNN.
If you want to be a star in Hollywood, you won't get far without an agent and without talent. That's true for youngsters, too, trying to break into show business. In the first part of our series on Hollywood Kids, we saw how an 8x10 glossy opens doors. In part 2 today, Gloria Hillard has the next step on the road to showbiz success, getting an agent.
I need you to either be Hank or Arthur. Choose whichever one, and then we're going to bring in the back of you.
To where 7-year-old Lauren is having her turn.
Come on, Arthur.
Thank you. I can't. I'm scared.
So am I.
Good girl.
Agent Mary Grady is seeing how Lauren will do at a real job audition.
Now say it to me just like you would say it to a friend. Ah, he won't sock you in front of... Say that.
Ah, he won't sock you in the middle of the grown-ups.
Not ready. Not ready. But there's a potential. Great face. So I asked the mom to bring her back in 3-4 months.
Next up, 2-year-olds and a few are seasoned actors. Lindsay got her first job when she was just 9 months old.
She's made over $10,000 from that commercial. She's got a college fund started.
And here comes the competition. This is review day at the agent's office.
They left being a baby, and here now they are completely, we're trying to find out, are they independent enough to go out and talk to producers and directors?
So this is the interview.
Can you play with Dad? Yeah, can you? What is your name?
Now the first step of this audition is that the little one can leave Mom or Dad in the lobby.
Come and leave Mommy's arm out there.
Go get a cookie. Go get.
Now we're at the...
Well, we're in a clingy phase.
Do ABCs for Mary. Ready?
Okay.
You don't want to do it?
Yeah. I said, what?
I had hundreds of people tell me to get this little girl into the business, and I did it, and she's been fairly successful so far.
Anastasia's first job, a Polident commercial. She looks too young for the Polident commercial, I don't know.
She was Jane Paul's granddaughter.
Well, at this point, they've had about 3 cookies each, all in all.
We had a good group in here today, but they're all going through that interim of I'm independent and I know the powerful word of no. I don't have to do this. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you again in about 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
Okay. But we'll be calling you for interviews in the meantime. Okay. You gonna say goodbye to me? No. No.
Maybe in 5 months. Gloria Hillard, CNN, Los Angeles.
I'm sure we're all saying ah. In part 3 of our series tomorrow, we will follow Hollywood kids to acting class where they learn the art of emoting on cue. But if your child's ambition leans toward reading or computing and watching videos, we've got something just for them in this edition of For Your Kids.
Huh? Littlefoot, are you all right? Uh-huh. But I think I'm in trouble.
It's mainly an adventure, and it's mainly fun, and it features songs. But there are undertones of lessons about how friends should act toward each other and how people should treat each other, in this case, dinosaurs.
The kids of today are not like the kids when I was a kid. I was reading baby bear stories. By our films, I recognize the fact that young people, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, watch our films and are just as amazed at the exploits of these athletes on film as their parents are.
The fact is that humans like to eat plump, attractive ducks.
Oh, I don't think so. Not the boss. Not the boss's wife.
Oh, come on.
If you're a kid, the best aspect is the fun and games of the CD-ROM and maybe watching the video clips that you remember so well. If you're an adult, the best aspect is being able to spend time at the computer with your child that's quality time.
Xena Warrior Princess has become a breakout hit on first-run syndication. Originating as a recurring character on Hercules: The Legendary Journeys, Xena was spun off into her own fantasy adventure series. The swords and sorcery of Xena's world collide with the high-tech domain of the World Wide Web on her very own homepage. Xena's cyberspace realm can be reached by traveling through MCA's Universal Channel webpage, also home to Xena's sometimes fighting partner, Hercules. Profiles of the warrior princess and her human alter ego, Lucy Lawless, can be found here. Also featured is Xena's irrepressible young traveling companion, Gabrielle, played by Renee O'Connor. Xena's fans can join discussions about the show by linking to her net forum page, and coming soon, access to the scientists of the Xena Restoration Society, who translate and study ancient writings of the great warrior woman. And for those not familiar with Xena's adventures, the web page comes with a show plot synopsis, episode listings, and a handy station locator complete with broadcast dates and times. This is Showbiz Online.
Still to come, Tracy Ullman is back in prime time. Tomorrow, a love triangle with a continental flavor, French twist.
Take action.
The new Triple Action Flex formula introduces 3 real hair care benefits. It fortifies with provitamin B5, nourishes with silk protein, protects with vitamins A and E and moisture-locking agents. Get new Triple Action Flex.
Take action.
22 minutes, 16 seconds past the hour.
Nice guy, James.
His name's William.
A familiar face, a morning smile, an extra step.
The bridge was down, but he got here anyway, didn't he? It's amazing.
At this moment, the people of FedEx are using their know-how, determination, and heart to treat your package as if it were the most important package of all. Because to them, that's exactly what it is.
James, such a nice boy.
He is a nice boy, but his name's William.
Your dog is probably very smart. But he doesn't know that most dried dog foods have corn as the first ingredient, while Purina One brand dog formula starts with real chicken. And chicken is an excellent source of protein. In fact, for unsurpassed nutrition, there's no better dog food. Your dog is smart, but there's plenty he doesn't know. Like Shakespeare. Purina One, second to none.
It's no surprise that everything here, multicolor printing, presentation materials, and more can be done by one printer. But what might surprise you is that this same printer is right around the corner. Dip Printing. You'll be surprised at what we can do.
Forget Paris is the summer's funniest romantic comedy. This is Billy Crystal at his best. Touching, funny, unforgettable. Siskel and Ebert give it 2 thumbs up. Forget Paris. Rated PG-13.
If you haven't seen Tracey Ullman on TV for a while, the question isn't where has she been, but who has she been? The actress with the unparalleled ability to assume identities has been developing a new set of characters lately. Ron Tank reports they'll all be on display beginning Wednesday night in a brand new cable series.
Still got that little mustache there, Vivian. There's a mole.
It's hard to believe that the woman in this scene being shot for the HBO series Tracey Ullman Takes On is just 36 years old. But then Tracey Ullman is seldom what she seems.
What have I got? I've got lips, eyebrow blockers, eye bags, neck, and a ball cap, and a lot of rubber. Oh, it looks so strange.
Ullman will be spending a lot of time in makeup. Over the 10 shows, she'll play 22 different characters, several for each program's main theme.
This is death I'm doing this week. That Tracey takes on death. There's law, there's vanity, romance, fame. It's great because you can really lose yourself within the characters. And that's why I do it, isn't it? I don't want to, heaven forbid I should look like me.
Ullman did look like herself when she was a pop singer in England. She had 4 singles in the top 10. But it was her BBC TV shows that brought out her inventive characters and led her to America and the new Fox network. Ullman's show led to 2 Emmys, and its cartoon segment with a family named Simpson became a hit on its own. But after 4 seasons, Ullman called it quits, citing creative differences.
Oh, I love that show. You're very kind.
Ullman's HBO series, which began as a special in 1993, continues the formula of multiple characters, interspersed with guest stars like Cheech Marin.
I'm Kay Clark.
And Michael Tucker.
I love you so much. I'll take our picture now.
All the costume and makeup changes and different accents may be good for her show, but Ullman says it's tough on her 2 children.
Johnny, my 4-year-old, finds it very disturbing.
Who are you going to be today? Are you going to be Mummy or Mrs. Noonan?
Yeah, he's very confused. And Mabel thinks I'm nuts now. And her friends at school have said, your mom's nuts.
That's not the first review to mention Ullman's zaniness. It's what made her what she is, an actor-comedian who, on screen at least, loves being someone else.
Did I say cut? Did I say cut? If I ever have to play someone in shock, I want to remember what it looked like.
Ron Tank, CNN, Hollywood.
Nuts, but sensational. That's a wrap for now. I'm Lauren City for Jim Moret and all of Tracey Ullman's characters. We thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you back here again next time. So long for now.
I had everyone's names engraved on Sheriff's badges special. Let me just see myself in the lens, dear. Oh, perfection. I think Larry got just the right amount of collagen in this time.
This is Jimmy. He was forced into retirement. He was in a touring production of Annie, and unfortunately kicked the teching the little orphan girls. Oh. Mind you, if I'd heard tomorrow I screeched 750 times, you know, I think I'd bite somebody's nose off.
And so I told my assistant to wrap everything up and take it to the homeless. Downstairs she ran with Dungeness crab salad, warm goat's cheese, and wild mushrooms on crostini. And she gave it all to the homeless man that lives by the ATM machine. And he said, oh, my God, you must let me do you something in return. So he gave her a poem that was written on the back of a bank receipt. And do you know something? It was absolutely brilliant. And we used it as text over a photo spread in our next issue, and the response was phenomenal. And so now we feed the guy once a month, and he gives us copy.
Wednesday on Larry King Live, he's burning up the nighttime. Funny man Jay Leno. Wednesday night, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, men have named you
Nat King Cole.
You're so like the lady.
His rich, warm voice brought a special magic to every song.
Smile.
Now, in a beautiful two-record treasury, Heartland Music presents the legendary voice of Nat King Cole.
Answer me, oh my love. Just what sin have I been guilty of when I fall in love?
24 unforgettable songs.
It will be forever.
All his best-loved hits.
Ramblin' Road.
2 beautiful albums in the most complete Nat King Cole collection ever.
They try to tell us we're too young.
Every song brings back a special memory.
Roll out those lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer.
But remember,
unforgettable.
This classic Nat King Cole collection is not sold in any store. Please stay tuned to order yours now.
Sometimes I wonder why I spend.
To order, call toll-free 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $14.98 for records or cassettes or $16.98 for CD plus $3.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Nat King Cole, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
I challenge all of you in this chamber. Let never, ever shut the federal government down again.
The president delivers a message. In return, he gets polite applause, but little union in this state of budget brinksmanship. Lives turned upside down in Louisiana. A tornado strikes cars, houses, and terror. The Love Boat tries to sink the Donald. Ahoy, mate, the princess plays a trump card. Hello, I'm Kathleen Kennedy at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and this is Newsnight. President Clinton is challenging Republicans to finish the job, pass a balanced budget he can sign. The president devoted merely minutes of his hour-long State of the Union speech to his budget battle with GOP lawmakers. Mr. Clinton called for Congress to avoid a third government shutdown on the horizon for Friday. He reached out to Republicans, repeating a theme of working together. He even peppered his speech with republicanism, declaring the era of big government over. That drew hearty applause from both parties, but time and time again, Mr. Clinton watched as Republicans sat in silence. A few even walked out.
Now it is time to finish the job and balance the budget. Though differences remain among us, which are significant, the combined total of the proposed savings that are common to both plans is more than enough, using the numbers from your Congressional Budget Office, to balance the budget in 7 years and to provide a modest tax cut. These cuts are real. They will require sacrifice from everyone. But these cuts do not undermine our fundamental obligations to our parents, our children, and our future, by endangering Medicare or Medicaid or education or the environment, or by raising taxes on working families.
The president issued a number of challenges to the American people. Here are a few highlights. For families, Mr. Clinton wants programs to combat teen pregnancy and smoking, and he wants the media to find ways for parents to monitor their children's TV viewing. The president called for education initiatives. He wants $1,000 scholarships for the top 5% of high school graduates, and he wants to expand work-study programs. On the economy, the president called for more on-the-job training, better health insurance, and higher wages. The vision for America President Clinton described as not shared by two men who want to replace him. Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole delivered the Republican response to the address. More on his response and the response of other members of the GOP from CNN's Candy Crowley.
It's hard to beat the kind of stage the president can command, and the men who lust after his job didn't even try. Still, the Republican presidential candidates all found a forum from which to fire, and boy, did they fire. Not a Mr. Nice Guy in the bunch. Pulling rank, the Senate Majority Leader picked himself to use the free airtime offered Republicans for a response. Hailed by the president,
I would like to say to Senator Bob Dole and to all others in this chamber who fought in World War II, I salute your service, and so do the American people.
the senator did not respond in kind.
President Clinton may well be the rear guard of the welfare state. He is the chief obstacle to a balanced budget and the balanced budget amendment. He is almost the last public defender of a discredited status quo.
From outside the Beltway, flat taxer and political insurgent Steve Forbes got in his 2 cents worth by buying some TV time before and after the president's speech.
The politicians will try to stop us, but they can't.
Absent Forbes' money and Dole's rank, Senator Phil Gramm spent State of the Union night with a couple of his new friends out in Iowa, and then bought some satellite time to beam up a couple body blows.
I hope and I believe tonight that we have seen the last Clinton State of the Union address in the history of the United States of America.
Other candidates managed to find TV cameras as well. Lamar Alexander got a twofer with his time, hitting both the president and the senator.
A Democratic president offering really a compelling vision, but he's faking it. He won't do it. And then a Republican senator who's too decent to fake a vision, but who obviously doesn't have one.
Even the ever-gracious Richard Lugar broke form and blasted the president.
I mean, he does not engender great trust of those of us who have to negotiate with him, which is unfortunate.
The Republican attacks on the president seem particularly brutal in light of the president's mostly nonpartisan speech, but the contrast may be more a matter of timing than temperament. The unchallenged Democratic president can afford to be presidentially gracious just now, luxuriating in a certain summer nomination. But in the crowded Republican field, time is running out to stand out, and every word counts, especially the rough ones. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
So how did the president's address play with the players? Find out on CNN Early Edition. House Speaker Newt Gingrich will join us at 7 a.m. Eastern, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta will be our guest at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Houston, Texas police are looking for a pregnant 10-year-old missing from state custody. Cindy Garcia is 8.5 months pregnant. Police think she's seeking the 22-year-old man they believe to be the father of her baby. They plan to arrest the man on sexual assault charges. Once in custody, he faces a $200,000 bond.
The problem is if you're not 14 years old, you can't even give consent to having sex. A 13-year-old can't say yes or no. They can only be no. Any sex with anybody 13 or younger is automatically sexual assault, and aggravated sexual assault at that.
Social workers fear Cindy Garcia doesn't realize she faces a rough delivery because of her age. A family matter has become a very public matter in Michigan. A judge has ruled in a custody battle revolving around a sick man, his wife, his son, and Michigan's so-called suicide doctor. Joan McFarland reports.
It is hard for Kristen Hamstra to let go of her 69-year-old father because she has been asked to do so by a court of law. A Michigan probate court has determined that it is in the best interest of Dr. Gerald Klooster to remain here in Michigan with his son Chip, rather than return to California with his daughter Kristen.
The court retains jurisdiction and continues the temporary appointment of Chip Klooster.
The problem is Dr. Klooster has Alzheimer's and is no longer competent to make a decision that is now before the courts because of this man, Dr. Jack Kevorkian.
I had 2 conversations with Mr. Kevorkian. The first one was November 20th. And at that time, my Uncle Fred was in the home with me, so he listened in on his own receiver. And it was very concerning talking with Mr. Kevorkian because he had stated he had a letter from my father stating he wanted to end his life.
Kevorkian's attorney, Jeffrey Feiger, claims his client never assists in a suicide without the full consent of the family, and that Kevorkian broke his relationship with the Klusters because there wasn't full family support. But Chip Kluster's attorney says that's not what Kevorkian told his client.
My client had 2 conversations with Mr. Kevorkian, as we call him. And during the second conversation, Kevorkian indicated that if the California Klusters get his father back to California, then it'll be up to the California courts and the psychologists out there to decide. The same psychologist who had already provided opinions that he was competent, that his mother was going to use to do him.
Testimony revealed that Ruth Kluster believed her husband wanted to end his life rather than face a nursing home as his disease progressed. Dr. Kluster and his wife had plans to meet Dr. Kevorkian in Michigan, but the plans never took place because Chip abducted his father and brought him back here to Michigan.
No doubt in my mind, Mr. Kevorkian would have accomplished the task.
Chip believes his mother could still try and end his dad's life, but his sister Kristen testified her mother has abandoned the idea. The ruling here in Michigan for now is temporary, and this entire case scenario will once again be played out next month in California. A judge there will be determining custody in that state, and the issues that divide this family will once again be played out in court. Joan McFarland for CNN, Petoskey, Michigan.
Day 2 for O.J. Simpson still ahead on Newsnight. What kind of questions he's facing, what kind of answers he's giving. It comes from cows and you drink it. No, not the milk, what's in it and what it might do to you when Newsnight continues.
You could play in the rain. You could frolic in the snow. And when the sun shines, you could peel off the rest of your inhibitions. The Saab 900 convertible. Find your own road. Saab.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
We could really use a vacation. With a flavor and a romance all its own. We could really use a vacation. That'll give us memories to last a lifetime.
Discover the continent of Puerto Rico, pristine beaches, 500 years of history, and an unforgettable vacation. Only Puerto Rico puts it all within your reach.
No one leaves till we solve this one.
Gotta return the page. Gotta return the page. Gotta return the page.
Introducing SkyTel two-way paging. It lets you reply to a page instantly. Can your pager do that?
I gotta return the page.
Call 1-800-SkyTel.
More bullets, more dolls, more spinning headlines. It's Gangsters Inc., and it's on Turner Classic Movies all month long. So call your cable company and tell them you want Turner Classic Movies, or else.
Lawyers claim they've caught O.J. Simpson in inconsistencies about what he did the day his ex-wife and her friend were killed. Simpson spent a second day under questioning, under oath, at an attorney's office. Details of Simpson's videotaped deposition for the wrongful death lawsuits against him are being kept quiet. Victim Ron Goldman's father and sister say they're pleased with the questioning by attorney Daniel Petrocelli.
Dan doesn't miss a beat. He's being very detailed and very meticulous in his questioning. He's right on target. He's been working his butt off, and it's paying off in there.
We've waited a long time to have an opportunity to ask the hard questions and have questions answered under oath, and I think out of it will come a lot of very interesting things.
3 months after he canceled a no-holds-barred live interview on network television, Simpson will be interviewed live Wednesday night by the BET cable network. Part of northern Louisiana is under a state of emergency after a tornado Tuesday afternoon. Governor Mike Foster put National Guard troops on alert for Shreveport and Caddo Parish. The twister flipped over several cars, damaged homes, destroyed a private airstrip, and caused some gas leaks. At least 30 nursing home residents suffered slight injuries from flying glass. A woman with Down syndrome is in critical but stable condition after a heart-lung transplant that 2 hospitals had refused to perform. Sandra Jensen, an activist for people with Down syndrome, was rejected by Stanford and the University of California at San Diego hospitals. Stanford wrote the surgery was not, quote, appropriate, and UCSD thought she could not handle the tough recovery routine. Stanford performed the surgery after fierce lobbying by disabled rights activists. Medical researchers say not all prostate cancers have to be surgically removed. Cancer of the prostate gland is the #2 cause of cancer deaths among men, but surgery to remove the tumors often leaves men impotent or incontinent. Doctors at the Mayo Clinic say they have developed a method of determining when a tumor should be removed and when it can be safely left alone. The Food and Drug Administration says there's no validity to a study linking milk from cows treated with a synthetic hormone to some types of cancer. The disputed study by University of Illinois researchers says drinking milk from cows treated with bovine growth hormone increases the risk of breast and colon cancer. Well, the little fella's been standing in a public place all alone, not even wearing a stitch of clothing. Yet people have passed him by for years without even paying him any notice. Well, he has their attention now. CNN's Brian Jenkins reports on a guy who is turning out to be quite a piece of work.
Just down Fifth Avenue from New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art stands a mansion designed at the turn of the century by the famed architect Stanford White and bought in 1952 by the French government. In the lobby rotunda stands a small statue of Cupid, installed by White in 1905. Until last fall, no one thought the dimly lit fountain piece was anything special. Then a professor at the Institute of Fine Art around the corner saw the Cupid brightly lit during an exhibition of French art.
As I went by in a dark, rainy night, pressed my nose against the glass, I could see through the glass that the fountain statue that we all knew was in the building was a very remarkable work.
Kathleen Brandt went back for a closer look and decided the statue was no imitation of late 15th century sculpture. The thrust of the pose, the curls of the hair, the lion's paw, unfinished, turned into a quiver for Cupid's arrows. All suggested the early work of the great Michelangelo, sculptor of David, painter of the Sistine Chapel.
I was very excited, but it also made me very nervous because I knew that I was likely to get into a lot of trouble.
But several leading art historians have agreed with Professor Brandt that the lines of the figure bespeak the hand of an awesomely gifted beginner.
The way the whole back turns in response to his gesture. It's not just a series of details, it's that everything belongs to a living image.
The exquisite work was billed as a Michelangelo at a London auction in 1902, but went unsold and was returned to Rome. The dealer who sold it to Stanford White said it was merely a newly uncovered antiquity. In 1968, an Italian scholar came across a photo of the statue from the catalog for the 1902 auction, and he argued it was a Michelangelo. But no one knew where to find the statue and authenticate that contention. Gaining wide acceptance may now require scientific dating and further comparisons. But the director of the Metropolitan Museum says he can't imagine the statue not going on at least temporary display in New York.
You are dealing with one of the greatest creative geniuses of all time.
French officials are making no promises.
Well, I think it's a little too soon to give a straightforward answer.
The locals make no bones about it, though. They want the chipped and broken figure to stay on the street where it has stood, underappreciated, for 90 years. Brian Jenkins, CNN, New York.
For years, he was New York's Prince of Property, but there are those who are royally upset with Donald Trump, not over a real estate deal, over his princess. See why when Newsnight continues.
Dr. Pearl always insists on offering the best in value. So we came up with the Pearl Vision Fantastic 50% off frame sale. Imagine our entire collection of great-looking frames on sale. The latest fashions from all the top designers, all reduced by half, a full 50% off. But it all ends soon. Pearl's Fantastic 50% off frame sale. It's fabulous. This month only at Pearl Vision.
In the early 90s, the real estate business changed.
I've got your financing seminar, 2 closings, and a showing.
Busy day.
Busy morning.
Professionals took control, trained to use the latest marketing tools, responsive to the real human issues.
He's not moving, but we've got a meeting set for tomorrow.
And one organization is setting the pace. Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate. Join us. Call 1-800-ADVANCE.
In the world of credit cards, the traffic is getting pretty heavy, and it's easy to get confused by all the complicated new card offers and restrictions. But people who know where they're going use one card, Discover Card, with the Cashback Bonus Award, the Smart Rate Program, and no annual fee. For a positive impact on your finances, use the Discover Card. It pays to discover, the card that pays you back. Use it where you see the Novus sign.
Isn't 90s technology marvelous? Look at the Hewlett-Packard OfficeJet, a wonderful device allowing Father to print, fax, and copy, all from one machine. So now he can leave the office and finish his work at home in a relaxed environment that promotes paternal bonding and results in increased productivity.
The HP OfficeJet printer, fax, copier, a better way to go to work.
Check my pants, Daddy. I've been productive too.
Princess Cruise Line is suing Donald Trump because he named his new boat the Trump Princess. Princess is well known as the Love Boat, and its TV ads featuring the star of that series, Gavin MacLeod. The lawsuit claims Trump violated the Princess trademark. His new Trump Princess is being built now in Florida. The lawsuit claims Trump is already taking reservations for the inaugural cruise, which is scheduled for April. When Miss New York State was told to turn in her crown, she replied with a $2 million lawsuit. Pageant organizers say Helen Goldsby violated her contract by taking a full-time job on Broadway, which prevented her from making required appearances. But the beauty queen says she was treated in an ugly way by pageant officials.
I'm very hurt, first of all. It was very hurtful, but in the manner in which I was told, actually. No letter was sent to me, no phone call was made. I found out in the middle of an interview with a particular part of the media, and for what I thought was an interview about the Miss New York bill, I was then told that I'd been fired. So it was hurtful. I was completely devastated.
Goldsby says she's suing the pageant for damaging her reputation. Well, Mother Nature has made quite a reputation for herself lately. Karen McGinnis has the forecast.
Well, for our viewers in the West and for ski operators, this looks to be a pretty good season with the onslaught of the Pacific moisture lowering the snow levels down across the northern Sierra Nevada as low as 1,000 feet in some areas. Even in Seattle, you may see a combination of rain and snow part of the forecast, so you'll have to drive carefully. Even up around the ridge tops and through the Sierra Nevada and the Cascades, you're going to see some gusty winds. And if you're traveling through these areas, you'll want to watch out because it is going to be awfully low, and we're going to see quite a lot of snowfall. In the Central Sierra, Lake Tahoe, Truckee region, 1 to 2 feet of snowfall. Well, in the southern edge of the next weather system across the east, we've seen some showers and some thunderstorms. A tornado struck in the vicinity of Shreveport, Louisiana. There were 30 injuries, and this was at a retirement home. They suspect that perhaps some very strong gusty winds or perhaps a tornado did the damage there. But they don't need the rainfall into the Ohio Valley in the northeast. It does look like that's part of the weather picture as we roll on into Wednesday evening. The good news is this will roll out rather quickly, but our computer models are saying 1 to 3 inches of snowfall possible. As I've mentioned, along with the snowfall, the gusty winds, even into the LA basin, you might see an occasional shower. Don't think you'll see a lot anyway. Phoenix, 60 degrees. It's going to be a little bit warmer. Denver, 43, windy. You've got snow in your forecast coming up for Thursday. If you're headed to Atlanta, 54. Dallas will climb to 60 degrees. Chicago, 28 and breezy. Montreal, Canada, rain. It'll climb to 4 Celsius. Fairbanks is looking at some clearing conditions. It'll be 25 below. Honolulu, more clouds and a few more showers. It'll climb to about 82. Now the CNN Ski Report.
Today's Ski Report is brought to you by Subaru. Test drive the 1996 Subaru Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
I don't see him. I think we're safe.
Of course we're safe. We're in my Subaru Outback.
I know the world's first sport utility wagon.
This beauty's got dual airbags, full-time all-wheel drive. It's more stable in the turn than a Blazer.
What else you got?
Better braking than an Explorer. That's my Subaru Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
So what's it gonna... Hey, it's you!
How observant.
I'm a big fan.
Really?
Yeah, I just love your Diamond Minute race.
Oh, well, actually, that's Sprint's Diamond Minute race. Don't be so modest. It's great.
And it's good forever. You know how I count out my tips now? I take the dimes and I go 1 minute, 2 minutes.
That's nice. I'll have the soup.
Hey, Rocco! Look, it's the dime lady!
Oh, boy. Sprint's really started something.
Call now and get 10 cents a minute across the U.S. and now even to Canada.
It's color printing and it's state-of-the-art. It's flyers. It's proposals. It's Crayola and Hallmark Connection software. And putting your very own logo on a t-shirt. So it's not business as usual. It's what you can do with a new Canon Color Bubble Jet printer. Canon. What can you do?
Critics are calling Dolores Claiborne spellbinding and gripping. A great film.
One of us is going to the boneyard.
Dolores Claiborne is the thriller of the year. Dolores Claiborne.
When it comes to books, some people are convinced that real literature just doesn't sell. But when a book has murder, scandal, Southern decadence, and the ring of truth, it can mean big money for more than just the author. CNN's Brian Cabell reports.
There's an old building right there with a lot of shrubbery in front of it. That's the oldest stone masonry building in Georgia.
For 2.5 centuries, the live oaks and Spanish moss seem to hide the secrets of this enchanting, slightly decadent southern city. But then 2 years ago, the book, as it's known here, was published. Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil by John Berendt. Some of the secrets of Savannah were exposed.
Did everybody read this book? Yes.
This is Mandy.
Shame on you. My mama told me not to read stuff like that.
Her real name, as she tells tourists, is Nancy Hillis, but in the book, she was Mandy, a flamboyant, fun-loving singer who teamed up with Joe Odom.
For your information, in case you don't remember, Joe was the attorney, very smart, a charismatic scoundrel from Savannah.
They sound like fictional characters, but they're not. And the story of a mysterious shooting death at this ornate mansion known as the Mercer House was also real. Tour bus drivers show visitors where the murder suspect, a homosexual antique dealer, was jailed and tried repeatedly.
The Rhea Gems trials held right here in the Chatham County Courthouse.
They also see where a female impersonator, another prominent character, used to perform.
People who behave strangely might, in other parts of the country, be shunned.
In Savannah, they're encouraged. They are welcomed. They're embraced.
In it, he said,
Author John Berendt has been stunned by the book's success. 91 weeks on the bestseller list. Jack Lee, who shot the arresting photograph of a bronze statue at a Savannah cemetery for the book's cover, was also surprised.
I've just been very thankful for what this photograph has provided in terms of it being a tremendous boost to what I have been doing all along.
He's now opened a gallery in Savannah. The entire city's tourism industry has benefited. Visitors want to see the places they've read about. Even the graveyard, where the author once discussed his plans to write about this intriguing city, where eccentricity is a virtue. Brian Cabell, CNN.
Fact is often better than fiction, and the truth of the matter is, Sports Late Night is coming up. Barry LeBrock is here with the preview. What's up, Barry?
Well, you got that right, Kathleen. Here's what's coming up on Sports Late Night. UMass, the #1 team in college basketball, in action tonight, taken to overtime, with or without star player Marcus Camby. We'll show you those highlights. Bill Walsh back in football. That's only part of our Super Bowl coverage. And, of course, the entire night in the NHL and the NBA. Nancy Newman joins me in a couple of minutes for Sports Late Night. Please do the same. Kathleen.
Okay, thanks, Barry, and thank you for joining us. That's Newsnight. I'm Kathleen Kennedy at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Sports Late Night is coming your way.
This is the place for complete coverage of live breaking news wherever it occurs. This is CNN.
News travels fast.
This just into headline news.
What happens there can be seen here, now. That's why people everywhere turn to Headline News. For continuously updated news, business, sports, and entertainment, staying in touch with the world has never been easier. Because it doesn't matter what hour of the day it is, the time for Headline News is always now. Headline News, a CNN network.
Inside Politics, 4 and 8:30 Eastern on CNN.
Coming up on Sports Late Night, it's Super Bowl time, and look who's back in the spotlight. And speaking of the bowl, why should we watch this one?
Just in case it's one of those real good ones.
College hoops, it can be. Marcus in uniform for UMass tonight, and it's more than an extra minute for the Minutemen against Pitt. Pro hoop, the Knicks and Bulls go jaw to jaw. Chicago tries to stomp out win number 35. Don't look now, but the Hawks are hot. They look for win number 8 straight. All the thrills and spills. Sports Late Night next.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm Nancy Newman.
Yes, Miss Big Shot back from the NHL All-Star Game. And I'm Barry LeBrock. We start with college basketball. Marcus Camby, the story going into UMass's game tonight at the beginning, but by the end we are talking wins and losses up for grabs.
Yes, all part of that being #1 territory. Yeah. Everybody's gunning for you. College basketball's top-ranked team took the floor tonight in Pittsburgh. Star center Marcus Camby suited up for the first time since he fainted before the St. Bonaventure game January 14th, but he didn't see any action. The Panthers were pumped to take on UMass. With or without Camby, Pitt loves to play on campus, and they put on quite a show for the hometown crowd tonight at Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. Pitt hoping some of that Steelers magic would rub off on the Panthers. First half, things going right for Pitt. Off the loose ball, Chad Varga grabs it, tosses to Gerald Jordan. Is left unattended under the basket and capitalizes. Panthers by 12 early. But UMass pulled to within 5 by halftime. Then in the second half, Donta Bright, the driving layup. UMass would take the lead by 5. Camby excited, but the Panthers didn't quit. Coming back to tie. A chance to win. Andre Aldridge's shot at the buzzer will not go. We are going to overtime, tied at 66. In OT, Carmelo Travieso time. Hitting the three-pointer, posting the Minutemen to a 73-68 lead. They would go on to win it 79-71. Oh, so close. 27 points for Carmelo Travieso, leading the way. UMass trailed by as many as 12, but rallied to remain the only unbeaten team in major college basketball. 17 straight wins, that's a school record. CNN's Mark Morgan has more from Pittsburgh.
UMass has now won 4 straight without its star center, Marcus Camby. Camby had been cleared to play by doctors, but he remained on the bench and watched his teammates beat Pittsburgh in overtime, 79-71.
What does this team learn playing without him?
That we can beat teams without him. That's what we talk about throughout the year. We always talk about what if Marcus go down, what if I go down, somebody go down, somebody else got to come in and step up.
They don't need me, I guess. Guys are playing so well in my absence. I'm just so very proud of them.
They seem to be able to pick it up when we need to pick it up a notch. And that's a sign of a good team. And it's nice to see they've done it without Marcus, but they're excited that he's coming back.
I feel fine. I want to get back out there on the court.
And you look to play Saturday?
Yeah, I'm going to definitely play Saturday no matter what. Coach Cal ain't going to stop me Saturday.
Beginning Saturday, UMass will be back to full strength with Camby as they continue their quest for a national championship. In Pittsburgh, Mark Morgan, CNN Sports.
Thanks, Mark. As Mark mentioned, UMass's next contest comes Saturday versus none other than St. Bonaventure. It was prior to the game at the Bonnies that Camby collapsed 2 weeks ago. Barry.
No trade, no free agent signing, no return of Joe Montana, but chalk went up for the San Francisco 49ers today. Bill Walsh, one of the main architects in the construction of the Niners dynasty, has rejoined the team as a coaching assistant. The so-called genius, now 64 years old. He led the 49ers to 3 Super Bowl titles while racking up over 100 wins in 10 seasons. More recently, he coached at Stanford, where he broke dead even in 3 years at the helm, but now it's back to the bigs.
My wisdom and knowledge and expertise are a resource. This is done in the corporate world all of the time.
Ultimately, what we're trying to accomplish here is to have the best football team that the 49ers can possibly come up with. And if that means Coach Walsh being a part of this again, then by God, that's the important thing for us to do.
My job will be as a resource technically, strategically, tactically, and in developing the skills of the players.
Interesting note here, a source close to the 49ers says that several of the team's offensive stars were voicing complaints about the situation in San Fran. They were saying that head coach George Seifert was tinkering too much with the offense, including calling plays, and that they needed their former coach back in the mix. Fitting, of course, that Walsh is back in the spotlight during Super Bowl week. He owned this time in seasons past. This year, though, it's the 49ers' rivals. Cowboys back in the big one to face the Steelers. Nothing too football intensive going on out there today, so Walsh was the big story. With more from Phoenix, here's Vince Cellini.
Thank you, Barry. Seems the 49ers are famous for making this type of move when it's anything short of a championship season. We want to welcome our analysts now, James Lofton and Ron Meyer. And James, what would bring Bill Walsh back to coaching at age 64?
Because he needed to be back. It's that simple. For the first time, Bill Walsh is happy again. I saw him on the sidelines when the 49ers played the St. Louis Rams, and he was finally beaming. He wanted to be back in the fold, and that's exactly where he is right now.
Well, he's back in the fold. Seifert was beaming, but isn't it going to be crowded with that coaching staff? What do you think?
Well, Vince, I really don't think so. You know, it's no big deal. Bill Walsh just puts the headsets back on. He talks to the guy in the press box, Mark Trestman, and he gets the plays, and he becomes the head coach of the 49er offense. And I underline that offense. No big deal. A lot of coaches have done this.
All right, now let's move to some Super Bowl news of the day. Tuesday was the ever-popular Super Bowl Media Day, and imagine 3,000 reporters stepping over one another just to get that perfect quote at Sun Devil Stadium. Well, it turns out some pretty meaty stuff by Steeler linebacker Greg Lloyd. Lloyd didn't come right out and say he was going to try to knock Troy Aikman out of the game, but if you read between the lines, it sounds like Troy's a target, and that's fine with Aikman.
When you go back there and hit a quarterback, your intentions are not understanding that, you know, these guys have families and things of that nature, and you don't want to see anybody crippled. You want to see guys to be able, you know, to take care of their families and things like that. But when you go back there, I mean, that's part of the game. That's part of the game. When you go back there and hit that quarterback, if he gets a concussion, he comes out of the game, that's the risk you take of sitting back there. That's part of the joy of beating that tackle and getting back there.
He's right in the one sense that his job is to hit quarterbacks. I don't know that his job is to hurt quarterbacks, but it certainly is to put pressure on quarterbacks and get to them, and that's fine.
All right, Ron, you know what? This is Greg Lloyd's M.O. pretty much every game, not only the Super Bowl.
Well, for the Steelers to have a chance, you've got to be destructive. You've got to be a defensive guy that goes in and blows that quarterback up. You know, the 49ers did it. They did it last season. And Vince, this is the reason that they were successful against the Cowboys. And for the Steelers to have a chance, they've got to do that exact thing. And as brutal as it sounds, they must do that. Get Aikman out and play against a Wade Wilson. They got a chance.
It may sound brutal, but the game is even more brutal than that. And Greg Lloyd is just voicing the opinion of every defensive player who has ever strapped it up. And all he does is lay it on the table because he was asked, and it was media day. So when it's media day, you come up with the stories, you answer the question, and that's exactly what Greg Lloyd did. But he did it to Marino, he did it to Kelly, and he would love to do it to Aikman.
You can have a little quote and say it in a whisper, and it's heard around the world. Meanwhile, a couple of big-name defensive players are dominating talk here in Phoenix. Sunday brings the return of Dallas defensive end Charles Haley, but it also, more incredibly, brings the return of Rod Woodson, the Steeler cornerback, who's trying to do something that no player has ever done, and that is have the ACL repaired in the knee and then return to play in the same season. It's pretty amazing stuff, but then again, Rod Woodson is no ordinary player. Brent Weber has that story.
Rod Woodson's comeback needed a stage of this magnitude. Since blowing out his knee in the first week of the season, he's been telling the media of his plans to run past medical opinions in time for the Super Bowl.
Bill nor I would put myself in a situation if I couldn't go out there and play the game. And, you know, if I couldn't turn around with Michael or Kevin Williams or Dion, whoever, I would not go out there and play the game.
Maybe Pittsburgh saying, well, they don't know when they get back, so they got to play them. I don't know the situation. That's why I'm saying I'll have to wait and see, and I'll be shocked to see if they do anything incredible.
I hope they do come at me. It'll be fun. You know, it's a Super Bowl. You got all eyes watching you, and you know, I hope they come out there and say, well, we're going to see if we can cover or not.
The questions are natural. When the former Defensive Player of the Year went down, the secondary shuffled personnel, stepped up their performance, and helped Pittsburgh to the Super Bowl. His comeback has been inspiring, but is it ill-advised?
You have to be careful that, you know, you bring a guy like Rod back who's a great football player, that he doesn't mess up the chemistry somewhat, because it does take a while. And if you haven't been back there playing with one another, I mean, it just doesn't happen overnight.
Kind of concerned about his knee, you know, that's just me. And, you know, Rod, he looked good last week in practice, and, you know, and I'm glad, you know, he's back and have a chance to play in the Super Bowl, because this is what he's been playing for all, you know, his whole career.
The Cowboys are expecting an emotional lift on defense, too. Defensive end Charles Haley, out since December 3rd with back surgery and battling the flu this week, says he can't imagine the scenario that would keep him from playing for a 5th Super Bowl ring.
I might die, that's probably it. Or, you know, the head man decide not to put me out there, you know, that's it, you know. Otherwise than that, it's no question that I'm going to play.
Now that Haley and Woodson have laid to rest their plans to suit up, both have 3 days of practice to determine just how much they'll be able to play. In Tempe, Arizona, Brent Weber, CNN Sports.
All right, fellas, first Rod Woodson, and admittedly only 80 to 85% healthy, Rod. You pinned him down today. What did he say?
Well, I grabbed Rod aside and I said, Rod, what position are you going to be working at? And he said, quarterback, Ron, what else? But I asked him in both packages, the base and the nickel, and he kind of questioned that, indicating to me it's the nickel where they can protect him. I don't think he's totally ready yet. They want to protect him out there.
A couple of Purdue guys talking there. Defensive lineman Charles Haley, one of those gamers on the defensive line, but really throwing caution to the wind, James.
Well, caution doesn't enter into this, nor does money or anything else. This is about history. Charles Haley, 4 Super Bowl rings. He wants to earn the 5th and be the first guy to earn it. And he wants to do it on the field, not on the sideline in the street clothes.
Yeah, Charles says he is going to be there, and we'll be here a little bit later on in the show. Coming up, we'll go back for more media mayhem and a real contrast between the Cowboys and the Steelers, but that's later on in the show. Right now, back to the studio with Barry and Nancy.
Yeah, media day. Do you see anything telling in there?
No.
Nor did I. A lot of interviews. I think the players know an onslaught is coming, and I think the idea these days is not to say anything that's gonna, you know, get you in a little trouble.
Exactly. The last thing you want to do is be the guy that provides the other side with bulletin board material.
Yeah, and like Vince said, you say something a little controversial these days and everybody hears about it.
Comes the word.
Yeah.
Still to come on Late Night, more from the hardwood. An old-time rivalry renewed in the Big Apple. The last time Michael paid visit to the Garden, he shot the lights out. Tonight, his first appearance since. And how about those Hawks, surging and serious about making noise in the Central? They carried 8 straight wins to Cleveland. Did they fly away unscathed? Answers when Late Night continues.
This Super Bowl update brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. You can depend on us.
Think of it as the world's thinnest service manual.
It's the Valvoline Instant Oil Change MVP card. Your computerized access to the maximum vehicle performance system that follows all your car manufacturer's oil, filter, and fluid recommendations, and maintains your service records. Put your car on the information superhighway with MVP, available only at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. You can depend on us.
Only one car company offers 2 front airbags and 2 side impact airbags, standard on every new car. Now, who might that be? Mercedes? BMW? Lexus? Acura? Now, that wasn't too difficult, was it? Drive safely.
The players. The history. The drama. The moments. The miracles. The Braves. The Braves, an illustrated history of America's team. Now available in a commemorative World Series limited edition.
Home this year, 19-0. On the road, though, they stink. 3 losses already, 3 against only 15 wins. They tried to right that sinking ship tonight with a visit to Madison Square Garden against a seriously struggling Knicks team, which had lost 8 of 14 coming into this one. Chicago looking for its 12th straight win overall, and Charles Oakley gets a face full of Michael Jordan's shoe, and then the rest of the Knicks get a face full of Michael Jordan, period. Bulls up 41-32 in the second. Later in the quarter, Jordan uses the great court vision. Look at the long chest pass, half court to Scottie Pippen, 48-39, Bulls at halftime. Third quarter, MJ doing it from long range, 3-pointer, bullseye. Can't play off him, can't play on him. Bulls using the defense to create some offense. Ron Harper, the steal, ahead to Jordan. Then look at the dish to Scottie. Not a bad combo. 17-2, the Bulls on just a little bit of a run. Fourth quarter, they're pulling away. Tony Kukoc, the lob to Michael, who rolls it in. That was one of the easier ones tonight. And the unbelievable Bulls season continues. Chicago now 35-3 as Michael pumped in 33 points in just 36 minutes. That's 8 straight games of 30-plus for him. The battle in the middle won by Luke Longley. He had 14 points, 10 rebounds, compared to Patrick Ewing's 10 points, 9 rebounds.
Don't look now, but the Atlanta Hawks are turning heads. Only one team in the NBA is hotter over the last 10 games. You get one guess. But Atlanta's streak is something to talk about as well. 8 wins in a row going into the night. Good enough to overtake Cleveland in the Central, the team that hosted them tonight. Let's go to Gund Arena. Cavs hoping to regain some of that ground. Hawks coach Lenny Wilkens looking for his 9th straight victory. Cavs jumping out to the early lead with defense. Terrell Brandon, the steal and the jam. Cavs by 1 in the first. Cavs led 44-35 at halftime. But the Hawks would fight back. Elo finding Mookie Blaylock in the corner. Nice pump, drains it. Hawks up by 3 in the fourth. Hawks up by 4 late. It is Blaylock and Elo again. This time Elo on the give and go. Elo with the lay. Hawks by 6, and they would cruise to a 12-point win. 9 of Craig Elo's 11 points came in that fourth quarter, a frame during which the Hawks held the Cavs to just 13 points, making 9 wins in a row for Atlanta. Cleveland was good on just 29 of 84 shots. On we go to Salt Lake City. Blazers, Jazz. John Stockton fouled by Aaron McKee. Can't stop Stockton. The off-balance one-hander goes. Third, though, a scary moment here. Watch the upper right portion of your screen. Stockton collides with David Benoit. Both crash to the floor with a thud and in considerable pain. Both men going down, and they stayed down for a while. Mrs. Stockton concerned, but she gets the wave from John. He was fine, and he would return. Looked just fine there. The alley-oop to Karl Malone. Stockton doing it with Band-Aid and all. 29 points for Karl Malone, plus 11 rebounds. Utah outscored Portland 30-8 in the second quarter, a blow from which the Jazz a blow from which the Blazers could not recover. John Stockton finished with 5 points, 14 assists, and 5 stitches. And a little nudge to partake in some more hoopla. The invitation is to tune in Wednesday night. The Suns, who got torched for 40 tonight by Reggie Miller, will take on the T-Wolves on TBS.
And still ahead, the circus of sports. It's also known as Super Bowl Media Day. Today, under the big top of the Arizona sky, members of the press piled out of that Volkswagen. It's coming up, but first, more of tonight's top 25 scores.
This is about how you go to sleep one day, running your business the same way you always have, and wake up the next morning with things like email, voicemail, PCs, pagers, a new communications network for free. It's not a fairy tale, a myth, or a parable. This is about how things can really happen. This is about opening your eyes instead of closing them, and making a call instead of a wish. Network MCI, that's how.
Think of it as the world's thinnest service manual. It's the Valvoline Instant Oil Change MVP card, your computerized access to the maximum vehicle performance system that follows all your car manufacturer's oil, filter, and fluid recommendations, and maintains your service records. Put your car on the information superhighway with MVP, available only at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. You can depend on us.
Time for more super stuff. We get a little Media Day taste from Phoenix. Earlier in the show, we got one, that is. Just an appetizer, that was. Let's send it back to Arizona and our Vince Cellini, who has more on the annual mob scene.
Thank you, Nancy. Welcome back to Phoenix in the Phoenix Civic Plaza, the NFL headquarters during Super Bowl week. You know, etiquette takes a vacation during Super Bowl Media Day, and that included the Cowboys, fashionably late for their interview session. The Cowboys still took control of the media mob, while the Steelers seemed mildly amused at all the attention. CNN's Darren Kagan tells us the media said hello to two very different teams.
The big game might not be until Sunday, but the competition began with a contrast of styles here at Media Day on Tuesday. You have the Pittsburgh Steelers with their working-class blue-collar image. And then you have the Dallas Cowboys, shining in the spotlight they've come to love.
Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Everybody ready? You ready? You ready? Ready. I'm back.
And with that, the show began, the Cowboys playing themselves up.
We're a team you love to hate, pretty much, because we have so many personalities on this team, and we're good, and we know we're good, and we let you know that we're good.
But the Steelers weren't impressed with the Cowboy hype.
Cocky, you could say, because they've been here, you know, a lot more times than the Steelers in the 90s.
Yeah, just a bunch of overachievers from Western Pennsylvania, just happy to be here.
We're supposed to be focused and be working class and get the job done in that while we're here. I'm not so sure we're here to do all the media stuff and crap like that. I mean, we're here to be focused.
For Kevin Green to say that, if you're not going to say nothing, the word is, for all the Steelers who say we doing all the talking, the word is no comment. Because if you say more than them two words there, you're talking. You're opening your mouth, and you're saying something.
So what the Cowboys are saying, they aren't looking for the attention. It's just a byproduct of their success.
Let me ask y'all this question. Why do y'all consider us high profile? I mean, it seems like you guys want to talk to us a lot more than we want to talk to y'all.
How people want to view the two teams, I don't know, but I know that we'll be working as hard as what they are.
So the storylines evolve. Blue collar versus white collar. Good guys versus...
We'll be the bad guys. Whatever it takes to keep this thing hyped up, to keep the media going, to keep the fans happy, we'll be the bad guys. I'm designating the Cowboys as official bad guys of the Super Bowl.
And now only one question remains. Who will shine in the winner's spotlight? That answer will have to wait until Sunday. Darren Kagan, CNN Sports.
And the Cowboys taking the role of...
For sunglasses and eyewear, you got to be at Media Day. What do you make of Media Day today?
You know, it really is overblown. I went through it as a player, and now on the other side of the fence, you know, it's almost too much to handle, but the Cowboys really do handle it well.
Well, I'm telling you, you know, as a coach, you hate media day because your players can always say the wrong thing. So you want to get this over with, get out of it. But the glitz the Cowboys have and the cameras, they just love it, Vince. And the Steelers just seem to ignore it.
All right, well, proving we left no stone unturned, we turned loose one of our analysts today. James Lofton was the ace reporter and came up with a scoop. Here's what he showed up with today at Media Day. See, that's his autograph on the chef hat. James was signing chef hats.
Oh, no,
so James, what are the Cowboys going to have for dinner tomorrow? What'd you find out? What's the scoop?
They're going to have big steaks to feed all those 300-pounders, and that's what they love to eat.
All right. Well, maybe you can fill out a recipe for me later if you get a chance.
Medium rare.
Yeah.
Just to let you know that we have you covered here all week long, we want to remind you, full coverage down here in Phoenix for Super Bowl 30. Ron, James, Darren, and Brent join me to bring you the news updates day to day. Keep it right here for Super Bowl info. Also, our NFL preview finale hits the air Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Ron, James, and I will break down strategy. We have up-to-the-minute news right up to, well, just a few hours before game time. But that is all for now. From Phoenix, for James Lofton, chef and reporter, and Ron Meyer, I'm Vince Cellini. We'll send it back to Atlanta.
Hey, you hear the Cowboys ready to take on the bad boy role, and you can only imagine that they're a little bit more comfortable than Pittsburgh.
Indeed, 3 trips in the last 4 years. Yeah. I think so. More late night ahead, the night on ice, and the play of the day in moments.
You've got the honors. Maybe you'll realize it when you tee off against a background of shining resorts. Good shot. Or when you see dolphins in the desert. It could only happen here. Maybe you'll know it when the afternoon sun, from high in an azure sky, soaks relaxation into every pore of your body. This is the place. You'll know, because your state of mind will tell you. Yeah, you're in a place unlike any other.
It is a missile in the war against mediocrity, an uppercut in the jaw of complacency. It is the deed to the broken white line that takes us past where we belong, to a place we never dreamt we could go. It is a declaration which screams out, I will not wallow in conformity. I will never own shoe trees. And it's got really comfy seats, too. The new Audi A4. Get ready for the ride of your life.
Hockey, Kings, Devils, Meadowlands, and a look at the great one. He and his company not having the great time of late. Less than a minute into this one, Steve Thomas jumps on the Kings turnover to John McClain, who slaps one past Kelly Rudy. 1-0 Devils to the second. At the other goal, Martin Brodeur denying Dmitry Kristich. The Kings keep at it. A kick save on Sean O'Donnell. Larry Robinson not happy. Still in the second, another Kings turnover. This from inside the Devils' blue line. Steve Thomas starts the 2-on-1 break. With Brian Ralston, Thomas waits, passes. Ralston has the open side. 2-0. Devils go on to the 3-1 win. Martin Brodeur turning away 22 shots while helping extend the Kings' winless streak to 7. Elsewhere, in Landover, Johan Garpenlov got his 3rd career hat trick and the first in Panthers franchise history as the Panthers edged the Capitals. And a 3-way trade to tell you about in the NHL tonight. Disgruntled Islanders forward Kirk Muller gets his wish to leave Long Island. He's on his way to Toronto along with Senators goaltender Don Beaupre. To the Islanders go Martin Straka, Brian Berard, and Ken Bellinger, while netminder Damian Rhodes and a junior defenseman are headed to the Canadian capital. And the Senators were not done there as they continue to search for answers to their many, many problems. Another coaching change made today. Dave Allison lasted just 2 months behind the bench after replacing the fired Rick Bowness. Allison was fired by an Ottawa team that bears the worst record in the league, 8-35-1.
And time now for our play of the day, and this one is the first pod in history dedicated to a building, the Omni in Atlanta. At last look, it's still standing despite its tenants tonight, the rock group AC/DC. Hell's Bells, you better believe it. The Omni is right next door to CNN Center. The concert has been over for hours now, and I'm still feeling the vibration. Appropriately enough, the Omni's primary tenants involved in tonight's pod, that's the Hawks against the Cavs. And look at the move there. Terrell Brandon, the sweet feed to Bobby Phills, up for the jam. The Hawks did win their 9th game in a row, but the Cavs working it. Brandon Phills, who fills it up and reels in tonight's play of the day.
Play of the day, brought to you by Network MCI. How you can get modern communications technology working for your business.
This is about advanced communication technology, about what's happening today, how things like the virtual office and call centers can work for your business. But it's not about bits, bytes, bells, or whistles. This is about people who know how to listen and where to look, people who can help you put all the pieces together and even get you the hardware and software you need for free. This is about how simple things can be, about knowing who, about knowing how. Network MCI, that's how.
It's an automobile that has become part of the American landscape. A car that for over 2 million people has become an indispensable part of their lives. Automobile Magazine called it the best car built in America. We call it the 1996 Camry, the gold standard from Toyota.
Well, we're out of time, folks. Thanks for making it memorable. I'm Nancy Newman.
We're out of sports, too. I'm Barry LeBrock. We'll see you later.